Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a new journey that we have set to sail on. It's going to be treading on the SEA. Welcome to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT off-season event. My name is Lucifer and I'm joined here with the ever so smiling CA. CA, how are you feeling, man? It's going to be a new tournament, a new journey starting off, and a lot of excitement.
Yeah, exactly. I'm absolutely ecstatic. I'm really want to see how the off season has shaped all of these teams and how they're going to be able to use these lovely tournaments to shape up their 2023 season. It's all about getting the right practice in and making sure that you gel up together as a team, finding that right synergy. Because come
Yeah.
2023, you don't want to miss a single beat.
I agree. I mean, there's a lot of stuff like as we've seen right now. The year is about to end, and there's a lot of action packed on the other side for Valorant. There's a lot of changes happening. Everybody wants to get to that league stage, but they
Yeah.
all know there's a lot of tough competition ahead, and especially with quite few changes, and especially as you talked about the synergy which needs to be built. I think this is the right platform, and especially now these teams have a chance to experiment as well. They'll be putting everything that they've got to see what best comes out ahead. But again, every tournament comes out to get to their champion, and I'm pretty sure everybody is looking forward to that. But before that, we are right now in the qualifier stage. We will be going ahead talking a lot more about how it'll be progressing. But see, one thing I want to ask you before we start things: what are you looking out for in general here?
I'm just
One
looking
specific.
out for teams to give their best. Obviously, I mean, anyone who's seen me casting over the last 2 years knows if there's a new agent come, I want to see that new agent ASAP. So I want to see some Harbour matches, man. But talking about the matches, first up, we've got Made in Thailand versus Naos Esports. And that one is going to be a banger for sure because it's two of the top
Yeah.
teams in Group B.
I mean, it's going to be interesting as we start things off, and everybody here, the viewers, there's going to be four matches. If you have a question of whether it's going to be a best of three, as I said, it is the qualification stage, so the schedule for today will all be best of one matches.
Yeah.
It'll be a mix of both Group A and Group B that you will be seeing. We'll be talking about which teams are in which groups. For now, the first match that we have on hands is going to be Made in Thailand versus Naos, which is going to be Group B. We'll be jumping into the versus screen where we'll be talking more about these teams. One thing that I was going through them was that I got to know MiTH. They have faced against Naos one, and MiTH right
Yeah.
now are also on a spree in their previous matches that they've played. Have been victorious. Naos on the other end, CA have not had a great, I would say, victory journey, but they are getting up to get to one of the biggest.
Yeah, and that you can really see in terms of the roster changes, right? For Made in Thailand,
Mm-hmm.
it's really just been the firepower of PTC coming in to the already existing lineup with star players like Congared and Alone Fills. So you can see PTC, he's fit in really well, found his rhythm really fast, and Made in Thailand have emerged as one of the winners of the off season. The same not necessarily could be said for Naos, but that's why we have the SEA Championship. So they can come back stronger and show it up because Naos as a team, if you look towards the past 2 years, they have a legacy of being able to cause upsets and come out really
Mm-hmm.
strong. So I want to see what they can do. But talking about the rosters, Sam, we've got Made in Thailand Esports. This is what I was talking about. That firepower of PTC coming in from full
Yeah,
sense, that's going to be huge, man.
I agree with you. I mean, along with it, there are already known players from mid that we are going to be seeing Congarit, Kadoom, Alone, Fills, helping them out. I think PTC right now is going to be feeling home and he's going to be doing a lot of damage. And whenever I've seen Made in Thailand CA, I've just loved that team. The reason is you first do not get an idea that Made in Thailand, okay, they have it under control. It feels like they're just still unable to figure things out. But
Yeah.
once they get things under control, the opponents cannot do anything for a single round. But as we talked about the opponents, let's quickly jump into the roster of Naos Esports.
Yeah. We've got Blurred, J, Kakarot, Moyer, and NDG. Really, Moyer and NDG, I think, are the ones to look out for because, of course, they've got a lot to prove. But Kakarot has historically been one of the star players throughout the last year. He's going to be one of the stalwarts for the team to rely on to be able to push forward, and Blurred as well. So I want to see how Naos has prepared themselves for this
Mm-hmm.
particular tournament, and I want to see how they can start themselves all strong because as we were talking about, Sam, I'd like to bring us back to the idea, the storyline that we're going to be seeing across Group B unfold, there's three key
Yeah.
teams. There's Made in Thailand, there's Naos Esports, and there's the recently resurgent Fancy United, who everyone has fallen in love with across this off season. So these three teams are going to be gunning for each other with two other dark horses in play. But getting this
Yeah.
early win against one of those teams, that could be instrumental to your qualification.
I agree. I mean, whenever we talk about a new tournament, right, you don't have a proper clue of how these teams will function. Yes,
Yeah.
based on their previous stats, you can talk about it on paper, but at the end of the day, see, we all know when it's a new tournament, all the things written on paper can be crumbled and thrown away because what happens during that minute or period of time is what will decide which team goes ahead. And that's what we wait for. Like every new tournament is like, okay, wait, we saw this team performing so good in the previous one. What happened to them? Now it's another team coming in, and as you said, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of action from Fancy United as well coming ahead. But right now, match on hand, Made in Thailand as well as Naos. I'm looking out for what is their veto set for. As I said, best of one, right? They have to get one map across, and what will that be?
So personally, to me, when I see PTC in a team, I'm
Hmm.
expecting Sky Maps to instantly just pop because this man single-handedly pioneered how to play Phoenix on initiator issues. Of course, you can't do that as much anymore with the
Yeah.
recent changes to Sky and KO. You get punished for the shorter flashes, but I'm sure if
Hmm.
anyone could make their way around those nerfs,
I agree. And we have the map veto right in front of us. Quickly, Fracture is out, Ascent is out. Surprise for me, Breeze, Icebox, Bind, and Pearl are all gone, and it's gonna be Haven. And I think, CA, this is something that you can also agree. Whenever we've seen a best of one, it's either Ascent or Haven. And
yeah.
Haven is one of the best places to decide who's going to be getting the initial victory.
Yeah, it's one of the OG maps. It's the
Yeah.
map where everyone feels comfortable. There's no like weird metas or comps in place. It's very much a playground where you can play according to your play style. There's teams that still adopt the Breach Sky routine and try to
Hmm.
push it forward. There's teams who still prefer the Sova Sky information based play style. And of course, you can go for the Breach Fade Raise composition that has really taken over the meta recently. But talking about these particular teams, again, this is why I mentioned PTC Sky because Made in Thailand, they
Hmm.
like to play that OG composition, Sam, the Jet
Yeah.
Sova Sky Omen Killjoy, absolutely basic gameplay to enable their themselves as a whole.
I agree with you. I mean, this is something that they have to look out for. But as we are talking about Myth, Nos on the other end have a little bit of a variety in all their
Yeah.
agent selections. So I'm not too sure what they're going to be bringing about. So I feel like that's the confusion or that's the disarray that I think Nows right now have or an upper hand to maybe get an upset to Myth. But we know Myths, if they're comfortable in their meta and once they get comfortable in the match itself, it's very difficult to take the victory away from them.
Yeah, I see the recent Naos matches and I
Yeah.
see the Phoenix, man. I'm just like, I
I
get
was
giddy,
about to talk about that.
I just get giddy like a child. And I'm just like, oh my God, are we going to get a Phoenix? Because that would be insane. It's been so long since I've got to use Phoenix voice lines, since we've
Oh.
got to really carry that swag that Phoenix
Mhm.
brings with himself. But
Yes.
also, from an analytical point of view, talk about how difficult it is to really pull off the Phoenix. So I'm
Hmm.
excited to see what gameplay Naos does bring to the table.
I agree, and with that Phoenix coming in, right, we were seeing the duelists, like the double duelist, and certain times some people a risky move with triple duelist. All of those were going out, but with a little bit of a buff that Phoenix got, everybody is getting into that Phoenix, and now we might end up seeing a double duelist, the Jet and Phoenix combo being pulled out from Naos, and I'm excited if that happens because previously we were all getting excited for numerous initiators coming in, zero duelist players coming in, but after double duelists coming in, we want to see how fast the team can get to getting that initial rounds and just command the victory or command the
Yeah.
rounds because it's all about the momentum also certain times even though there is like a half switch if a team has momentum and their mental just becomes too strong and destroys their opponent at the end of the day it might just help them out and especially with best of fun the I would say stress right now is actually too high because there's only
Yeah.
one map to decide.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's where the thrill of best of ones really lie because
Yes.
you're not afforded any mistakes. You're not afforded that extra moment. You need to be on point, on start just from the get-go. Your engine needs to get going immediately, and that's where really the test will lie for all of these teams. They get the bigger best of threes when they get to the
Hmm.
playoffs, but to get there, they've got to get their utmost best in these best of ones.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, we also don't have a lot of things to kind of rely on right now because it's kicking off right now. So once we see these teams action here in the SEA Championship, we'll kind of get the idea of
Yeah.
who's looking out to that MVP titles as well. Because it's not just the champions title that is at stake. There is a prize pool of 30,000 USD that these teams are competing for. So that's something that they will also be looking out for, to getting a chance and a part and parcel, walking away with a bigger briefcase home, telling themselves that they are the champions, and also something to celebrate later down the line, right? So, yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't know, Haven. I want to see an overtime. I know it's the kickoff. I might be asking too much, but do you think there's an overtime, or maybe Harbour on cards here on Haven?
Harbour, unfortunately, I'm going to have to hold my heart and in a lot of pain say
Yeah,
no. I think these teams are going to stick to their comfort, which
true.
not Harbour really. I think you have to really change your play style to bring Harbour into play. He's a very different controller compared to
Exactly.
all of the others we've seen. But in overtime, most definitely on the cards here, Lucifer. Because if you think about the nature of these two teams, right, they're very momentum based teams, which means
Yes.
we might get to see a lot of back and forth pendulum swings.
Hmm.
And it just comes down to how they start. Now, I will say one thing. If you give Made in Thailand a comfortable, strong start, for example, if
Yes.
they win the pistol and then proceed to win the bonus, the third round, they
Hmm.
might just push it all the way to the end, snowball out of control because they're that kind of team.
Exactly. That's what I'm worried for Naos Esports, because,
Yeah.
as I said, they've faced them off once in previously, so there's not a lot that they have experience on fighting with MiTH. On the other hand, MiTH have a lot in terms of vivid experience that they've played
Yeah.
throughout and got that comfort in their own team. Once they've gelled up really well in a match, it's very tough to kind of destroy them or wreak havoc in their mind. So I'm worried that's the only reason, but otherwise I feel like Naos might just start that command off, as we were talking about the double duelist. Maybe MiTH are not ready for it, because we've seen Phoenix as how annoying he was previously.
Yeah.
He's getting to be that annoying. You're trying to think of entering garage, a flash just swings, Phoenix comes, he gets a kill and he runs away. So it's very tough to kind of figure out from where the Phoenix can push through. So I'm looking out
Yeah.
for now pulling that some spectacular and offbeat plays, which maybe MiTH are unable to predict.
And you said it perfectly. The offbeat plays is really what is going to come into focus. Because when you look at Made in Thailand's expected composition with the Sova Sky, it's all about the
Hmm.
information. It's all about
Yes.
conditioning the opponents and getting that early round default to turn into late round success. As compared to that Phoenix, as you mentioned, with the double duelist, it's all about fighting. It's all about giving the agency to that individual player to find that a good fight for himself and the advantage for his team. So two quite contrasting play styles we're going to see between
Hmm.
these two teams, and it really does come down to if they're able to maintain their level as they go throughout the game, because they're going to challenge each other continuously. They're going to have to adapt to each other. The one that adapts first will come out the winner.
I agree with you on that completely, and especially with Naos right now starting off on defense, right? We talked about that aggressive place. It will start from the beginning itself, and that's the
Yeah.
reason very crucial for MiTH to get those pistol rounds out, because, as you said, it's very information based play coming in from there, and they get, I would say, Naos will get a clear read if once the information of either a recon or a flash or even the dog is being used, they'll get the idea. Okay, they're trying to gain information here, so I think they might try to hit here, but also they'll keep somebody guard in the very next close sites at B or C. So they'll get that idea. On the other end, looking forward to Naos' play, they are aggressive, so you will never know from where they're pushing. They can keep changing the game at any moment, and you will be confused. So slowing the game down is also very crucial for MiTH here. I feel like they would have to wait to see if there's their jet pushing or that Phoenix pushing, if it comes again. The same question we'll be asking. This is all based on the previous matches that they've played. So if they still bring it up, this is something that MiTH will be looking out for from Naos.
It's like that arcade mole game, where you're like,
Yeah, you have to
from
expect,
every
wait for
corner,
it.
yeah, a mole's gonna come out and many times like boop, boop, boop.
Yeah.
Oh no, they keep missing or they hit. So if you get one hit though, that's where a double duelist comp's defense
Hmm.
really starts to collapse. and it becomes very
Yes.
easy with the amount of information you have to really make them run around on your tiptoes. You can make them dance, you can make them move, and they
Mm-hmm.
will have no idea what you're doing. But if that double duelist manages to get that initial pick, then the ability to stack up sights with crossfires or even contact setups just becomes absolutely devastating for a singular jet to try and break down. So lots of back and forth for sure, lots of ifs and buts. But at this point, I'm sure both of us are just excited to see these teams get going and see how they're going to start, because with this off season coming into play, and
Mm-hmm.
of course the official domestic leagues plans that Riot has unveiled
Yes.
for the next season, we can see a lot of teams have started to pick up solid coaching stuff. And that's where
Exactly.
I think a lot of gameplay is going to evolve. Teams are going to come into these matches with a plan, and we'll see which team does start off with the better plan, which coach has the better day.
Exactly. When we started off, that's what we said. We might have seen these teams previously played maybe a victorious game or maybe gotten a couple of losses, but you cannot expect the same journey for them throughout the next couple of weeks because they're working on it. And I mean,
Yeah.
on the level that they're working on it, you will see an entire different new team. The name might be the same, the team might just become a complete monster out there. So I'm worried for everybody out there when the next year of Valorant starts. This is already exciting, but this is the year end. If the year end is so exciting, see, I feel like next year is a lot of things, and I think these official VCT off-season events is a stage where all these teams can have the chance to practice and play around with. But yes, as we talked about Harbour coming in, there's also another thing here. Harbour, yes, in this off-season, all the teams can play it out. I'm looking out for that coming through. But see, I want to ask you, while we are looking forward to the teams joining in, starting the match very soon, we have talked about all the. I was not. We have not talked. It has come out, and everybody kind of has the idea and looking out for it. It's the nerf and the
Yeah.
buff. You know what I'm talking about, the
Of the
Cypher
initial.
and Fade
Oh.
coming out.
Oh.
It is being tested, but I'm not too sure when it's going to be coming out. But do you think that'll affect the entire meta? Because we see a lot of Fade and Sova clashes where most of the people are preferring Fade these days. Because again, aggressive and information at the both ends.
So for me personally, I think Valorant is now heading more towards set combos and playstyles that you can adopt. So
Hmm.
like we talked about initially about how initiator combos, which were the focus over the last year,
Yes.
can affect your playstyle. Where a Breach Sky might mean that you're playing extremely aggressively. A
Hmm.
Sova Sky generally means that you're playing for those defaults for that information. Similarly, I think these changes are going to bring Fade Sova into the limelight in the sense that if you're playing that race Fade combo, Fade, I don't care what nerf she gets, man. She's broken
Yeah.
in that combo with her particular agent. But there's also now, because of the nerf, gonna give an option to multiple teams who are like, hey, Fade, what she gives you is the ability to get sporadic information as
Hmm.
compared to the Sova, who's of course Recon is much more versatile with the drone coming in hand too. He's more of an information-based agent as compared to the fighting agent that
Yes.
Fade is for her team. So that's why I think teams are gonna experiment a little bit. Like for Made in Thailand, we're seeing that Sova Sky composition
Hmm.
return, and I'm a big fan of that. I don't
Yeah.
think there should be one meta composition ever on any map. So what do you think though about that Cypher particularly? I'm excited because the buffs are good, but are they
Yes.
good enough to take down the chamber?
That's the thing. When that like when I saw all those play beta test environments when the videos coming up, I was like, wait, okay, now this is a good thing that has happened to Cypher. We might see him a lot in action, but is it enough to like leave
Yeah.
chamber, right? Because in Cypher again, we were just talking about the information and aggression. It comes to the same thing, even though they're both the sentinels, the chamber and Cypher. Cypher will rely more on information and then try to fight or help your team to fight. On the other end, chamber can go solo aggressive and try to pick a fight. On the other end, also anchor with his trademark. So it's again a gamble that they have to do. But yes, that tripwire, which is going to be getting a little bit more extension of how further it can be placed, is something that I think can be a little bit unique, because I was seeing a variety of people using it on bind in various different positions to kind of
Yeah.
trap people. But there's still one question I have in mind is like, it's
Yeah.
still breakable. That's what I'm
Yeah.
worried about.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why you're gonna have to really focus onto maps where you're not gonna see agents which can easily break it. I'm looking at
Hmm.
Breeze and Pearl especially,
Yeah.
because you do get a lot of room with where you can maneuver those traps now that they're longer, especially on the Breeze B side. I think it's going to be a nightmare walking into a
Hmm.
cipher. So if you are going to play a jet composition, you don't really need to play that chamber. You don't need that extra offer. So maybe teams pick up that Cypher for the lurk. But yeah, I think we can agree on the fact that most teams are just going to want to enable their individual players,
Yeah.
and there's no better agent than Chamber to do that right now.
True, true. I mean, I don't see him falling out of the meta, but again, it all depends on how your opponent team also plays. So you would have to, at the end of the
Yeah.
day, figure out a counter for the team. If you think about the individual playstyle, which we have seen a lot of the times, that if a team comes together in a particular matchup, the individual playstyle, however good it is, if there's a player who's getting 30 bombers and 40 kills and all, it wouldn't matter, because as a team, they're unable to get together, even though he's just fragging out like a beast. There's no chains for him. That's something that we can just keep talking about. But finally, we're going to be kicking it off here in the first match, and the agent selection up on our screens.
Ooh, we've got Naos coming through with the KO composition, the KO fade with the raise on the Moyer. So definitely not what we were expecting with that
Yeah.
Phoenix Jet double duelist composition. So we can see they made a couple of changes, and this is where I'm really glad this happened, because it directly brings into focus the conversation we were having, Lucifer.
Yes.
You can see the fade Sky coming through for Made in Thailand, much more information focused as compared to the raise fade KO coming through for Naos, where Kakarot still has the option to be a little more aggressive. But that's where I want to ask you. We're talking about PBE buffs, but there's one set of buffs slash nerfs that we haven't yet touched, which is the initiative changes. With KO and Sky no longer able to effectively work as that right click flash Phoenix kind of
Yeah.
playstyle, how do these players really adapt and come through? Because I'm seeing PTC on a killjoy, not expecting that.
Uh, that's something that, like, it surprises you, right? And that's where
Yeah.
we see, like, we've seen this from Valorant itself, that they tell that they want it to be more of a team game rather than one individual having that spotlight. So I think that
Yeah.
these minute changes help the team to function together rather than going in for those individual fights. So I'm looking out for how they function with this. But again, we talked about Sova, right? From coming in from MiTH, they've also changed to the Fade. That's what tells us that they're also looking forward to the aggression. But quickly jumping into the players' camera, they are ready. They're ready to start the match off, kick off this fight, and now we'll be looking out to start this on a jubilant manner where they get that first victory.
Yeah, and you can see they're both of these teams in their boot camps, where this off season might have been a bit of a resting period for all the teams that made it to champions, for all the teams that had a good 2022, but for these teams who are focusing more on that 2023, already in their boot camps, already in focus mode, and as we head into that map, they're gonna have to turn that focus mode on, Lucifer, because this is the first map of the SEA Championship, and both teams will want to get off to a resounding start.
Exactly, they want to be on the top of the table, and nobody wants to kind of want to figure out, oh wait, we lost the first one, we need to now gain points, and
Yeah.
nobody wants to be on the back of the driver's seat, right? Like, it's going to be a tough one to start things off. But on defense now, it's towards them to figure things out. But not having the double duelist set up from there, and I feel like they'll be comfortable in waiting for MiTH to
Ooh.
push with just 4 seconds.
Yeah, and look at this garage trap setup that they brought set up already. They're expecting the early garage aggression. A turret setup for contact with the Raze and Astra ready to fight off that turret if necessary. And the KO chilling in B side. This is a pure read from either their coach or their IGL, where like, look, in
Yeah.
pistol, this team is not going to come A. They're going to either come garage to C or direct C. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Are being picked. Beta trying to just clear corners, but again, this is what we talked about, right? If Naos would have picked up a double duelist, they would have forced duels very early on. But Naos having this setup, they're just waiting for it. And MiTH, look at that. A is empty, and right now, after not seeing anything from Naos, MiTH are changing their place and they're trying to hit A. But I'm pretty sure the Fade has heard the Trailblazer. But still, there's nobody moving from MiTH at all.
Yeah, they don't care. They're like, we're gonna stay solid to our read. Our data suggests that Made in Thailand is gonna end up at C, and we're gonna
Yeah.
hold our foot strong. Happy to play A on the retake, and the read might just work out. We got here Made in Thailand moving in aggressively. Blur just backs off, ready to play on the retake.
Kazum takes one. That's the advantage here. They can get the spike
30
down, but look at this.
seconds
Now's waiting for that retake as soon as spike gets planted and immediately try to hit. The smokes disappear. No information yet, but a nice peek from Kakarot from Garage. Gets Kadum out, back to a 4v4. They're all gone C long for the post-plant fight. Paranoia used at the right time, and Alone Fills capitalizes on top of it.
Post plan now, just trying to make sure that the contact is set up with Beta, but Beta gets taken down, and now they're playing aggressively, pushing down long. They've got the half diffuse through, and even though the diffuser gets taken down, they're able to secure the round. Naos off to a really good start mentally, I would say, Lucifer, because like we talked about, these teams, they clearly have a plan. For Made in Thailand, the plan was, let's make some noise at C, let's make some noise at A, and we'll end up, we want to make them run around. Naos just said, nah bro, not happening. We're gonna hold our positions. We're not running around.
They had a complete read over them. They're like, we know it's going to be a C head. We'll just wait it out once they come in. Even though they failed the initial duel, you saw, right? They waited for the post plan, let them get the spike down. They'll be going back. We know we can fight our way through and get the spike diffused. That's what they did. And now they have the advantage. On the other end, MiTH, they've forced the matter on hands, coming out all with stingers.
The post buy coming out with the recent stinger changes, most definitely a viable option, but against those Spectres, they don't stand a chance in those relatively medium to long range battles. The first blood picked up for Naos. MiTH trying to answer back, but they find nothing. Naos might just end up with a flawless round here against the post buy of all things.
I mean, Jay, he just played with his ghost, but still, look at that. They're trying to enter. They take down Jay, and Congarate finds one, but more he was hiding a shot. Gets one, but he's 13. Trailblazer comes. Oh, he gobbles him up. You don't want to go down like that. Still an advantage, 2v1, but it can swing either way right now.
With the players coming through on the flank, with Congarate having picked himself up that Spectre, that brand new, sleek looking Ion Spectre, definitely has a huge chance of going to stop. Gonna have to isolate the 1v1s, but goes for the default player first, not expecting one to stand right there, and that's the round picked up for Naos. Now, normally, Lucifer, I would say 3 weapons lost. That might be a decent round for Made in Thailand, but not the case whatsoever, because remember, this was a forced buy. Naos are not going to care about how many weapons they lost. They just got a free bonus.
Exactly. It was just handed over. But it got a little bit close. I was worried. You saw the swing he expected. Congarate was right to think that somebody would have walked already to sight on the spike. That's the reason he wanted to swing, and as you said, he did not expect Blur to just be standing right at shot. Unfortunate, but right now they will have the advantage, can completely buy up, but because they also lost a little bit of the weapons, they're thinking of keeping the economy. You can see, right, nobody's like going full in except for Jay, who kind of just played with Ghost for the previous round, so he's like, I'm going to be pulling out my Phantom and playing it. But we have a quick technical timeout. I hope whatever it is, it's the start. They figure it out very soon, because MiTH, as we have talked about it, just like how they build their momentum, right, CA, if the momentum breaks down, they also lose it completely.
Yeah, and that's where it's really interesting. Okay, thank God. I noticed PTC was going for a Vandal, and I was like, hold on for a second, bro. You don't want to go for that full hero buy. He still is going for a somewhat hero buy with the Guardian and Light Shield. I think with 700 credits, he will be able to afford in the next round a Vandal and a Light Shield again. So he's going to have to really try to find value with this Guardian, and they're going for that early D peak immediately. Now, when you talk about the setup for the side of Naos, you notice, again, they're going to change it up rather than go for the heavy C priority. This time going for the slight A aggression with possibly enabling a double flank.
Yeah, they've left B open. Yes, there is an Nanoswarm as well as a bot to see if anybody just walks in and deny them the plant. But the slow push-up and aggression which has been taken, the A control that has been taken over, now it's going to be very difficult for MiTH if they think about rotating. But there is a turret also to check that plant. Garage hit comes through. This is a shot, and look at Kadoom right behind NDG, gets that, but Kakarot to exchange the blow, gets one more, but Beta finds 2 big frags right now. 2v3 situation, they're expecting it, but PTC misses his Guardian shots, and now it is a 2v2. Well, look at the health on Jay, not that great.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially considering that Made in Thailand have upgraded from Sheriffs to Spectres. It's gonna be about making sure they get these close range fights, while Beta is lurking in the shadows, in the smokes. You're gonna see the flank coming in from Congarate. Beta though almost gets taken down by the spam, but he's gonna be able to back up, delay with his Paranoia, and Paranoia is what is in the minds of Naos right now. One player gets taken down, but Jay, oh my god, finds a huge clutch for Naos onto Beta. That was starting to look scary, Lucifer. That was looking like it was going to be a thrifty.
I agree. I mean, of all the people who we just talked about, Jay was the one who was low on health. We thought he's the one who's going to be going
Yeah.
out first. He finds Beta in the smoke, does not get a kill, but drops him so low that just a single bullet was enough to just kick him to the ground. And that's what happened in the last duel. Even though he didn't know, he got the upper hand and he won that battle out. That was too close for Naos. I mean, not too comfortable, but Congarad also, if he would have got a little bit, I would say, if he was a little bit earlier, he could have gotten both the players down. But right now,
Yeah.
back to a comfortable buy and a full buy here for Made in Thailand. Can be their first round.
And we're gonna see that early information based change where we saw that Recon come in towards A long from the defense to get the A push. This
There.
time more of a walk-in coupled with the KO knife. So they still want to maintain A lobby information, but this time Made in Thailand have left Beta to make sure that they don't get flanked, that they're now gonna come through and clear off this A aggression, reclaim it for themselves while leaving PTC towards the garage. So you can see that information playstyle that I was talking about very much coming.
Moe gets one, Dal goes out, he gets the second one and third, but Kadoom puts him down finally. Ooh, that was a tough duel to work with. And look at this, Jay again trying to fight, misses the initial connection and he's just backing off. He's called in for a reinforcement of his teammate, but look at the
PTC?
rotation. Yeah, PTC.
PTC coming through with the lurk now. Made in Thailand, they do have the numbers disadvantage on the map. But if PTC is able to find
My doubles
Blurred, it might get changed. But no, the turret is Blurred's best friend, and he makes sure that PTC gets nothing.
30 seconds.
Finds the backup from NDG as
down.
well as he runs and guns down. Made in Thailand. That's the buy round gone down in smokes. Naos with a 4-0 lead, off to a blistering start, and of course calling for that tactical timeout, a warranted tactical timeout, because what the hell is going on is what Made in Thailand is going to be thinking.
This is what we were worried about, right? When we started the match CA, that we have a read about Made in Thailand of how they can play. Yes, they've just changed the fade rather than the Sova that we were talking about from such a long time. But on the other end, now has come up with the entire different composition that we have never seen them. And I think that's what is throwing MiTH off guard. They're unable to figure out what kind of a playstyle that they're making. Previously, you saw that it was a aggression with both Fade and the Race pushing up, but this time it was only Race being assisted with the Fade, making sure that, like you saw, the Trailblazer being broken. That was one of the advantages that gave them, because Moyer was not spotted. So these kind of plays being done from Naos is just brilliant at the time. But I'm just waiting if there is a situation that Naos completely lose out their playbook, right? They're done with all these unique plays, and now Made in Thailand strikes back.
And it's also combined with the fact that you could see over there the Sky Flash, it doesn't give as much value as it used to.
Yes.
Moyer able to easily dodge it. Getting that initial kill was absolutely crucial for him to be able to pop out the showstopper and get the follow-up. So we're going to have to see these teams really adapt. Leaf with the timeout, I'm sure he's read into the fact that Naos' setup, even though they have these micro plays all throughout, it's quite simple. Astra Killjoy
out of my
securing
way.
the garage key area, with the KO playing primary rotation, the Raze Fate playing towards the A side.
Oh!
But the Face's Nate combo, I think, comes up huge for Moyer. They find the initial double kill, and already chaos in the Made in Thailand board.
I mean, I thought that that is a combo which everybody knows, and I
Yeah.
think nobody's going to be caught by it, but it happens. And they're still trying to push A because they know they don't have much to work with right now. It's going to be very tough. Kadoom, can he find anything with this lane? He spots a player. He's giving a call. Jay goes down even though he gets one. But very tough situation. CT is also being guarded as well as shot. And Moyer finds a third. Last player being stuck is Kadoom and gets put to the ground. That's a fifth for Naos. And it is looking completely pristine here, CA.
Just for setups from Naos, they get that, they set up the season 8, but they realize that they've been aggressing down A long for the past 2 to 3 rounds, so they don't want to continue along that tendency. They make sure they change it. They do the combo and immediately back up into side, set up crossfire within themselves, which allows them to delay for long enough and get the trade kills, so that it becomes very easy for their teammates to pick up the retake and the round. Having said that, that was just the eco for Made in Thailand. This is the round where it'll really come into focus. Again, the season 8 to take that initial control, but you can see for Made in Thailand, the focus is around that mid area to get B and garage control, possibly to set up a Fade Nightfall execution.
I mean, this setup towards Garage and C has been similar. This time, just the Killjoy is moved away from it, but the KO and Astra are playing together brilliantly. And right now, yes, Astra has moved away because there's no control at C. Needed to go for a check. There's going to be a smoke being dropped, but that's at the window. So NDG, he is kind of getting a little bit of the sound that it might be a garage push coming through. But they're delaying it as long as possible here. They're buying as much time as possible, running down the clock to the edge, to the very thin ice, where maybe out of, right, chaos, MiTH have to make an execution.
Now look at this. Naos themselves though have changed their setups. You've got the Killjoy with the contact turret set up towards A. They're gonna play A on retake with the Killjoy ultimate. And with nothing to break it for MiTH Thailand. No KO, no breach. It's gonna be a simple retake for
30
MiTH
seconds
Thailand. So for Naos, MiTH Thailand, they have to get aggressive, man, but they're actually backing off. They're willing to give up the site and play exclusively on the post plant, and it's gonna be really interesting. It's gonna be a Killjoy ult for a Killjoy ult, and we'll have to see which team actually is able to synergize enough to pull it off faster.
Kadum will be the one who's going to be stuck. They need to find him. Kakarot has the lead. Can he get the kill? Oh no, Kadum finds it and he's backing off. That would have been their opening if they found Kadum, but look at this. There's some status also which was used, but it does not work. Beta gets nowhere as well. NDG just trying to spray in the blind. PDC exchanges the blow. Clock is running down. The spike is about to blast. It's a 2v3 situation. They know where the other players are. Blood and Jay, they're trying to make it work as much as possible. The clock has run down and there is no way that they can get this round under control. Blood also falls, and that's the first for MiTH.
It really comes down to that 1v1 between Kadum and Kakarot.
Yes.
Kadum pulling off a huge kill, because without that kill, suddenly it becomes a 5v4 retake. Beta gets into a lot of trouble, and I think it would have been a simple take for Naos, but instead, Kadum finds that crucial kill for his team, a delayed first blood, and gets them their first round on the board. Now we'll have to see, does MiTH Thailand have the ability to adapt? Do they get aggressive maybe? Or does Naos, are they able to reset and bring back their momentum?
I feel like Naos, that was just, again, one of those off things that they couldn't get that kill on. But right now, it's the same setup that we have been seeing, which has been worked for Naos. Killjoy right now plays at B, not at C, but look at the positioning. It's Kakarot who's going to be at C, so they have nothing to be worried about. But MiTH have not increased their speed, right? They're still trying to play the same thing. The alarm bot delays Kadum's push. Otherwise, Kadum might have had a chance to get one kill on the Astra.
Yeah, but almost every round we're seeing this trade of utility for the gravity well in exchange for a prowler. I'd like to see MiTH Thailand change it up a little bit, throw in a recon in there to catch that Astra off guard and bait out that gravity well early, so you can find maybe more value off the Prowler. But talking about this particular round, 5-man stack towards A, their intentions are quite clear. MiTH Thailand and the kills will be to a 1-for-1 trade round, and Moyer is stuck, but he's able to get himself out. But for how long, that's the question, because he's being pushed in from every single corner. Still managed to find kill after kill. Pulls out the showstopper and finds a double to boot. Moyer with the rocket coming out huge for now.
What was that round coming in from Moyer? I was just about to say, Jay over there was just biting too much, more than that he could kind of work with, and got punished for it. But Moyer on the other end got one immediately, got back to the side, but he knew short was a vulnerable position. As soon as he spotted the opponent's guy, he waited for the right opportunity, got one on Alone Fells, and then immediately the ultimate to get two. Insane coming in from Moyer. But look at this, I feel like on the other end, Alone Fells, we have not seen a lot coming in from his end. I think maybe MiTH Thailand are feeling that it's not working out there.
And we're seeing that early push in towards that Astra, like I was talking about, trying to punish them. And Kadum comes up huge, finds that shorty, turns it into a Vandal, and the second for his team. They're getting fast and aggressive, MiTH Thailand, and it's working out this way.
This is what I was talking about in the previous round. Kadum just needed a chance to push up to the Astra. He got it, he opened the entire seaside. Moyer on the backstab, only good for one. Still a major advantage here in the numbers for MiTH Thailand to get the second. G pushing from the defender spawn. The turret spots him, the swing comes in from Kadum, but this time fails to get a kill.
Turret down.
Bring
them down.
For the flank though, while now is group up into sight. Now Moya pulled off heroics once. Can he do it again? Finds one, but will not find the other. And this round was particularly exciting for me, Lucifer, because like we were talking about, they finally isolate the fact that that Astra has been playing connector for so damn long, just denying the Prowler again and again. Kadooms probably gives the call. He's like, bro, can you just blind that guy? I'm gonna go take a shotgun to his face and slap him out.
Exactly. This is something that they needed. Until now, Naos were playing in a manner, as you mentioned, right, CA, that they're using that utility as a bait rather than giving away their own info. They're like letting MiTH fight with the utility and then they're going in for a peek and fight. So because of which they don't have the right read. But after which they understood that the Astra is playing towards Garage from such a long time, they finally managed to punish it. I'm looking forward to if they change it up or they still keep the Astra there. Because now there are certain, I would say, weak spots that now we are seeing from now, and same goes for Made in Thailand. They have spotted those weak spots, and I think this timeout being called was very crucial for the same reason. They played that playbook for so long. Now that the Made in Thailand have understood it, and I think now sir called this timeout to just figure out we have to pull out a new strat.
I really think that the best way for Naos to move forward would be for them to start getting a little aggressive now, the way they did in the initial rounds, trying to get the double flank with the Raise and Fade, right? Because what we're noticing from Made in Thailand, and what I'm sure the Naos coach has noticed, is that they like to move together as a unit. So they take some initial control, maybe leave one guy there, then make presence somewhere else on the map. Now you can get aggressive early and try to get area control for yourself, or you can get aggressive in the mid round, try to catch that one guy they leave alone. But instead they're just going full on W. Made in Thailand, getting the C side, but Blurred shuts them down.
They're able to isolate Kadoom, and on top of it now they're just picking up kills after kill. Kakarot gets one, and now they're all of a huge number deficit. It's a 3v5 situation Made in Thailand. They're still stuck at C-Long and they're already losing map space. You can see where the fade is on Naos' end. Already has window control, and Jay is not stopping. He's trying to push the timing. He had it, but misses the opportunity, uses the ultimate. He's stacked two players, sends the Prowler out, trying to fight, but Alone Fills. The smoke helps Jay here, and Alone Fills is not going to be finding kill, but NDJ finds.
The Prowler will pick out PTC and Conquer Red. An almost impossible situation right now.
Oh.
NDG will find one, and his teammates will finish it off despite a casual double coming in from Conquer Red. A 7-2 scoreline now for Naos, as they make sure that despite the occasional rounds picked up from Made in Thailand, there is no momentum swing. There is no resurgence from Made in Thailand. It's very much Naos in the driver's seat in this map.
I completely agree with you on that. It's just Naos. Yes, they had a couple of hiccups here and there. We talked about it. It was like Kadoom. They needed to find Kadoom. They needed to eliminate him. When they couldn't, those are the rounds that Made in Thailand won. Otherwise, it is always Naos in the driving seat, looking out for kills, first bloods, as well as rounds in their name. It's again not a quick round coming in from Made in Thailand. They're not making that quick move. They made it just now in the previous round, but it eventually failed, CA. But look at the position coming in from NDJ.
I've got your
She's up close. Again gets Kadoom out. Immediate trade, but still a 4v4. The Killjoy is still at sight.
And perhaps small hints of desperation, like Kadoom going in for the aggressive entry even before the cabbages catch up. Okay, hold on, Alone Kills here with just the ghost holding down that window angle. Picks up Blurred, and this will be yet another round for Made in Thailand, likely picked up now. A really nice lineup, I think, to try and deny the plant, but the plant already done, and Made in Thailand comfortably in the post plant, leaving Congret in the side. Now is trying to go in for the full in retake, and it's going to be all up to Moya to find heroics.
Ooh, exchanges coming in, still a disadvantage here for Naos, but they know where the players are. Can they find a lot more? It's a 2v3. Time is running out. The clock is going to go. But rather than the clock, it's going to be the players from Naos who will be put to ground, and MiTH find their third as well. At least the gap which was there is being closed off here, CA. There's just a 2-round gap. I think there is a chance, especially with the economy not looking that great for Naos.
Yeah, exactly. Considering the fact that now started off with a 4-0, 5-0 lead, they're not going to be happy whatsoever with the 7-5 scoreline at the end of this half. And Made in Thailand, considering their poor start, they're going to be ecstatic with the 7-5. They're going to say, hey, you know what? Let's go over to the defensive half, where playing with the Fade KO for Naos gets much more difficult on the attacking half, as your utility is less valuable in its stopping power as compared to the defense. So we'll really have to see how the next buy round goes through. For this round though, just an eco from the side of Naos should be a comfortable one picked up for Made in Thailand. But hey, you never know, man. This match has really pulled up all the stops for us so far.
Exactly. I mean, we were just talking about Kadum being the entry here who was giving them space, and because of him a couple of rounds were won. But even though after losing Kadum, Made in Thailand made it possible to get another round. So anything can happen. Now is also on the other end, can pull off a thrifty and here put an upset. But it's all about how they play it out. NDG as well as Killjoy holding it out. They're able to destroy the Horn. Kadum trying to find players, but Kakarot helps out. Even though he had spotted the Astra, it's of no use. But Kongalit puts NDG down. The Killjoy and the KO has been spotted, but Kakarot and Moyer, they're doing the heavy lifting here. And Kakarot look forward to the fourth 1v1 situation. Jay has the advantage and he gets it at a thrifty.
Make it fair. Last round in the half.
Is going to absolutely hurt for Made in Thailand. This is not a round they wanted to drop, but Moyer again, his conversion rate with that showstopper has been absolutely phenomenal. This guy with that rocket launcher is just raining down hell on the side of Made in Thailand. Never misses, able to save the life of Kakarot, who tells him, yo, you saved my life, I'm gonna deliver you plus, finds huge headshots, sets up the 1v1 for Jay, who very much gives them what they want. Gets that 50, 8-3 now for Naos, and with 3 key ultimates coming into play, that KO ultimate, the Killjoy ultimate, as well as the Cosmic Divide. Naos, they're probably thinking this round is a piece of cake.
But look at the ultimate Pita. They know he is TP'd up. They will be looking forward to clear him. But the ultimate also rolls in, which makes the life a little bit difficult, so they have to give up the entire side. They have, and we've seen very brilliant retakes coming in. What? Okay, he went under.
I think it went down too though, it still didn't detect him. On the Killjoy ultimate setup, Beta's looking to get aggressive. He doesn't have any plans of leaving the site. See how much damage he can get done, and the answer is gonna be none. Ooh, the all alone, but Kadum.
Beta gets stuck with that lockdown. And now it's going to be very difficult, especially with the Cosmic Divide as well, because the spike is on the other side of the wall. They're sticking the defuse, they read it. It's going to be a lot of crossfires coming in, exchanges coming in, and it is going to be another round for Naos as they close the first half on a 9-3. They'll be more than happy. Their retakes have been phenomenal, CA. I mean, yes, a couple of them here and there they missed. But otherwise, if they decide to go on a 5-man retake, they've always made it possible as a conversion in their name. But 9-3, CA.
We'll come back to the curse in a second. I have to just say though, a bit of dual-mindedness over there from Made in Thailand, where you could see Beta started aggressing. He's like, bro, I'm not gonna get out of the site, I might as well try to get damage. But then he backed off, and when he backed off, Kadum went in for the aggression. I'm just wondering what it could have been if both of them together had gone in for the aggression, really delayed the retake from Naos as a whole, and enabled then the rest of their team in Moyer, in the rest of their team to be able to, in alone fills, and PTC to be able to pull off the round. Instead, that little bit of a cascading effect meant Beta got detained, and they didn't get any value. They can't afford much of that, Lucifer. They need to be synergized on the same note. But hey, like you said, they've got at least one thing working for them. The nice speakers.
Exactly. That's something I'll be looking forward to. But also, as you said, I had another perspective as well, because we saw in the 4th or the 5th round, right, where you mentioned, we thought maybe having all the 5 players, they would actually go for a little bit of an aggression, making sure they get a lot more players or in terms of a number advantage. But they made it this time because it was maybe the last round, but it was not properly set up. Kadum went first and then Beta to follow it up, but the lockdown was already kicking. I feel like Beta with his ultimate, which he took it to the tower, he should have stayed there, But look at the intention that Naos had. They wanted to make sure that he gets pushed off, and I'm pretty sure they heard him dropping down, and that's the reason you saw, right? Nobody went back into A Haven, and they were just like, we'll just push site, and they got that completely, I would say, retake done. So I think that if they crunched it from Haven as well as Kadum was pushing, they might have actually found a lot more value and also maybe had a chance to dodge that ultimate from Killjoy.
Oh, absolutely. And I think really it comes down to that simple logic that if you are playing against that Killjoy ultimate or even a Breach ultimate on a retake, right, you're gonna not want to play on site. So it leaves you with two extreme options, which is pure post plant or aggression to deny that retake in the first place. Now, it was set up with the possibility that Made in Thailand actually could do both, where their Killjoy could play pure post plant, their Jet and Omen could have gone for the aggression, but I think just a little bit of confusion in the communication resulted in that not happening. Right? It's not over till the fat lady sings, and she certainly hasn't yet.
Yes.
It is that 9-3 scoreline, and we know Made in Thailand, they're a team filled with a lot of talent, so very much capable of pulling it back, coupled with the fact that you have to look at this Naos composition and see the ton of stopping power they have on the defensive half. The KO, the raise fade combination, all of it excels on the defensive half.
Yep.
On the attacking half, not so much so. It's very hard to get information without a Sova or a Sky. So we'll see what Naos have got in the book.
That's what I'm worried about right now. Their defense was phenomenal. The way they played, the way they held angles with the utilities. But now on attack, they have raised to, Satchel way in, which is going to be very speedy compared to even Jet, I would say, because the distance will be covered a lot longer. But the main thing that I'm worried right now is how are they going to be playing, because they were very passive on defense rather than being aggressive.
Nice Boomba lineup set up here to take Garage for MiTH. Clear cut call here. It's going to be a split Garage to see execute, but they're going to find two players right here. Kadum finds the first. He's going to be able to move himself off, and his team coming in for the backup. Even though the trades are picked up, they're not going to extend two players in sight already, and Made in Thailand likely to turn this into a massacre and a bloodbath.
Spike
it's a lone
down,
kill to pick up two. Leaves NDG all by himself, isolated.
Bring them down.
This is done, I feel like. But look at this, Alone Fields misses it, but still again swings and finds it third. But I felt a little bit disheartened, or like I was like, he's clearing logs, and all of a sudden he just moves. He thinks that there's nobody logs, even though he, like you saw right on screen, he saw Kongarret just standing over there. If he would have taken Kongarret down, maybe Naos would have gotten the pistol, and then they would have gotten the anti-go advantage, and then maybe brushed through, getting closer to 12. But right now, the game can swing in the way of Made in Thailand if they keep this momentum going. And this is what we were worried about, that Made in Thailand, once they get their momentum going, it's very tough to shut it down.
That particular thing you mentioned about the logs, it's something that in my short stint as a coach I've seen in many a player. It's when they half clear angles, you know, and you're like, no, if you had just full cleared the angle. But coming back to this eco for Naos, they're gonna go again for the fast A hit, but looking for a slow rather and walk in. Instead, they find a couple of Vandals set up, and they're gonna be like, wait, what? You guys have Vandals? These were expected.
The Trailblazer catches, gives the position, and PTC puts him down, and this is not going to be a bad round. Yeah, there was a Vandal, as you said, a surprise that they were not ready for. But out of the entire scoreboard, right, I feel like on Naos end, Kakarot has played brilliantly, both on the kills as well as the assists. Look at him, 13. But not only him, the entire team has functioned really well when they needed. We have seen NDJ getting a couple of kills in Garage when he played in defense, Jay especially stepping it up. But now on attack, how much can they do? This is going to be finally their full buy against kind of a bonus, if you want to say, because couple of people from MiTH have bought, couple of them are still playing on the bonus.
Oh, look at this. The one-way setup and the Trailblazer used aggressively from here in Thailand. They get that early C control and they spot out nobody, allowing Kongarret here to now set himself up for the contact or play, while Beta just backs off. And you can see for the side of Made in Thailand, it's really simple in here. They want to be able to continuously have information of what Naos is going to do, because that's where they really excel in their composition as compared to Naos. We're going to try to maximize their utility in these aggressive hits. Now going in for that B-side hit. Remember, this is the buy round for Naos. They're gonna have to pull it off, and already they found that initial double kill, being able to shut them off and find the point. looks like a buy round turning successful soon for us.
He's way in. He's spotted one. He's
Hold
down.
on.
He's getting. And now it's looking that they can swing to the way of Made in Thailand. They're running back. They're setting it up for the post plant. The smoke covers it up, but they're just making use of the swarm grenade, which delays the spike being diffused further. But the smoke comes through. But look at the angle from Blurred. Does a lot of damage. Takes a huge bite on Beta.
One enemy remaining.
So much damn utility on the post plant for now, man. It's effectively, once they get the plant, it becomes much more like the defensive half for them. They get to play just comfortably in the back, play on their utility, which you could see in the first half they were very, very comfortable with. The gravity well, the nano swarms, the seas, all of them to deny that diffuse. It becomes near impossible for Made in Thailand unless they go for a fast retake. I don't think retakes are going to work against this particular Naos squad just because of the sheer utility they have.
Exactly. I mean, you see right now have a read that Made in Thailand might have a same utility contact setup, and that's the reason they're finding a way to immediately get in contact, go in for a fight. And Noir is looking forward to that, but knowing that it's going to be a fade, he knows there's going to be prowlers and other utilities coming first before the fade itself peaks.
And in that way, Lucifer, this round is really crucial because something we didn't get to see in the first half is that operator. Without a
Yes.
Jet chamber, no operator. But if Made in Thailand able to pick up this round, maybe Kadoom gets his hand on operator and suddenly the game does really change.
I was looking out for it in the first half, but the way Naos were in control, they felt the rifles are working out better. But also, they lost their economy in between, so no complaints there in terms of their opportunity might have been lost. But look at this. Made in Thailand, even though they got a couple of rounds, their economy has not been that great as we saw Naos on the first half. So Made in Thailand need to make a little bit of the changes. But looks to be a C hit coming in from Naos. One way coming in to make a check. Moyer looking forward to a jump peek. But there's another smoke to also follow up and close off C entirely. But Moyer, he's ready to jump in along with NDG, along with Garage also being taken control of. Unfortunately, the Omen was stuck backside, but does not matter. NDJ takes one, but PTC exchanges. PTC still surviving with the Stinger, picking up two huge ones. Alone Fills comes up huge, gets two. I think it was in the same line of fire. 1v1, and it's Alone Fills. How? If I could see his perspective, those two kills that Alone Fills picked up, that just changed the game.
Yeah, Alone Kills, especially with the resurgent performance across these last 6 to 8 rounds towards the latter end of the first half and the starting of this second, where he was struggling initially, stuck towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Now the top fragger for Made in Thailand, finding huge clutches for his team, and that round, again, for their economy, gonna be humongous because now you can see they've got the rifles through in Bulldogs and Vandals, and it's Alone Fills once again starting them off with a bang. Made in Thailand looking to continue on their momentum, getting aggressive. This is what I like to call a confidence round, Lucifer, where you're like, team, they don't have money, let's go get some confidence kills.
Exactly, and that's what Made in Thailand want. They want that morale boost. They want that confidence on their aim. They want that mechanical, I would say, fighting confidence immediately that they can jump in and take a fight, because that's what we have been seeing. Made in Thailand, as I was saying, they're not looking forward to more of their utility contact play. They're looking forward to the head-on fight, whereas Naos are looking very strategic. But this round is another round which can turn the tides, because Naos has 5 ultimates, whereas on the other end there are 2 ultimates, and one is going to be Beta, who's closer, and PTC also, who might be able to get his ultimate.
All 5 ultimates for now is set up, though. It's looking like it's going to be a blockbuster of a round here. It's going to be about how they do it. Again, going for that Garage to see split, showing a clear indication of what they're comfortable with. But this is a read that Made in Thailand, they understand very, very easily. But NDG gets caught off by the man, not able to get himself off the spike, sprayed down, and that's gonna hurt the retake for Made in Thailand for sure. But they've got the cabbages to be able to pull them off. We'll see. Moyer on the showstopper is what really scares me.
Well, look at this. The fade ultimate coming in. Seekers come out, but they have a crossfire ready. Moyer, this time I think this is the first time he might not. He does fight value. We have been so I would say kind of got accommodated to seeing Raze not getting any kills with her ultimate.
Yeah,
That
thanks,
Moyer is
Sabrosa, for
finding
that.
so much value.
I know, right? He's like the anti-Sabrosa.
Yeah.
Or like the anti-Hika for all SAS here.
Yeah, correct. SA fans.
And at this point, really, Boyer, every single time finding bloody value. Even though he gets swung, he finds value. It's really humongous for Naos because look, they use 4 ultimates in that round. If they lose that round, if he doesn't find value, it will be a devastating round for them. This time, setting up Moyer for success by getting him to push down a shot, but Kadum slaps him in the face with his kunai, finds the initial first blood from Made in Thailand instead.
Moya was not ready for that. You could see right in his crosshair placement. Nonetheless, they've been very quick to rotate. But that is being read from Beta, who has not changed his place at all. Trying to fight through, but I don't know what this Astra smoke is for them to slowly creep in. But look at the paranoia. It's timed perfect, but does not connect with NDJ. And that might give the advantage with Kadum with the rotate, along with PTC coming in. Kadum misses, finishes with all his blades, does not find anything. But Jay, he's coming back into the game, which we saw him in the first half. It's a 2v3 situation. The ultimate coming down from Made in Thailand to make sure that they get the entire side in their favor. And it gets destroyed. A brilliant fragment being utilized from Kakarot.
Kakarot left alone on this side with very little backup, but causing absolute havoc for the side of Made in Thailand. Shuts down the lockdown, finds a double kill, and might single-handedly help his team secure the round. He will most definitely do so. Gets the round, gets the match point. Kakarot comes up huge.
I mean, on the other end, when the Killjoy PTC was trying to fight, was super low. Kakarot did not connect, and when Kakarot itself fell low on health, that's when he connected and then goes on to connect with another one, while his teammate from Ceylon was ready for a duel to cover him up. Oh my god, we were talking about the individual players stepping up right before the match, but the individual players need to step up in these kind of situations, and now everybody is doing that in every round.
Team effort for Naos really coming up huge now. On match point, on the verge
no
of
econ
securing
with-
their first win.
This is going to be a tough one, CA.
Yeah.
But who knows, maybe with a couple of Spectres and the full buys Made in Thailand have, maybe they can pull it off. They have an ultimate here. Hopefully it works. Beta has still never found his value with the ultimate, even though that they're ready for it. Nows are ready for it. They know that From the Shadows can come in from any time, and most of the times when Beta has used it, he's just used it to kind of confuse Nows, and Nows were like, you're not going to be kind of throwing us wary of whatever you're trying to pull off.
They were expecting aggression in this round, but instead, no aggression shown up. They're going for the fake with the Cosmic Divide coming in. Moyer going in aggressively to the side, but look at the spike. The spike is all the way over towards the A side. All of Made in Thailand have set up the rotations. They've come in to see. They've got ready for the
30
retake.
seconds left.
They're going to be in for one hell of a bamboozle because they go for the retake and they be like, wait, what? There's no spike? Huh? What the?
They did clear 2 players out,
Planted.
but as you said, the spike has been planted now. It's a 3v4 situation, and they'll be like, wait, what? But look at Blur's position. PTC is expecting it, but there is Kakarot who already disarrayed him. But Blur is going to be good for one. He's looking to fight with Kadum, but Kadum is better for that. He deals a blow, gets it to a 2v3 situation here. A little bit of difficulty for Naos, but again, it's all about the battles and trades that they're able to do. One at short, one at long. They might be able to play this really well, but I'm not too sure about the stars. If there was a star, it could have helped out. Alone Phil's trying to push up NDJ. It's all about the timing. Fragment slows things down, but NDJ, 2 players in the line of fire, takes, and Kakarot finishes it off. And Naos get this victory against Made in Thailand. And that's an upset, CA. That's an upset.
I mean, at this point, do we even know who the favorites are? And I have to say, that's just the way I like it. Because really, we wanted to see every single team come up and perform to their very best, and Naos have done exactly that. Moyer, man, Moyer with what a damn performance. Made in Thailand are going to remember this race. That's for sure.
I agree. I mean, of all the setups and the agents that Naos have done throughout their journey, which we were seeing as well. This is something that none of us were expecting. Coming with Astra, coming with KO, coming in with the Fade. And Made in Thailand were, yes, surprised. They were not ready for it. And Naos, on the other end, had a very good read. Right? They knew how Made in Thailand likes to play, where they'll be hitting, and how they like to stick together. You pointed out in mid round as well that their coach Naos has worked really well with them. That they know if they're pushing in one site, whether it's C, B, or A, they're pushing together. So you don't have to kind of leave somebody hanging at C or B waiting for somebody to lurk. So, and there was no lurker at any point, CA, coming in from Made in Thailand. I think that gave Naos an upper hand, and also like being clear of their mind that there's nothing that they have to worry about, like somebody coming from B, going in for a late hit, making life difficult on the retake. You saw on retake they were never worried. They just stood there, waited for the opportunity, and jumped in when the spike got planted and the post plant was being readied from Made in Thailand.
And that's really one of the primary things. If when I think Made in Thailand go back to the drawing board, they're gonna look at and they're gonna think, guys, they never had an operator. Now,
Yeah.
I think we should have just gone for the double swing, just white peak them. That's what you're scared of doing when there is an operator. You're like, okay, maybe we can't white peak. We have to flash. We have to check. We have to go. But when they're playing that non-jet, non-chamber composition, very unlikely that they're going to pick up the operator. You can go in for the slightly riskier, slightly more aggressive plays, especially because that's what Made in Thailand are really good at. They're an aggressive team. They like to take control into their own hands. So, hey, you know what? Just the first match, they will be disappointed they're not getting the win, but I'm sure they'll go back to the drawing board and come back just as strong. But Naos, man, Naos coming in with that new composition. And really, new composition, not just for them, but also in terms of meta. Usually, when we see the raise fade, we see raise fade breach. But Kakarot on the KO telling you exactly why this agent is still extremely strong and one of my personal favorites on this particular map.
I mean, I've been playing initiators in the recent times itself, and especially KO, because you can do a lot with him, and you don't have to be in the forefront of the line of fire to fight out with opponents. It's just about how much you are able to help your teammates with the utility setups. But Kakarot was doing both. His assists as well as skills answered for that. But there's one more thing that I did see how Naos and Made in Thailand, what their playstyles differentiated. Naos were very confident in whatever they did. Even though they failed in a couple of duels, they did not worry about it. There was not even a flinch of worry that was kicking in. There was like, okay, maybe we did something wrong. On the other hand, Made in Thailand were always on the tippy toes, thinking about maybe this, maybe that, this can happen, there's somebody here, I think. And I think that's something that was running in the back of their mind, that Naos can do anything, because again, Made in Thailand were never prepared for this composition. But that's what we talked about. When we are going to be seeing a new tournament starting off, you have to be ready for something new. But let's quickly jump into the brilliant little power packed actions that happened, little snippet where we saw couple of successes, couple of fails coming through. This is where we talked about Jay biting too much, but then Moyer,
30 seconds.
his ultimate
Enemy remaining.
answered for us.
And really, I think the point you mentioned, right, which is the surefire nature of the way Naos approached this map as compared to the slightly shaky, almost, the swings with which Made in Thailand did. I think it really comes down to your draft, where when you look at it theoretically, Made in Thailand's composition, it's so much more flexible. It offers a lot more information, a lot more possibility. You can play fast executes with it, you can play defaults with it, but the issue here is that your meta and the position is not just about the theory of that composition, but more importantly about how easy or how hard it is to execute. For Naos, it was very simple. Hold your angles, play utility before body, and we will win. And that's exactly what they did. They picked up a simple, comfortable composition where they could just focus on a key fundamental of using their utility, and almost every single highlight here will show you how crucial that utility is.
Especially keeping the distance as well in between themselves, their utility, and the opponent who's rushing in. That gave them that space of comfort to keep fighting ahead. But again, in the start we did mention maybe a couple of players who did not step up from Made in Thailand. Maybe that's the reason they did not find the success. But eventually down the line, as numerous rounds happened, everybody stepped up from both the ends. But as we broke it down, it was Naos who were very comfortable and were ready for anything being thrown from Made in Thailand. And they were just getting rounds. Yes, Made in Thailand came a little bit closer, But if that happened a little bit earlier, maybe we could have seen a scoreline which would have been even more closer, double digits from both the ends. But again, they were able to successfully put down Kazoom numerous times from getting space, and that's what we talk about, right? The duelist, the main intention for the duelist is it's not more on the kills, but taking more of the space, pushing the players back, and I think Kadum, they were not letting him do that in so many instances.
And that's where, like, at the end of the day, even though now it started off extremely strong, extremely fast, the match really comes down to these crucial clutches, like the one we just saw from Kakarot on the screen, and this crucial double kill for NDG, right?
Yeah.
If these rounds don't go the way of Naos, I think we will most likely would have been looking at overtime come through on this matchup. But these players rising up to the occasion, helping their team rise up the charts, pick up that first win, and take top spot in the group for now.
I mean, who would have thought to start things off, especially with one team who everybody knew is going to be maybe having the chance to get that victory to start things off in the SEA Championship, and on the other end, who we thought, okay, they can bring something new, and definitely they did bring something new, and this changes the whole ball game, right? It might be between these two teams, but this does open our minds to what other teams can bring in, not only in Group B, but also what lies in Group A. And I'm pretty sure everybody here who is watching until now, they'll be right now awakened. No, wait, there's something that has happened that maybe we have to watch out for. That's what tournaments do. I think that's the best way to see what compositions can do. There is no set meta that can completely work in a map that you can, like, okay, even if I don't know my teammates, I'll just pick this meta, tell them also to play this agent, we'll get success. It never works. It's all about how you communicate with your team and how comfortable as an individual as well as in a team you function with the agents that you have.
And that's really what I love about Valorant right now.
Yes.
As compared to like 1 or 2 years back, it's not like you have to play this way, play this style. Every team is able to find their own meta, find their own comfort,
Exactly.
and it comes down to execution, practice, and synergy, which for this map now most definitely had the edge in, especially with Boyer. You can see in terms of first bloods, Kadum leads the chart more, like way more than anyone else in the match. But that was because Naos were very happy to play in the back, play on the back of their utility, and execute their game plan to perfection. And that's where you can see, right? 14 assists for Jay, 14 assists for Kakarot.
Exactly.
Ideal initiator players.
I mean, you do not kind of expect to see these kind of numbers even when you have initiators, controllers, and sentinels, but when it happens, you know they've done the major chunk of the job. But along with that, if they've stepped up for the kills, that just tells us that they've just been brilliant. On the other end, Made in Thailand, it was not a great start for them. Initially, they were still figuring out what works, especially as we said, they were thrown off guard. But then Kadum did step up a little bit. Beta, as well as Alone Fills, came in a little bit later, but I feel like Beta's plays were like put down. They were just getting suppressed. Any time that he wanted to do something, either with the shrouded step or from the shadows, Nows were making sure they just first clear that initial difficulty that they might have and then push through. And that's the reason I think Beta did not have a great time. And same goes for PTC as well as Congarad. We thought these two will be stepping up huge, but 11 and 10 kills, that's all we see. And the entire team is on a negative KD ratio.
In that regard, right, there's actually two particular agents I want to point out. Of course, like you mentioned, PTC on the Killjoy, very much an underwhelming match as compared to what we were expecting. But also the Fade subbing in for the Sova, while Alone Fills really stepped up. You didn't really see that race Fade impact the way Jay had with only 2 assists. But
exactly,
hey, that was just match 1 of which was an absolute banger. We've got 3 more to go, Lucifer. I can't imagine what they're going to be like.
I mean, I don't want anybody to be kind of thinking that, wait, Made in Thailand lost, this is the end. No, this is still the qualifiers, and all the teams right now fighting are in the round of robin format. So it'll all be decided on the overall points table at the end of the qualifiers, which will be most probably around the 12th of November, is when we are going to be seeing all the teams finishing off their qualification matches. Jumping into the schedule, as we did talk about the first match, now that has been done, we'll be jumping to the second match very soon, which is going to be South Built Esports versus Team NKT. Again, another banger coming in, but this is going to be from a different group, that is Group A.
Yeah, and I've had the privilege of scrimming against both these teams, and I have to say, NKT, man, are they the perfect definition of an enigma? Because On one hand, they will slap you, they will terrify you with their skill and aggression, but on the other hand, they are also able to swing downwards as compared to the more stable form of South build. But again, newer formats, newer teams will have to see which one comes up strong.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, these both teams have faced off against each other once, long time back. But again, this is a different time and this is a different tournament. They will have a tough, I would say, situation to fight against. But before we jump into the match itself, we'll be jumping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Be ready for South Build as well as NKT's action after a short break.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds. One enemy remaining. One down. 3. Last player standing. Found them. Bomb grenade out. One enemy. Last player standing. Dropped.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. My name is Sia and I'm joined by the one and only Lucifer on the desk as we bring you now the match two of the day one of this championship. The first match, absolute banger, Lucifer. Are you expecting the same for the second?
I am. Right now, I'm just like, as we said, right? We're excited to start the day off, to kick the day off, to see such a match being the first one. And now I'm just looking forward to what can happen. And this is the reason of all the things that you've written down in paper, and maybe you would have like put down your pick'ems thinking that this is the thing that can happen. You can actually throw it out the window because you have to be ready for something new, and that is what is happening. So I'm worried for every team. I'll not say that maybe I'm looking out for this team, but I'm worried for every team here in the SEA Championship.
Yeah, and in that regard, the second match that we've got coming up is going to be really interesting because, again, I think we've got a team with a clear edge in terms of experience, at least
Yes.
in the side of South Built Esports, who over the last year have played in the top tier in the APAC Challengers events as compared to Team NKT, who, while they don't have the experience, very much have the mechanical talent in players like QQ God.
Hmm.
So I really want to see, is it again a case of Naos versus made in Thailand, where a team with the better planning is the one is able to pull it off, or does experience in this case actually find the edge?
I mean, this is something that we can always be talking about, but we'll never know how it'll play out, right? Because experience, yes, you will have the idea about what a person can do and how it can be played out. But if that entire experience is thrown over to an entire different setup, which has come from the opponent, how much ever experience you have, by the time you break down it, if it's a best of three, you will have your chance. But if it's a best of one,
Yeah.
by the time you break it down, the map is done, you lost the match, and now you have to wait for the face off when it happens the next time. Let's jump into the versus screen where we'll be seeing both these teams and trying to figure out, as casters here on the desk, whether it's going to be South Belt or NKT. But for the viewers, you can be ready for the surprise of the map, the agent selection, and what they'll be bringing in terms of the action.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the veto as well because we got to see the map of Haven last time around in our first match. Now,
Mm-hmm.
in the matchup between South Built Esports and Team NKT, I'm curious which way they really lean towards. And in that regard, just to remind our viewers for the BO1s, the system is the Team A gets to ban two maps, Team B gets to ban two maps, then Team A gets to ban a map, and Team B, and that's where the remaining map is left over. One team gets the advantage of picking that remaining map, and one team gets the advantage of picking the side of that remaining map. So that's where, of course, the toss comes in and how teams are able to really pull it off. But talking about South Built Esports, one of the few teams who did almost no changes coming into this season. We see a squad that we've seen before with the stalwarts of players like Papichulo, Pro, and Ja. And I think really just a few minor changes coming in here, but those as well in players that they have played with before.
It's going to be interesting, as we said, right? There have been changes in every team that you'll be seeing here and there, but they've had their time, they've had their events that they've played, worked around on how the roster works right now. And it all depends how comfortable they are and the synergy and how
Yeah.
well they're prepared for the opponent. It's not about just how comfortable they get amongst themselves. This has worked out here in certain teams where they are comfortable and they don't care about the opponent in terms of what they can play, as long as they play their game and they're able to command that game to their opponent. And now it's NKT. If they are the ones who are going to be commanding and taking the charge of the driver's seat, just like we saw the previous matchup, or is it going to be them giving it away? And one person I'm pretty sure everybody will be looking out for is going to be QQ God.
Exactly. That QQ God really a player for me to keep my eyes on, and I think for the audience as well. A mechanical beast altogether, but we'll have to see, right? And
Hmm.
in that regard, I'm really curious to see whether Southbuilt Esports, given the fact that they've stayed together for the longest of times, like it's the exact same roster. The only change they had was their six-player micro, no longer a part of the roster. Coming in, they've stuck with a primary five as compared to last year when they had micro coming in for a few maps and switching through. They were using a full-on six-man roster. So really locking into the primary five here, and
Hmm.
we're going to see the veto come through. Fracture coming into play. I am very excited, Lucifer, because this is the new fracture with all of his
Oh
changes.
yes. I was up. We were talking about Harbour coming in, the PB environment for
Yeah.
the new buffs and nerfs coming through. But one thing I was looking out for in the back of my mind is the fracture, especially the newer patched fracture. I have played it. It got me even more excited because it feels a little more playable now. It feels a little more competitive now rather than the previous times. If somebody takes control of a site, it feels very tough, and you also are a little bit scared to take a fight to either go for a retake or immediately push into a site because you're not too sure what's happening, where they'll be stationing. Now you know which position to hold. So this new fracture coming in and South built starting off in defense, maybe they have a chance because we talk about fracture, right? The defense looks the easy part because there's only one position. They can run between A and B easily without worrying about it, but they have four different directions to worry about. And if the attack
Yeah.
decide to make it in such a way, because we have seen in fracture, that's one thing I really like CA in fracture is that you have five players, send four players in four different directions, you keep the entire defensive team on tippy toes, and then you decide to hit with all forces in one side, and they're like, oh no, there's a player here, there's a player here. They're just randomly calling out everybody, and the defense is just shattered at that point.
Yeah, and that's where the team really needs to adapt, realize, hey, these guys are all spread out. You know what? Let's just group up and press W on one of these players. Let's put them in a state of terror. We're like, bro, they're all rushing me. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
And come out strong. But talking about the map itself, right? Fracture, the recent changes, especially towards the drop area, are what come to
Yes.
focus for me. It's so damn easy to take drop with just one breach
Hmm.
stun now, and it's really going to affect how attacking teams look at their defaults, because where before we used to see drop usually neglected because of its the nature of the way it was set up, the RNG
Hmm.
nature. Now we're going to see a lot of teams prioritizing drop. It's a free ult op that you
Yes.
get to pick up and direct access to the site on the basis of one utility. And in terms of that, I want to see what compositions we're going to see in play. Maybe a harbor here or there. Nope, never mind.
I think again Harbour it'll take some time. I think people
Yeah.
will risk it when we go to the best of threes. In best of one, they're going to leaving it there. But yes, breach is something that you would have to see, and you see it from both
Ooh.
the ends. Brimstone as well. But there's going to be a change in the duelist. There's going to be a neon against Rays coming in from XEZ, and Aziz will be picking up the neon for South build. So interesting choices coming in, but I don't think we were kind of surprised by it. But there's one thing I was kind of looking forward to, maybe a fade or another initiator itself, but it's going to be KO coming through from Papichilo, so that's going to be interesting against the fade.
Yeah, very much a standard composition coming in here for South Built Esports. The meta composition pioneered, of course, by Optic, but from the side of NKT, you with respect to the way the map is set up now, Fade is really, really good after the recent changes. The number of recon lineups that you have, the ability, for example, to take a drop with a singular prowler, Fade's value on this map has really increased as a whole. And when we talk about Fade, a natural combo, of course, is that Agent of Rays, something we got to see in our first map in the combination of Moyer. Now we're going to have to see how NKT utilize this and how they're able to really function, considering they're starting on the attacking side without that pace of the neon, without the ability to just blisteringly get onto site and deny them. How do they function? We'll have to see.
Exactly, 3 seconds on the clock, and you can see a ghost heavy lean coming in from South Built Esports, but also the dish being contested. He was not ready for the peak. Aziz picks quick one, and they're pushing, they're not backing off, looking for the second, gets punished, and make it two. Oh, that was not good after getting the initial control, but still A main, it has not been lost. Two players are holding it, Flippy as well as Ja, but Ja gets one, and now La is in a difficult spot, but he TPs to side, but Flippy and Ja playing brilliantly, and unfortunately Ja reload.
I think I think NKT are going to be extremely perplexed because they're going to be thinking, bro, these guys push drop, but they also had two players sitting
Yeah.
inside above, and they're like, how? This is where like NKT are gonna be okay. This team very much has a plan. They have an idea to approach it, and immediately you can see now that drop aggression has changed. It's more of a conditioning setup where they're going to go back to the standard default that we've seen with this composition all throughout, where the neon breach control aim in, the KO playing towards that tower with the help of the brimstone.
Take
You
this.
see, the attackers on the other hand, Lucifer, on their eco, just hunting for hull tops, likely waiting for some aggression, trying to get a weapon on their hands.
If they get a free weapon, maybe they can do something. Because again, it's Fracture. QQ God again with his Headhunter, looking forward to crispy shots. Flippy this time at B. QQ God, he's not going to be the one connecting. It's going to be Flippy on the other end. A brilliant dink.
Out of here.
Oh! No ult top for you, says Flippy. Shuts him down after that initial damage, and so far, so stable for the side of South Built Esports, and I think for them, really considering the strength of their group, where you've got the likes of Bleed in this group, you want to get off to a strong start, right? So it's all about, for South Built Esports in this match, it's not just about getting the win, it's all about getting a stable, consistent win. They're gonna have to feel that they come off this map feeling very comfortable and are able to go into the rest of their group, which is looking like the group of death.
One enemy
Papi
remaining.
Shilo and Ja. They're just cleaning things up. Laz did get one to just like suffice himself from the hurt from this anti-eco round, but it's okay. Again, it's still the start, right? See, there's a lot to work on, and they'll be now coming on a full buy, which might work for them. But you can see how South Build changed their entire playstyle from round 1, round 2, and now to round 3. They're just making sure that NKT never get a proper read of it, and especially in the previous round they'd already pushed towards the attacker spawn, taking so much of map space and control for themselves that South Build, they knew it's going to be a B hit nowhere else.
Exactly. Now the bonus round for South Built Esports, they only lost a singular weapon, so very much looking to damage the economy here. And for a second, not having that weapon I thought was going to be costly for the Chamber. Yeah, but instead he's able to TP out. QQ God though finds the peak. The instant trade for Pro is much more valuable for South Build. XZ though finds Pro, takes him down, and now is going to look to set up the execute for NKT.
Still one play, they have to be worried about Aziz. Regard and Aziz, along with Laz, they make sure they clean up and get control of A. And now it's going to be an easy plant, but Flippy is right behind the smoke. He can try to spam, but unfortunately, has just a Spectre. He has a Molly in case he wants to use it early, but he's waiting for Papi Chulo if there is any chance for success. But looking at the positioning that they're playing, Drop is a little bit weak, but Zaute is making sure he keeps a guard on that.
Enemy remaining.
He still gets punished.
1v3 though. Papi Chulo in his lonesome has picked up lone Vandal, but not able to do much damage with it. Ryguard takes him out, and that's a casual buy round picked up for NKT. South Build, they won't be too perturbed by it, of course. Now they're going to be able to pick up their own rifles, get their own buy round through, and this is where the real action starts in terms of whose economy gets damaged, who's able to get that early operator. Because in contrast to our first match with the Chambers coming in over here in Ja and QQ God, the operators are going to be a huge focus of this map. So South Built, they're going to want to win this round so they can set up their economy, get Ja on that operator ASAP. And in that regard, slight change in their defensive setups. You've got a heavier presence towards a main for South Built Esports in Ja and Aziz.
This is going to be tough to contest. They might be able to clear off Aziz, but look at the position that's been held from Ja. Ooh, XZ is still good for taking down Aziz. Quick read, and you saw Ja had to give them space. He did not have anybody to bait information on, right? But look at how NKT are playing. They did not immediately push up. They knew there'll be somebody looking for them to trade from a different positioning, and they're playing slow, waiting to see if there's any pushes.
Yeah, a slight error almost, I would say, from South Built. It was a nice bait setup that they had planned, but Aziz a little too eager on it, giving his life going away meant that there was no way they could have set it up, and XZ pulling off that crucial first blood, pulling now all the rotations of South Built, allowed them to go for the rotation, get B site all for themselves. 5-man strong, ready for the retake, but not for too long as Flippy finds a crucial one onto XZ.
Okay, Papi Chulo missing it. But Ja, he finds one. I'm not too sure what's going to happen under, but on top it looks like SBR coming back into action. Ja, he's going to be finding Rhaegar in the smokes itself, and now they have sight. They are looking forward to the defuse because on site there is nobody from NKT, but it's planted out in the open, direct line of sight from main that they can spam it. They do delay it. Oh wait, Laz and Jate are going to capitalize. I thought the delay is the only thing that they'll be able to do with the aftershock, but they did also convert the round.
Yeah, beautifully done. They had a flash available as well. With the recon coming through, really, South Built stood no chance. NKT, they are able to convert the round as well as bring their key ultimates online. The Nightfall as well as the Rolling Thunder ready. Unlikely they're going to use it this round, considering that it is going to be an economy for the side of South Built Esports. But coming into the next buy round, it will be crucial because now NKT are building up their eco. NKT are looking strong in terms of the credits as compared to South Built. And the more you delay for the defense, the better your attack.
But look at this. What? Still an exchange. Back to a 4v4 situation, but havoc being created at B. Thankfully, the smoke coming in from South Build gives an advantage for NKT to walk up arcade. Oh, I'm worried right now. But the Nightfall gets used. Does tag a player, but Aziz does not matter. He still finds one. And look at the positionings! Ouch! They're getting smacked right on the head as they're trying to walk through arcade.
One enemy remaining.
It's just extremely confusing gameplay right now from NKT. I don't think you should play slow ever against an eco round with top tier players the way South Built Esports have. You don't want to give them the opportunity to find 1v1s with that Sheriff. Just press W or play it safe and look for the late execute in the round is usually the easiest way to guarantee an eco. But instead, a Thrifty pulled up, huge for South Built. They play that round perfectly, starting it off with Papichulo, the flank coming in from Ja. And again, that drop area is so crucial, man, because you can see continuously it is being a point of importance where sometimes the aggression comes through, sometimes the flank. So we're going to have to see how NKT really adapts. Because for now, they've just left QQ God towards the other side of the map, telling him to mark drop coming late, planning a late split most likely.
All line was good, it only connects on Aziz, but look at Ja's positioning. Brilliant flash and the paint shell coming through, which pushes both the players off A main. But still, they have a heavy control and crossfire setup. QQ God gives away his position, but a read. He knew somebody will be there. The ultimate coming in, Rolling Thunder, pushes players off, but Pro is there to cover them. And I think that's something to watch out for. Pro does find one, but XZ finds two. Flippy comes in from ropes, and now he's trying to take control of it, but they are already in sight. They have to just get the spike down, and as they're getting it, the molly goes through.
Spike planted.
And 3v2 in the favor of Team NKT, and with the showstopper available, especially with the knife gone now, the showstopper becomes so much more valuable because there's no way Papichulo can deny it. Bringing it out now, looking for Papichulo. Not able to find him, but displaces him enough for Last to find the 1v1, and that's now another Thrifty picked up, this time for the side of Team NKT, as this match is neck to neck. These teams are wolves at each other's throats, refusing to give up ground, refusing to give up momentum, and making sure they stay even Stevens all the way through.
It's so different from what we just previously watched and this, right? Where we were talking about momentum. Here, it's all about who gets one round. And it's just going back and forth. 3-3. And finally, we maybe end up seeing an equally contested fight here. Both the teams having full buy. I mean, Ja, not a weapon, but at least he'll be getting his ultimate, right? Which is going to be an overpowered operator. So I think fighting with a 2v4 is in itself an advantage.
Honestly, I feel like if you ask Chamber mains, would you rather have a weapon every round or the tour de force every round? They'd probably
They're always
choose
going
the
to say
tour de
2v4s.
Yeah, exactly. So he doesn't have a weapon because he has an overpowered rifle or an overpowered sniper in his hands. So we'll have to see how he's able to pull it off. Because remember, now after the last changes to Chamber, that's an 8-point ultimate. You want to be able to find value off of it. But again, NKT focus around this A main area. The aggression though comes in from South Build. The Neon ultimate pulled off in combination with the Rolling Thunder, but NKT, they back off in time and they deny it.
The smoke was just too good. It denies him vision and they're able to eliminate a player out of it. Aziz is out, but Pro still trying to fight, keep aim in control because he's the only one. As is KO, he's backed off. Brilliant flash comes through, but no value being found. The 0 point gets to know the position of the chamber, but they're also hearing the sounds coming through. Papichulo will be able to deny them from entering, but QQ God is too good at this point. Gets 3. And now it's all up to the last two surviving players on one. It's going to be an overpowered operator. That's his ultimate. And it's going to be Flippy on the ropes. Finds one always when he comes at rope. He's always finding one at least.
thing is, South Built had the right read in which NKT like to keep up when they show presence and they went for the aggressive play, but NKT responding, adapting really well, and now in a 4v2 on the post plot looking damn comfortable.
Last player standing.
They tore their first, not able to find much value, and now the Sam player shut down Ja. He finds at least one kill, but that's all it's going to be. The lead of the scoreline now taken by Team NKT as they are starting to look extremely strong in this particular map. And of course, in perfect timing comes out that tactical timeout. And that regard, Lucifer, I have to ask you, right? Like, our biggest question for Team NKT was, how are they going to circumvent the lack of aggression the Neon brings to the table? And so far it's been in regards to the fact that they're working together as a unit, going for coordinated pushes. So I wonder, is the best way for South Build to respond to again go for that aggression, or rather look for crossfires where they can punish those walk-ins that NKT are liking to do?
While we were seeing both these teams trying to fight out hold or get area control, both of them had the similar, I would say, play style. NKT were waiting for somebody, SBE were waiting for somebody. But what happened was NKT were better and they were waiting for the right opportunity. Even though they were using their utilities, they were not immediately quick to react on it. They're like, okay, we've used one, we'll wait, we'll look forward to hearing something. If not, then we'll use another and then move ahead. And that's what they were doing, or they were not using it, which would throw South Built a little bit off guard. But on your question, I would say that South Build, I think they need to get that aggression in, especially having that Neon. They were always looking forward to the bait, but NKT were prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly. South Built, they're doing the aggression on the contact of NKT, and NKT, that is definitely not wrong from South Built, I would say. It's very much a standard play, but NKT, they're expecting it. They're waiting for the aggression after they show their initial contact. So it's really becoming about that mind game so far. And hey, like you called it, we're seeing that aggression from South Built towards the arcade area. But QQ God, respectfully, he says, nah, I'm not going to take the risk after the last Thrifty. I'm peacing out, guys. I'm going to go to my team.
Yeah, they don't want to lose another Thrifty. I mean, we cannot say at what point the momentum completely snowballs, right? So you don't want to give out any opportunity. Pro holding, hearing all the sounds, but Ja good in sand control, takes one, but immediate on the exchange. Smoke to cover and help them out, but players are there from drop as well from South Build to keep control of things. Flippy does get one, Aziz and Papichulo capitalizing, and now it's all up to the last player surviving, QQ God. And they don't even have the spike. It's in control of South Build. Flippy? He's too good at ropes and sand, Flippy.
Oh my god.
Another Thrifty.
Another Thrifty, like you called it, pulled off a South Built, and this time a very different Thrifty as compared to the one we first saw, where I think the timeout for South Built, the key thing they talked about is, guys, this team of NKT, they're working together as a unit, and that's helping them a lot when we go for mid-round aggression. But what it does mean is that they're leaving a lot of area on the map uncovered, left for us to take control. So they go for the walk-in of arcade. They're able to get the push all the way to drop, which allows them to get the site hold. Again, taking area control down B main this time, they're able to ensure that they can shut down and force all of NKT down a tiny funnel with the drop aggression as well. NKT, they're just going to have to look to shut down one of these particular angles and look for the lurk on the other.
I mean, look at what had just happened. They had a thought about pushing B arcade, but because QQ got stuck towards Dish, they had to send somebody to bail him out. And now they've kind of wasted a little bit of time. I understand it's still too early, they have a lot of time, but whatever stat they wanted to make, that's just gone now. Nightfall goes out to side, but it does not connect with anybody. But look at Ja holding the angle from long, along with his teammate, and this is the op that we were talking about. As soon as this comes out and starts finding value, makes life difficult. But they've found Flippy, which was very crucial, and XZZ just walks up, finds another, the op is down. Papichulo trying to somehow recover things, but look at the spike.
Weren't expecting XZ there. He finds another, but Papichulo shuts him down. But like you said, the spike has already made it all the way to A. He did his job. He is able to do damage as well as buy the time for NKT to get the spike. And at this point, it's not even going to be a retake attempted for South Built, most likely. They have to save the operator.
It's a heavy investment coming through. And Aziz is the one who's holding it up. Takes on QQ God. But look at this. They are looking forward to hunting that op down, trying to take it out. But they also know that their economy is not that great, so they cannot keep going in for a fight. And they're losing a couple of weapons here and there. And finally, I think they will be deciding to just hold it off, let the spike go boom, and then figure out what to do further. But look at this. Nobody is losing their morale or confidence, even though a thrifty goes away from their hand, right? So I think it is looking good, and a very highly contested match coming in from both these teams. Such a spectacular showdown here on Fracture, where we thought maybe it can be the attackers running from 4 different angles and maybe South Build will not be ready for it, but it's happening back and forth. The op will be saved, given back to Ja.
And I really liked the initial macro from South Build there, where they probably noticed that Laz has the Nightfall available, decided to give up the site and maintain B main control to allow for an easy retake. But in that position, Ja getting a little too over eager, nobody covering his site, because Papi Chulo watching the flank coming in from under the B site itself. So just gonna have to make sure these small things are not going against them, because it's really these tiny things that are deciding the way this round goes. And talking about tiny things, the double push from the side of South Build, but they go one by one. They allow QQ God to get 1v1s, and this is why we highlighted this player. You give him 1v1s, he's gonna slap you in the face.
And now he has the side, and look at him, he's pushing up Ja. He has the op scoped in, but still is good. 1 HP, 3k! And he's looking forward to another one. Pro is not even using his flash. He walks in with a 4th. He's on an ace. He's looking forward to it, but he was hiding behind the boxes. Misses his ace, but nonetheless a 4k being pulled from a solo person who was just standing at arcade.
I don't know if Black and Blue is watching this game, but he's not going to be happy with the way South Build are peeking one by one in solo pushes. You either want to maintain the crossfire and not peek at all, or you just want to go for the double swing, call the Marco Polo, call the 3-2-1 swing, and just go for it together. Give QQ God the opportunity to find those 1v1s, and he will punish. Brings down Hellfire on South Build Esports, and really puts down the reign of terror in their minds. Now getting his hands on the operator that was Jaws so far. QQ God will look to just continue his reign of terror and just find pick after pick after pick.
South Build will be upset.
There we go. There we go.
He gave up in free op, and QQ God, he's just not like punishing them with the vandal he had previously. Now he's picked up their very own op, and he's just denying them anything. Pro, he's coming back, but previously he did not use his utility. He went for a fight and got punished, but this time will he be using it? QQ God making a lot of noise, and again a duel being lost. All these 1-1 duels being lost continuously. I'm worried, and this time he's not even 1 HP here, CA.
Spike planted.
I mean, you called it in the sense that when you said these teams, they're not losing their mental. NKT, despite losing 2 thrifties, they didn't lose their mental. But South Build, they're going for these dry peaks despite having full utility. You have to wonder, is it a sign of desperation, or is it just small mistakes that they can correct? South Build though going for the retake. The Orbiter strike. Flippy finds XZE, but Laz with the instant trade. Aziz though, he's going for the full defuse. Will only get half of it as the C's aftershock combo comes down to take him out. But half done. Molly to deny for much more. Papi Chulo not left with a chance whatsoever. NKT covering every single stop. They had a player coming in from Sand for the push-in. They had the push-in, of course, from Main with the utility. They are looking absolutely phenomenal on this attacking side. And again, I really have to point out that our first 2 matches have all been about innovation in this meta, where we rarely used to see Raze, Breach, Fade compositions on Fracture. NKT pulling it out, finding their comfort with it, and finding a lot of value.
I agree with you. This is just looking so good, and when you kind of are thrown into an offbeat composition, you're trying to still figure out what they're trying to do. But NKT playing together, and especially the use of their utility, is always finding value. This time they're looking forward to hitting B, but the Chaos Knife denies them from doing it because a lot of their players get spotted out. On the other hand, they've left QQ God to do what his mind says, right? They've just let him free roam everywhere and anywhere that he wants to pick up a duel. On the other hand, everybody else playing together. This time Ja on the op is at A. Easy picking for him on XZZ. Now it's going to be tough, but on the other end, QQ God gets spotted, misses his shot, but still connects. What? Two players misses their opportunity, and QQ God now he'll be looking forward to punishing a lot of them, but QQ God wastes a lot of his bullets on that 2d force.
Spike down B.
Null command popped as Southbill tried to hold down sight, but Laz not only takes down Flippy, he finds Papi Chulo as well. The null command taken out of the equation. It will be the plant coming through for NKT, and in this 3v2 situation, scratch that, make that a 3v1 situation as the chamber diff comes through. Aziz with an impossible task at hand. His position's known.
And
He's caught by the seas, he's decayed. Can Aziz pull off the impossible, Lucifer?
It's tough. There are two ults. And the last bullet from QQ God strikes. Look at him!
Switching sides.
I mean, I wouldn't even have a hand if there was a situation that I could have done like QQ God. It's true. I'm pretty sure his wrist right now. I'm pretty sure he's going to get an ice pack after the match and it's just laid down, leave his hand.
Sam, we are on the exact same mental wave, you know. I was just about to say that. Like, you got me thinking, hey, most players need a hand warmer, I need a hand colder because my hand is on fire, man.
Oh, that was an insane play coming in from NKT, and that's how they closed the first half. South build on a deficit and now have to get back, and that needs to be done from their pistols. But there's one thing, I mean, not a lot of players we see who lay their monitor down kind of in the ground, which we're seeing from Ja, almost like horizontal, which I do like. I did see another player, not Ja, I forgot the player's name, but I was like, this is a nice way to play, but I would pretty sure when I'm keeping my monitor straight, I'm unable to function. How would I function when it's laid down flat?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it's it takes getting yourself into the game to a whole nother level, right? Literally diving deep into the monitor. But hey, I have to say, NKT off to a blistering start with this first half. It was looking close. It went all the way down to 4-4.
Yes.
But NKT, after a thrifty, no less, able to find a huge swing in terms of momentum and close out the half 8-4. Now they go on to their defensive half, where you have to believe that this race fate gets that much more deadly in terms of the fact that the stopping power of this race fate composition is that much stronger. But at the same time, the Neon really gets to free her wings. She gets to spread her hands and really go for the aggressive plays the way she likes it. So we'll have to see Southbuild. Can they pull it back? They need this pistol.
Oh, the Prowler gobbles but pushes Laz as well, and the smoke Laz does not get any vision. They have sand control, still need to enter the site. The smoke's denying any kind of vision here for NKT. Finally getting into sight. Spike will be planted, and now it's time for a retake. But will there be an aggression or will they go for a post plant? But look at Papichulo's position with the crossfire being set up. Fails. QQ God and the fall line strikes. Papichulo good for one. Immediate exchange coming through, but Aziz's position is brilliant towards top. He's closed himself with the pocket, but XCZ is good. But look at this. It's back to a 2v2 situation with the exchanges coming in. Aziz is going to be very crucial. Functions very well. And Rhaegar, he's caught and known the positions, but it does not matter. This is why we say you need to talk to your teammates, reposition them quickly after getting one after another, and that's what happened from the side of South Build. They were quick and ready to immediately jump on another target, and they took down players.
Yeah, exactly. 8-5 now, as that crucial pistol picked up for South Build Esports will give them a moment of respite, a breath really they can take, as they will be able to now go on to the anti-eco. A couple of Bulldogs pulled up, a couple of Spectres, and I hope this is not. There we go. I was like, please don't let the Neon be the one not buying. That would not work. But it is the Neon who takes the Spectre off of Flippy's hands and saves. So really enabling your duelist, you know, buying for him, giving him the Spectre. We're like, next round I'll take the Spectre and you can have my Wandy.
Look at this shorty trap, but it was a risky move all towards B. A is completely open, and I don't think they're going to be having a tough fight here. NKT will be just walking to the deathbed as soon as the spike gets planted.
It's going to be a simple enough take of the A side for the side of South Build Esports, and likely a simple enough post plant. really comes down to now how much damage NKT is able to cause, whether they're able to prevent a bonus round by taking more than 2 weapons, or whether South Built get that free bonus going into the next round, set up their economy beautifully for maybe even an attacking operator for Ja. Papi Chulo, who starts us off and will likely finish us off as well, finds that 3k, flipping with another, leaving just 1 man down for South Built, and QQ God in no position to take any further. Should be a simple bonus for South Built going into the next.
Yeah, but I'm still trying to understand what QQ God is trying to do. Maybe he does not want to give up any of his like kill, and he's just trying to go down to the spike, or maybe even trying to find somebody who's there. But yeah, he's going to be going down to the spike, getting back his eco next round, and it's going to be a full buy. Now South Built, this was very crucial here, CA. Pistol, if they wouldn't have gotten it, NKT would have jumped to the double digits, and from there on it would have made their journey a little bit more easier. And if the pistol did not roll through, I feel like maybe South Built would have forced the second round, right? Which generally is seen from the attacking side. But right now, it's going to be a full buy opportunity here for NKT. But just like we saw QQ God picking up the operator from South Built, right, when they were on attack, now it's on defense. So if this round is not taken away from them, NKT will get the economy and then immediately get that op for QQ God.
That bonus on 9 Aziz with the walk-in on Arcade catches QQ God. Again, remember, this is the bonus for South Built. So if they win this round, they demolish the economy for NKT, and they most certainly are in the right foot to be able to do that. Aziz got the entry and a 2k, and his team able to follow through with the plan, and a couple picked up for themselves. These rounds are going through in a blistering pace by the side of South Built. The minute they get contact, Lucifer, they just walk out.
Exactly. I mean, this round was like, it just started. It was less than 20 seconds and everything fell apart for NKT. Maybe they thought the bonus SB might play a little bit slow, but South Built said we're not going to be giving any opportunity or chance in terms of the momentum going away from our hands, and that's what they're doing right now. They're just running through NKT, and NKT, I hope they kind of put a stop to it. Otherwise, they will equalize, and then South Built might also find a way to close Fracture.
Exactly. 8-7 on the board. You might as well call it an even Steven scoreline with the eco coming through for NKT, but you can't call it just yet because we've seen a hell of a lot of thrifties in the first half.
It's going to be a tough one to see if there's another thrifty coming in. South Built's thrifties were better in terms of how they positioned and how they fought. I'm not too sure about NKT's on the defensive end, because there was only one thrifty that NKT pulled off in their attacking half. Now the positioning is going to be heavily towards sand if there's going to be somebody pushing up, Jaute as well as XZE. But on the other end, it looks to be just a main push coming through while they keep an eye on the trapdoor.
The walk-in for South Built right now as they look for the push into sight, but without giving any information or contact till they reach the very extremes. Now with the wall set up, they go in for the aggressive push, changing the tempo ever so beautifully. It's Aziz who finds the first blood once again. The Filipina agent of Neon coming up huge for this Filipino team as South Built, they rally back strong. NKT now just looking for some damage, looking for some weapons, and they will find one. Let's see how much more.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, through the smoke, Jaute goes down. There's a weapon that was recovered from QQ God, but it's going to be tough for him to fight it out as Aziz is holding the trapdoor, and that's going to be an even Steven scoreline, as you said, see rightly. We might as well call it. And this is what I was worried. NKT have not shown us a lot of thrifties compared to South Built, but now finally, which we were worried about, QQ God saves up and buys that operator. Still is going to be a half shield on him, but I hope finds value this time rather than letting South Built walk up on his face.
Exactly, man, and it's really, this is the pace of the Neon we were talking about. But South Built, they're adding their own flair to it, where they're not necessarily playing only aggressively. They're changing it every single round. Last round, they looked for the walk-ins. This round, they go in for the aggressive push with the flash setting up. The operator of QQ got taken down, Lucifer.
QQ God hasn't found anything in the second half switch up. Nothing. He just stood on the top of his team's charts and is just stuck there in this defensive half. I'm worried right now for NKT. ultimate push to Sang. There are two players stuck. Rhaegar finds one, but that's all. Ja right now acting like how QQ got. Was Aziz pushes up to defend his spawn, but Last punishes two in a quick exchange. In a 1v2 right now, has the ultimate, but if there's a post plant which is looking more than likely, this is a done round. The orbital strike will do the job if Laz is unable to get both.
Imagine 2v1 situation. Has got one Prowler for himself to get some info. But the Seas doesn't give him any. The orbital strike available for Southbury Esports comes through, and that will push Laz away. Flippy coming in as soon as he hears Laz jumping out of the orbital strike to finish off the job, to put the nails in the coffins as Southbury Esports look to do the same. From 4-8 down, a 5-round win streak as Southbury Esports grab the control of this match. They've taken the driver's seat. They've made sure that the horse is very much in their control. And in this attacking half, Southbury Esports, they are not going to be denied.
I agree. We were talking about the momentum, right? The pace that we were missing from South Build on the defensive half. They're just making it happen here on the Neon, and this is what we were expecting. Having a Neon on the team, you can just keep pushing through and the opponent will try to push back, because when the Neon is pushing up, there's utilities also being followed up, which makes life even more difficult, and that's what NKT right now are worried. And you can see, right, nobody from NKT is playing aggro at any position. They played a couple of rounds, got punished for it, and now they're just trying to hold angles. Look forward to if there is anybody coming in from any positions in any direction.
Bring them down.
I'm sure South Build right now, they're echoing a very fun voice line that I remember from Neon. They remind themselves, Halikana, you gotta keep going on, you gotta keep pushing forward. They're doing exactly that. First blood picked up once again, Lucifer, and like you mentioned, that pace, they found it in this half. That momentum, they found it in this half. That comfort, they found it. And that experience that we talked about in the pre-match lobby, it's coming up huge for them now, because once they get that momentum, it feels like they're unstoppable.
It's all about the confidence kicking in, and that's what is happening. And look at this. Rhaegar brilliantly placed Molly. Gets hit with the ultimate. Yes, delays a little bit, but Aziz, does he even worry with the Neon? He can anytime push up, and that's what he did.
What a big difference it has been. It really does feel like Aziz quite literally has become a beast unchained. Allowed to free himself, spread his wings on this attacking side. He has become a monster, a thorn in the side of NKT. And they've become speechless at this point. Like a team that was smiles with QQ God, showing that he was on fire, has since then gone cold. The pace, the speed, the energy of Aziz has completely diffused NKT and left them cold and stuttering and wondering, what the heck do we do? Well, they've got a minute to figure it out.
Yeah. A crucial timeout being called at the right time to discuss what they can do better, because any position that they wanted to go CA, they were like, should we put a man here? Maybe they're pushing the other direction. They were asking a lot of questions. It felt like when they were trying to hold the angles here in the defense. So I feel like giving space very early on is what NKT is doing in any direction you talk about. When they lost those duels, when QQ got fell twice, they are, you see, there's nobody at B main, there's nobody holding arcade. In even A, there were 3 players, but all the 3 players were on site. They eventually went to drop later after the timer was like crossed a minute mark, but I think they should do it beforehand, hold an angle, and then the other 2 players are there to kind of exchange the blow, which has not happened. So I hope NKT figured it out that SBA are the ones who are controlling and commanding the game right now, especially being on the attack. If they're able to put a stop to it or isolate Aziz from his team, maybe there can be something different that NKT can show up here in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, beautifully said. And I think really the biggest difference from the first half is NKT were thriving playing a reactionary play style, which they don't get to do anymore because the simple pace with which Aziz is getting onto site is not giving them the ability to react. So I like to also see them start gambling a little bit, going for heavy setups on one side, playing the retake on the other, because they have got that extra utility from the Fade to get the info, to be able to aggress and get the flank to enable their retake altogether. And they are somewhat doing that in this round, going for that drop push with the Brimstone and the Raze, while the Chamber left on his lonesome to hold down this B site. Can QQ God finally get himself back online? I have to say.
Very crucial. Look at how they've cleared everything, tunnel, making sure there are no difficulties or weak spots left, but the arcade. That's something that they have to be worried about. And yes, there is a trademark. The ultimate coming in from tunnel, immediately jumping into side. Ja will be looking forward to clear it. Aziz comes in, they see there's nobody. Because what happened? QQ got it back to his team's base.
They smoked the trap. NKT, they smoked the trap. They're going to go in for the flank from the arcade. Rygaard, he finds Pro. And South Built Esports, they're going to be extremely
Ja
surprised.
heard it.
This is the moment for the retake, because all of the focus of South Built right now towards this arcade area as the orbital strike comes down to deny tower. But Papi Chulo, he gets a crucial 2k coming in from the Sewell. QQ God, though, he will find a 2k for himself as NKT finally look to bounce back. Ja left on his lonesome for this crucial round, and QQ God will be able to find the defuse as Laz pulls down his back. Huge flank, and this is exactly what we were talking about, Lucifer. Like you mentioned, they need to get a little more proactive. That flank pays off.
I was a little bit worried. I did not like the Raze and Brimstone combo. As you were talking about it, right? Raze and Fate would have been the ideal composition, but Brimstone risking so much. I mean, it did actually fail, but QQ God along with Laz, both of them stepped up while they were pushing up kitchen. I think that's what worked out really well. So where they were failing, there was somebody to pick up a little bit of the control, and that was a very crucial round, especially for NKT. If they lost that, though, the momentum would have gone.
If they didn't have the Brimstone, they wouldn't have been able to smoke the trap.
True, exactly.
It works out for
something.
The best, already, man, Ja with the Tour de Force, he's got the first blood.
Flash out.
NKT is going to be tough. Now they're again on a disadvantage because they've lost QQ God. He was very crucial in the previous round. A good position being held from the Brimstone, but it's not going to be enough. Laz, again, we talked about this proactive plays. He's done it. He's creeped close outside B main. It's going to be tough for them to figure out that somebody's crawled next to the boxes. Laz needs to wait for the opportunity. Gets one, but Flippy... It should have been Flippy first to fall. It went other way around.
Yo, Ja's gonna be cursing. You'll be like, bro, I was not supposed to die there, but hey, I'll take one for the team as Flippy is most definitely making value for his life. The showstopper pulled off by XZE, but gets instantly shut down by Papi Chulo. Oh no, that's gonna be a devastating loss, a key ultimate taken away as well as the round.
It's all up to one player, and he knows the team does not have the eco. He might think of saving here. He's trying to flush the player who's on the spike. He sees the cross, but there's another guy on the tower. Papi Chulo with the plate does make sure he suppresses all the utilities that Rayguard might have and push up with. Pro back to this place, and now fault line. I'm not too sure of the flashes, but a Rayguard is just buying as much time as possible, but eventually gets put down, loses the weapon, and now South Built still in the driving seat. Even though there was a round which was taken back, you have to understand in the second half it was the only round that was taken from NKT.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, South Built Esports, despite that hiccup in the first round after the timeout, they look like they're back in control. NKT's economy, it's broken, Lucifer. You're gonna see a couple of Vandals with light shields, a Spectre with light shield, and just for Rygaard, they're effectively going for the one and done. They lose this round, it's GGWP for the match.
The one thing that really well has been read for the duel here, out of which Aziz capitalizes too. The flash is going to be good, but they still dodge. QQ got trying to help, but he's only good for one, and that was all the way because he pushed up from B main. But right now, look at this, the teleport! Ouch, that's gotta hurt. He tried to back off, TP'd close to his base and gets caught at B-Link. And onto an ace is Aziz. But what is Laz doing? He's crawling on the ropes. And again in a 1v3, just like previously, we saw the Brimstone.
I think Laz has just got to save the Vandal at this point. Like,
yeah,
no doubt he's a player capable of pulling off a 1v3, but it's so unlikely mathematically, and given the fact that their eco is already destroyed, they need that extra Vandal if they can get their hands on it. He seems to be going for MiTH right here, at least looking for some frags, but instead he's gonna get taken down. The Vandal not saved. NKT, I'm not sure what they can pull off. They're not gonna have a single Vandal on board likely. Yeah.
This round would have been better if they had better weapons here, because every round the read was QQ God was the one who will be pushing up, and this time they were caught off guard. A couple of players were even fell. At the same time there was a B main push that came through, but again weaker weapons to keep fighting on and eventually had to retreat, and that choice of making a retreat failed. And now look at this, the weapons, Spectres, Guardians and Bulldog in the mix. It's going to be a very tough battle if NKT still want to keep this race going.
I'm certain they want to, but can they? Is the real question now. Early drop control taken by Southbuilt Esports, but the trap not broken, quite weirdly so. We'll make sure that NKT is not so worried about it. They hold on to their positions and they're waiting in the positions for Southbuilt to show themselves. The Prowler finally gets some information, but Southbuilt, they don't care. They have the null command, they have the orbital strike for the post plant. They're just gonna go for the hard execute.
Nice swing from Laz, finds one. There's another swing from QQ God which fails, but still the tower control is being kept from Laz. It's very crucial that he converts, but Ja puts him down. Jate comes in along with Rhaegar, but it's all up to Rhaegar right now in a 1v2 to get his team out of these claws to survival. Oh, gets hit through the boxes, and it's going to be Southbuilt walking away with a victory. They're not happy, but they're at least going to be a little bit comforted because they got the victory.
Yeah, look, we talked about this, right? We expected Southbuilt to be the more experienced team, especially since they're one of the few teams in this tournament who've kept their roster as it is. For them, it was not about just finding the win, but also finding a stable win. Now, I wouldn't say they found a stable win considering the first half, but all's well that ends well, because that second half was a dominating affair, and they're going to be happy with the way their attack went through. Just need to go back to the drawing board and have a look at what went wrong with the defense.
I mean, the utility play in the second half, the way they expected positions coming in from NKT where they would push was just brilliant. And every time there was somebody to watch it, right? You saw where I was talking about Laz, there was Papichulo who was pushing up side, but in the meantime, there was Ja who was pushing from B main, who knew he had to keep a watch on tower because Papichulo needed to enter and get the spike down. And Ja gets Laz out. These kind of things that were done from Southbuilt Esports in the attacking half was just brilliant. And Aziz leading the charge, as you said, he was unchanged. He got that free reign that now he's on attack. He can do what he needs to do as that duelist run around, and he ran through NKT.
Exactly, and I think really for the side of Southbuilt Esports, given the terrifying nature with which they pulled off the attack, they've set a statement now in Group B. Like, look, we might have our downfalls here and there. We might start off a little rough, but we've got the experience. We've got the synergy, given that we've stayed with our roster, to be able to pull off a win from anywhere. And that's a hell of a statement.
I agree with you. It does happen again. We are starting things off, kicking things off. You need to figure out how your synergy and momentum is, and what the other teams who have a maybe newer roster, newer composition, how would you have to counter them? Quickly jumping into the highlights to see the snippets of both the first and the second half. Both were completely different here when we saw, right? First half, equally contest from both the ends, but at the later half, we saw it was Team NKT who had the upper hand. But once the sides were switched, oh damn, it looked like Southbuilt were waiting for it, and even the veto worked out for them.
Yeah, exactly. Southbuilt Esports, throughout this first half of our highlights, you're going to see them struggle to a large extent, where of course the first few rounds were a lot of back and forth. Southbuilt, they got off to a good start. They won the pistol, they won the anti-eco, but then NKT, they came back strong, and a lot of it was due to the reactionary playstyle, continuously able to shut down what Southbuilt wanted to do, not really allowing Southbuilt to play to their strengths and play on their play style, and that's where NKT were thriving. It didn't look like NKT had a particular idea or a necessary plan in mind other than to just deny Southbuilt what they wanted to do, and that itself they were doing beautifully. But comes the second half, when South Built got the agency to be able to control the tempo of the round, to control the pace of the half, they just stomped on NKT.
Here, they just walked up, got close, and where they had to kind of put NKT in chaos, trying to figure out where and all those breaches have been made, which positions would they have to check of where the players are. They were rushing through it, and it kind of got NKT worried. Oh wait, there's somebody at sand, somebody is at drop, somebody is already on site. Who do we have to fight? Too many options and not too sure what to do. But one more thing I think that fell apart for NKT was QQ God being read like a book from whatever position he played.
Exactly, and most definitely. Like we saw how crucial QQ God's momentum and confidence really was in the first half. As you can see throughout here, once he got his hands on the operator, he was devastating to the side of South Build. But in the second half, it was more like QQ who, not QQ God, the way South Build was reading him. So in that regard, I will most definitely give props to the IGL of South Build Esports, because you keep saying, right, it wasn't like NKT wasn't trying different things. They went for the slow push themselves, stacking A main a couple of times. But those times, South Build, they used the breach stun to clear out A main entirely, went for the double swing. The time South Build chose to walk in, NKT chose to play on site. It felt like Murphy's Law, literally. Whatever could go wrong went wrong for NKT, and South Build were able to continuously find the advantage in terms of those mind games.
It's always crucial of getting the upper hand, and also the communication seemed way better coming in from Southbit Esports in the second half. If even somebody fell and they lost the first blood, there was somebody quickly there to trade it out. So I think these kind of things were very necessary from Southbuilt Esports, which if seen in the first half would have been a dominating victory. But nonetheless, NKT showed what they have, and also it would let them know what they have to work on, because their defensive half, it was good, but it needed to be better in terms of the exchanging the blows, because whenever it came to exchanging the blows, there was nobody. They were just getting picked. You can see in the second half itself, if they were thinking of fighting at A main, there's another guy who pushed out from NKT's side to fight and help him out. He was looking in the other direction because there is another breach from a different position as well. So too many positions for NKT to be worried about rather than trying to close things. So I feel like the utilities here did not close out Southbuilt Esports as NKT wanted, and Southbuilt Esports capitalized on it.
Most definitely, and I think when it comes down to the crux of it, South Built are going to look at that defensive half as quite simply just in terms of small errors made, like you crucially mentioned. Throughout the second half, South Built was able to find the trades. They were sticking together, playing as a unit, as compared to in the first half, where we saw a couple of times a few errors where they were giving 1v1 fights a lot more. So the trades weren't found, and I think I'm going to put that away as just a little bit of rust, getting the engine started a little bit late. But hey, Papi Chulo on that KO. That's now 2 matches in a row. We're seeing the KO really pop off for the SEA region. So I hope we're going to see a lot more of this region come through.
I mean, the ability that you can kind of function in various ways as an individual as well as for your team is just so good from KO's end as an initiator. So I think most of the players, the main reason for picking KO is just that they can function individually as well as play for the team when needed. But you can see Aziz in the second half, he just went bonkers, got 23 kills. But you see QQ God on the attacking half, I would say major chunk of these first bloods that he has is all in the attacking half, the first half that we saw coming in from NKT. But there's one more thing. If you look at Pro, he's just sitting there with 6 kills and 6 assists. If you think that is like not too much, his utilities were annoying. NKT were always looking forward to dodging it, jumping away from it, rather than, I would say, like Pro was trying to connect it at all times. Pro was always trying to create a distance or at least a gap with his utilities where South Build could entry, and it always worked out in their favor. So I think Pro, this picture doesn't justify, but he did what needed to be done for to enter in the attacking half, to make sure there's a distance between themselves and NKT when they're trying to rush up, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, and I think this is something that a lot of pros have been complaining over Twitter with respect to the translation of assist to breaches displacement. But hey, that's just the end of our second match. That's halfway throughout the day. We've got 2 more banger matches to go. So don't you go anywhere. Grab your popcorn, get ready for our next match. But for now, we'll take a small break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT off-season event. It's off to a great start as we are seeing. Two brilliant matches are done, and we are looking forward to a lot more action coming in. And now it's another time to take a trip to the Group B, which is going to be Todak versus Sharper Esports. This is going to be interesting. We were just talking about it, but especially with a couple of changes coming in the roster as well, I want to know from you, CA, what do you think? Is it going to be an easy one after so aggressive and certain times confusing plays coming through in a couple of rounds and then the victories? How does this going to be like? What would be the end result?
Well, we in our first match of the day, we saw Made in Thailand versus Naos Esports, who were two of the top teams in Group B, more of the known teams or the favorites to qualify out of Group B, face off against each other. Now we've got the dark horses in Sharper Esports and Todak. Of course, for both of these teams, there have been a couple of roster changes, like you mentioned. Sharper, particularly losing Kadum and Beta, both of whom we saw earlier today, two made in Thailand, have got two new players come in. And of course, Frosty Z and Kale coming into Todak will be the new players. So we'll have to see how much of that momentum and synergy these players have found with each other already, and how easy it is going to be to slot in. Because of course, there's only going to be one dark horse in the group at the end of the day. There's only going to be one of these teams that is able to challenge the other. So getting a win against your immediate rival, that's going to be so crucial. But more importantly, more than any of that, it's going to be about that confidence for both of these teams to start them off.
We'll see who will be, but we'll quickly take a look at the schedule of what has happened if anybody's. We just saw Made in Thailand versus Naos as well as South Build and NTK, which first victory went to Naos. I'm pretty sure certain people will be upset, certain will be really excited. On the other hand, South Build did get their victory where we kind of thought about it, but Sharper and Todak, still something that we have to see. But the last but not the least match for the day is going to be Oasis versus Louvre, and I'm looking forward to how that will function because that is also another exciting match. So to start things off itself, CA, we are on literally like in a hot oven or a hot case, right? It's like you are not too sure what's going to happen, but it's just too exciting.
And that's just the way we love it, I have to say. As casters, right, we want to have that almost idea of mystery, this
Yeah.
sort of flair where teams are able to surprise us, where teams are able to bring about the unknown and really bring about their very best in these high tempo crucial matches. And that's where I want to see what Sharper or Todak are able to bring to the table. Now we've seen two very different matches today, Lucifer. The first match, it was all about really one team controlling the pace altogether and bringing
Yes.
innovation onto the table. Whereas the second match, you saw experience really shine through. So now coming into this third match, where both of these teams are relative unknowns, we'll have to see which one is able to step up, starting with Sharper Esports.
You can see the roster from here change. Jasper, Leviathan, Nugent, as well as Frozen coming in. These changes, how would it function with a couple of players joining in? How would they kind of synergize with the team? But again, that is the same case on the other end as well. So I feel like this is going to be a well balanced matchup between Sharper and Todak.
Oh yeah.
You're not too sure about how it's going to be going, whether it's going to be a momentum based gameplay or equally contested gameplay. But one thing for sure, it's going to be something that you will get an idea about what you can expect from either Sharper or Todak in their later matches.
Oh, absolutely. And I really do think for both of these teams, it's a matter of just getting into their groove, right? So
Hmm.
the team that starts off strong is going to have a hell of an advantage. But when you look at Todak, you're going to see Frosty, Jeed, Kale, and Sabe. And I think really Frosty Z and Kale are players I'm going to keep my eye on, because these are players that have really been known to our community for a long period of time. They are
Hmm.
players who really bring high impact to the teams they are a part of, and I want to see how they're able to settle into Todak Esports, what kind of firepower and confidence they're able to bring to the table. But for now, Lucifer, let's head on over towards the map Veto, find out if we're going to be casting another different map altogether or if we're heading back to Haven/Fracture. Oh,
Back to a fracture, back to the splinter that we just saw, where things do get shattered when the sides change. And I think that's the best part of fracture. On every other map, you do get the chance of changing from attack to defense, where now you have to make sure the spike doesn't get planted on the other end, the spike gets planted and goes kaboom. But here in fracture, it's literally whether you're an attack or defense. If you're unable to cope up to the switch after 12 rounds, to the other team.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what kind of compositions we're going to see for this map of Fracture come through. We saw NKT experimenting with the Raise Breach Fade composition. It's something that I personally feel can be the new meta going forward, especially the Breach Fade part. I still think Neon is the best duelist for the map of
Yes.
Fracture, but Fade especially is insanely strong after the recent changes. So I'm curious to see how many teams are able to pick her up. But with the way drop has changed, I'd also say double duelist compositions are very much viable for the teams that want to get ultra aggressive, right? So I want to
Yeah.
see both of these teams truly show their identity with this map.
I'll be looking forward to it, as you said, because there's so many things that can be still done in Fracture, where we are still sticking on to what we were used to see in the old Fracture in terms of the meta, in terms of the playstyle. There's a lot to be still explored, lot to be kind of offbeat plays that we keep talking about to be made. But talking about in terms of these two teams, I was just looking forward to how these teams have fared, not just against each other, but in the map. It doesn't look great for Sharper on Fracture. I hope the changes in terms of the roster and
Yeah.
anything new that they bring in might work out for them. On the other end, Todak, again, not something that you can boast about. They've had their fair share of victories and losses as well. So as we said, we are back on the same standing that it's an equally contested matchup, and we are not too sure where it goes. And especially with the agent metas that has been changing, right? From where we saw Haven to that team, and now we are seeing Fracture again in the third matchup. It can be anything. We can still see Raze coming in, no Neon at all, or Neon coming in from both the ends. But it depends on how they play that agent out on that particular half, because Raze worked out very well for NKT on the attacking half, but there was nothing that we saw from XZE on NKT's end on the defensive half. And I was a little bit worried because those Razes, Boombot as well as the Paint Shell could have pushed players back, could have isolated the Neon, which never happened.
Yeah, it really felt like NKT with that composition was a little out of the water. They were like a fish out of the water and not really comfortable. But I don't think we have to wonder any longer as we get ready to head into agent selection. We'll just find out. And I'm praying for a harbor, man. I'm just praying for a
Oh
harbor. Give it
yes,
to me!
not
No.
gonna happen again.
Oh, well, it's okay.
A little bit in terms of the composition being changed, a double sentinel coming in from Sharper compared to what we saw a double initiator from the previous match. The double initiator still kept standard, coming in from Todak with the breach and fade and the neon coming in. Previously we saw the fade as well as the race combo. Now I think we will be ending up seeing the fade and the neon combo,
Yep.
which might as well work even better, because the prowler, the haunt, and especially the seas, which can just trap a player, and Frosty Z can go bonkers on that player. Something to look out for.
It's really that this composition, in my opinion, is the most flexible composition in the meta right now, and inherently, in my opinion at least, the best composition for a balanced team, the Neon Breach Fade, because it allows you to do everything. Because this, compared to the South Built Esports composition or the OG KO Breach composition that we saw from Optic on Fracture, this allows you to get a new anchor buddy for Brimstone. That Brim Fade combination on the defensive half can be devastating. Like a perfectly timed Seize and Orbital Strike or a Seize and
Oh,
Molly, that just ruins teams and players altogether.
it feels like you're a witch. I'm cooking up a new recipe for disaster for one of the teams here. I mean, I while you were saying just before that, I was thinking the same thing. The Seas and the Brimstone combo coming through, if worked in tandem and perfection, oh, Sharper, I think they'll be losing a lot of rounds. I mean, we've seen a lot of Seas and Race combo, nade combos coming through, which has worked brilliantly. We saw it in the first match as well, but Sharper need to be wary about it. The double sentinel setup, I feel like, is a good one, where now Sharper can close off at least one of the I would say openings, right, when they move into defense, but on attack having a second life and also a position where they can run into sight with the wall where they can close off an angle and get that spike planted, which is very crucial when you're on attack. Get the spike planted, go into a post plant positioning, which kind of works out in fracture because there are too many positions that you can get into. Like imagine you just planted the spike at A, somebody can slowly lurk at drop, not even pushed up when the initial plant was happening, and for the post plant he's there. There's a person who pushes up sand as well, so there's just too many points I feel like which can work out better for the attack if they get the plant in.
And really, when you look towards Todak, right, it's all about when you look towards Sharper, right, it's all about minimizing those too many points. The Say's
Yes.
chamber composition is one of the first compositions we saw when Fracture came out because it's like a band-aid composition. It's
Yeah.
what makes it easy for you to play the map where you're just able to use the wall to deny certain areas. But what it means is you're lacking in terms of the initiator utility. You're gonna have to
Exactly.
rely on your Sage to really pop off and compensate in terms of getting that resurrect online more often than not. So we'll have to see how valuable that Sage can be in terms of her wall and the resurrect, because I think that is what is going to decide the match at the end of the day. Because if you see 2 to 3 revives per half, I feel like that's a GG.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. If there's a lot of revives coming in, then I feel like Todak will be having a tough time. But who knows? Now, right now, starting off an attack, I'm not too sure if Sharper, it's going to be kind of the right thing for them to do because again, not having the exact composition in mind that we thought about the double initiator, maybe having information, a lot of abilities to push back players or at least capitalize on with the flashes, it's
Man.
not there. And also, a lot of these players have given up utilities here. See, majorly gone to the ghosts from both the ends.
Yeah, you're just gonna see the wall light shield for a new gen on the
Yeah.
stage. But what I am loving is the last map on Fracture, full drop priority on the pistol. This map on Fracture, 7
Same.
players towards that drop area. We're going to see a massive showdown on this pistol, but it's going to be a quiet one. They're all walking through. The stuns now come out as Frosty Z finds the first, but Change, he's going to pick up a couple more, and Vim comes in for another. It's Sharper who, with the more manpower, are able to win that drop fight and will be able to drop into sight.
But look at Neffy. He's just waiting. He knew somebody will push up from B. An easy frag. Chamber versus Chamber, but it's two players who will come in. He takes Kyle as well as Keel down. Both go down together. And a brilliant play from Sharper coming through. That 7-man showdown towards Dish was too good. And unfortunately, the fault line coming through hit even their own teammate Frostyzy. Otherwise, Frostyzy would have taken down Change as well. And maybe it would have been the other way around. Todak could have gotten the upper
Enemy
hand.
remaining.
Yeah, and exactly right. I think that fall line really perfectly timed from the side of Schwapper gave them the value. And despite Frosty Z getting the first blood, it was Sharper able to pick up the round. Now 4 Spectres in hand, Sharper on their anti-eco. Looking for something similar, but this time on the opposite side of the map. A B split push coming in as Todak. They've come in with the fast rotations, 3 players on site already, and the other 2 not too far behind.
Cheap it
Spike
for one.
down B.
They get the spike, but tower is not cleared. Keen is
No.
waiting for the right opportunity. He gets one along with Frostyzy coming in. But thankfully, they had a little better weapons and other players to push up. Niffy with another 3, just like the previous one, saves the team, and it's going to be Sharper with the second one, but a costly one.
Exactly. Lucifer, a costly one, because this means they don't get a bonus coming into this round. Well, not a good bonus, rather, is what I would say, because they are going to play the bonus with 2 Sheriffs, Classic, and 2 Spectres, but it's not a bonus that you can really hope to convert. You're just looking to damage the economy of Todak as much as possible. And for Todak, you can see there is room to damage given the fact that there's 3 players on light shields. I really get scared when I see light shields against Spectres because that extra 25 health can mean just that little before the spray starts to go Ori, you might be able to beam someone down. So we'll have to see if those light shields do end up being crucial. For now though, Todak changing up their tempo, going for the aggressive A main control and playing quite passive on the B side, effectively just on the contact retake.
Slow and steady to Dak. This is their full buy. They need to make sure they convert this. Otherwise, this will be a weak bonus, which Sharper will be more than happy if they get the chance to convert it. And Todak, you can see, right, they are cautious. They know they might not have great weapons, but again, Sheriffs are single tap weapons. And if you come in that line of fire and you go down, you just
Oh.
give up the momentum. Nifi, great dink, but unable to capitalize. Change has been spotted, so they were the fall line trying to push them back.
No. Oh, that nade was perfect. But I feel like if he'd held on to that tower
30
position, he could have
seconds
done
left.
more damage. But look at this. They've used all three of their smokes on A side, but they're trying to use it as a fake and go on towards B. But I don't think Todak are falling for this fake. They know nobody went into that A side. Their players holding onto their positions, and the time is running down. The clock is clicking.
10 seconds
No,
left.
they need to go in right now, and all they can find is a 1-for-1. But the plant will go down, but Todak in a great position to retake, except Nifi decides he wants something else, finds a huge Sheriff kill, but hold on. 3v3 on the retake, and this is where Frosty Z needs to find the entry.
Weapons have not been recovered, so still they're playing a weaker Sheriffs end. But there's still connections. Leviathan gets two, and it's going to be cleanup coming in.
Okay. Okay, Leviathan, we see you.
Wow.
I certainly wasn't expecting that round to be converted because, like you crucially mentioned, Lucifer, weapons weren't recovered for the side of Sharper. They were still left on the Sheriff. So that was a 3v3 retake with a clear weapon advantage for Todak. And you can see that's exactly why they are looking quite distressed. That was a round they needed to convert, but now their economy broken. Sharper onto full buys with a 3-0 lead. Momentum most definitely in the favor of Sharper.
Todak will be beating themselves up right now for giving away that round. Change again, looking to enter from market, smoked up completely towards any shenanigans being pulled, but look at the position that Kitchen is being still held. The canteen is something that they have to be watched for. He's staying inside the smoke. Nifi trying to push up tower. There's a frenzy. Oh, it's a stinger, my bad. Still Nifi converts one. Okay, I'll try to time it perfectly, but Nugent was waiting.
Leviathan waiting in the corners, finds one, expects the second, and
Yeah.
shuts him down. A flawless buy round here picked up for Sharper, as in this first half towards the start of this map, they just look cleaner, they just look better. Hey, let's just say it for what it is, they just look sharper.
Yes, I agree on that. They're standing strong to the name that they have as well. In any direction that they are kind of trying to push, and also the expectation. Look at Leviathan playing to perfection. In the previous round it was Sheriff, this time it's Vandal, and he was not over eager in terms of like, okay, I got one and now I'm going to be jumping and running somewhere else, look for another. He made sure he wanted to clear, but an equal standoff right now coming in from both Todak and Sharper with full buys. But look at this, they're expecting a push coming in from Todak because they have a full buy.
There.
Yeah, really interesting positions, right? For Sharper.
Yeah.
They're all towards the ropes just waiting. I love this. It is so cool because you're gonna see the slow walk-in towards arcade from the Neon and Fade. Frosty Z, he's feeling the itch, man. He wants the fight, and the itch might just be the end of his life because Sharper, they're walking in the jiggle. Gives him an idea, and Frosty is gonna make them.
Down B.
Only good for one. I mean, his teammate, unfortunate. He also fell down. They thought the crossfire was good. But that new change, right, where there's a small gap right now where they can try and isolate the arcade fight, that's what they utilized here, Sharper. Heat is good for one, but again, quick on the exchanges change. 3v2 situation. One player is at side but gets smoked off, but there's a gap for Sube. He can catch a cross.
30 seconds left.
Just trying to play across the smoke, finds that crucial kill to turn it into a 2v2. Now Haskell turns it into a 1v1, but through the aftershock, through the fireworks, it's Nifi who comes up strong, pulls off the round, and now that's a 5-0 lead for Sharper Esports. Surely we're going to see a timeout called.
Nifi is just, along with Leviathan, playing so well, right?
Yeah.
these two players in the past rounds that you've seen, it's either you're seeing Niffy or it's Leviathan. Especially like the post plant situations where they're trying to get in the site, or even if like they're almost at the site. Ah, it is right now a disadvantage, a heavy disadvantage that Todak are facing and not finding nothing here.
They've got crucial ultimates in this round, the Tour de Force especially online, but no dice so far. Sharper, they've got the read that the Tour de Force likely towards that A side. They're just holding for the A main push while slowly but surely that Brimstone finds the lurk through sewers. Leviathan looking for some value, and he might just find Frosty Z at the end of this, but it's Frosty Z who comes up huge. He can recover the Vandals but chooses not to. Okay.
Here.
Quite weird, Lucifer. I fully expected him to go for the Vandal, but I guess playing it disciplined, does not want to overpeak it, maintain the man advantage for his team.
But still, look at this. Sharper are the ones who need to win this round. It's Todak on the disadvantage and the deficit. But if it's a round that Sharper give away, it's gonna be tough. But again, this is the thing where you have a stage, you have a second life to give, and that's what has worked. And on top of it, the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper both to clear the side.
The Orbital Strike comes out now to deny the plant, and yes, it does get value, but I'm surprised it didn't come out on the Resurrection, so hold on. The retake is on! The Frosty Z on his ultimate, combined with the Rolling Thunder, finds an easy 2k, and his Todak possibly getting ready for a 50 right here, as Leviathan left on his lonesome. A beautiful retake as they use literally everything they have. They throw the entire bag, the cat in the bag, the rabbit in the bag at this round, but they get the round.
So that very crucial, especially that they had weaker buys, and it has always happened in this manner, right? CA, that when they have a weaker buy, people become like the opponent team becomes very cautious, and because of which, it's like they get jump scared, right? You saw that's what happened when they faced a Frosty Z both the times. One was in tunnel, one was on arcade. They were like, wait, what just happened? How did he come here? It was just that he was ready for the fight and looking forward to it. And now you did see them getting the round. Along with that, it's going to be a full buy. I did see Todak pick up the operator, but again, sold it back to get the Vandal.
Teleport's gone.
Oh, Risk does not find anything still.
Yeah. Playing chicken with that boombot. Right now, none of them find value, but I really like this proactive approach from Todak. They get pushed away from A main, so they're like, hey, you know what? We don't want to sit inside, because Sharper have proven that they're very, very good at pulling off these executes. So instead, they group up, they go towards drop, and they regain drop control. What this means is that even if they lose A site, it's going to be much easier to retake, considering they have all three of the crucial entry points in drop, CT, as well as tower.
But in the meantime, look at the lurker. Niffy gets spotted from Jeed.
Right here.
Oh, gets stuck. It's a duel and Jeed wins it. A man advantage back here for Todak. Previously there was a resurrection, but this time it's not online. But look at change. There are two players on drop. For now it is smoked. But it's going to be tough for them after this plant.
And this is where the drop control going to come in crucial. If they didn't have that drop control, they would have to all funnel in from through that wall and through CT. But now, with the breach towards drop, he can set up the aftershock as well as the fault line. And it's exactly that Frosty Z uses to his advantage. Finds a crucial 2k, Jeet coming in with another, and the flank for Kyle to now set up the momentum swing for Todak. 2 rounds, 1 back to back, and this one being flawless. You have to think Sharper's going to be thinking, okay, you know what? We tried to change the tempo. We tried to, play it a different way. Let's just go back to W. I think that's what worked for us.
Yeah, I agree with you. To make sure keeping that proactive approach, Todak played it really well. And this felt like Todak didn't give control, but at the same time made sure that they did not have that idea that, okay, Todak is not giving us control. They let them give control as much as they needed to get the spike down. But after that, it was them immediately surrounding them. Especially the drop push, where you saw, right? Kyle is just pushed up from there, took the ropes, and then entered from A main. Yep. That's what they wanted to do. And now back, Sharper, can they pull it back? That's what's crucial. The momentum is going away. Kyle, again, a risky play. This time gets beaten up pretty bad and has to back off.
Bomb buddy out.
Pull back, pick up his TP and go to a more safer position. So that's at least a small period of time where Sharper don't have to necessarily fear the chamber. But Sharper, they've grouped up. They're going for that 5-man execute like we talked about, but still keeping the tempo different. They want to go for the walk-in through A main, but it's going to be the case where as soon as they get A main control, which is now, they just change up the pace again, just go for the fast W into sight, and exactly trying to do that for Subway. He finds one before the wall comes down, KL with another, and even though he gets traded, his job is done. He's got the man advantage for his team.
Spike planted.
Spike's going down, and this time look at that, they're not giving away A main control. The Nightfall comes through, which will be dodged, but only Nugent will be caught in it. But the wall is still buying them enough time that is needed. But Sand, they've given up Sand control, and the push was there from Miffy, but Subay, he thought for a second there should be somebody creeping up. But look at this, the breach is still active as Sand gets one, looking for the second, does get that as well, looking forward to more on side with the reload, and Frosteezy capitalizes. It's all Nugent and Frosteezy, both of them swinging around the pillar. One is on the spike, another one is trying to get their advantage, and it's going to be Nugent making sure he times it perfectly and keeps Frosteezy on his tippy toes and disarrays him of getting that round.
Yeah, huge play from Nugent right there, as well as the breach. Like you crucially mentioned, that Sand push, without that, they were done for. The fault line covered all of main. They could not play post plant from main. They needed a relief, and it was the breach providing the relief, coming in through that Sand push and ensuring that they're able to pick up the round win. Momentum denied for Todak now. Sharper able to pick up that round, keep that 6-2 lead, but I'm sure Todak will try to be resurgent once again. And we'll have to remind ourselves, every time we see this Neon, we see her excelling on the attacking side. So Todak are going to look to leverage their second half and come off as best as they can from the first.
I hope they again don't go to a similar of an 8-4. Again, 8-4 is still a good score line, but sometimes it happens that if you lose the pistol, you just snowball effect, roll down all the rounds, and the team which got the upper hand in the first half will be eventually looking into closing it out. Otherwise, if Todak are able to close the gap, get to a 7-5 or a 6-6, I think it should be Todak in the attacking half. But right now, still looking forward to an A execution, which has worked numerous times here for Sharper. B has been fairly contested every time. There has been a lot of fight to get that round itself, but A has been comfortable. But in the meantime, the operator puts down chains. That's the duel is gone. They did not get any control out of it, so they're still wondering what to do. But in the meantime, Kyle, he's not stopping.
30 seconds.
Kyle. Ooh, Nippy connects.
Kyle wanted to play, but he gets denied, and like you mentioned, the resurrection coming through will now get the man advantage for Sharper, but they are denied site entry because of the aftershot. G takes full advantage of it, moves into site, but he's traded away. The spike is left towards Sand, and they don't have the time to recover it. They have to look for the fights, and they will, but they'll not be able to find the win. Kale is able to pick up the round with a team ace, but for a second, man, Kale scared the heck out of me because he didn't need to take that fight. The spike was not recoverable.
I think that overextension after the resurrection from Nugent was unnecessary, because I understand he was trying to take control of it, but I think he should have waited for somebody to push up from A main, and then things could have worked out. But he fell, and then there was an A main push which did work out. They did get the kill, but there was an exchange, and therefore everything just fell apart. And now you can see, even though the momentum completely has not shifted, Todak know what they have to do to get around.
The match much more closer as compared to when it started. It's mostly Sharper with all the momentum, but now Sharper, you can see they've been forced to take a step back with Todak's resurgence now. It is going to be an eco round for Sharper, an opportunity for Todak to further get the momentum in their hands. And again, going back to their pistol default, the full A main control, but this time with Jeed in play, and he barely survives that paint shell.
That's pretty good damage coming in just on top of the paint shell, right? Any more closer, it would have been an immediate kill, and they would be more than happy to get a free paint shell kill rather than going and fighting with the weaker weapons that they have, just those pistols. Slowly walking up, Kyle is ready. Rolling Thunder comes, should hit him, and this should be the opportunity that they should have taken. They did spot him, but he'll eventually be tucking himself inside tower. He's still worried about anybody lurking towards
30
Arcade,
seconds
and
left.
yes, rightly so, it's Niffy. It's all about the timing, and Ken gets him. And look at this boost!
One enemy
Uses it to
remaining.
perfection.
Spike down B.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt Sharper. Because that boost was because of their own wall.
Exactly.
Subway sitting in that cubby, just waiting for the wall to come through, knowing that in these executes, they always wall off Canteen, is able to find that boost and pick up crucial kills. And just like that, Todak, they pick up the round. But hey, that was just the eco. And now at the scoreline of 6-4, this buy round is going to decide where it's going to swing. Like you rightfully mentioned, man, 8-4 is a really good scoreline for Sharper if they're able to pick it up, and they will only have a chance of it if they're able to pick up this buy round. But if Todak pick this up, it's effectively a guaranteed 6-6. And given the way this match started, they will be ecstatic.
Oh, double swing does not work. The op as well fails. 2 players down from Todak, and it's just made life difficult. This time there's no boost, but Frostyz is still good to convert one, as there's a quick push from Arcade, which gets slows down from Leviathan, who's just holding the angle right now. Frostyz is still trying to push up, but the spike gets planted. It's a 4v3 situation. Ultimate coming in. Change, can he get one? It's all on Frostyz. If he connects that, he should be good. And Frostyz is on side, but if there's no connection, but that jumping neon finally falls. But look at Kyle. There's a spray down coming through, and it's going to be Kyle who wins it out. Kyle trying to jump up, but the molly denies him for a little time. 2v2 situation, but look at the spike planted in the open. That's a tough one.
He unscoped, and the timing once again coming into play. Kyle left on his lonesome. And really, in that moment, all
That was a tough battle. I mean,
the chamber
from
really needed to
4v3.
do for Todak is just hold the angle. The Nightfall denies audio, so if he held down the angle, then they could have gone for the diffuse, and that's exactly why the Sharper, they go for the peak. They know that Nugent, he knows he can't just wait and watch what happens. Goes for the peak and finds that double kill. Pulls off a huge round for Sharper and ensures that their buy round, crucially, is converted. 7-4 on the board now, and I have to say, Lucifer, this match has been closer than both of the matches we've witnessed so far.
I'm still not sure if it's going to be an 8-4 or a 7-5 half. That's how it's going from both these teams. It's a split this time, a 3 and a 2 split, but towards B. A little bit of aggression towards tower might be seen. They see a lot of utilities being dumped towards tower, and they're looking forward to enter. The Seas does not connect with anybody, but it at least buys time a little bit for their teammates to come back. But look at the ultimate being used. It does buy time, but people decide to push through it. They need to clear tower, fail. Cheat gets one, looking for the second, fails, but Kyle is here to help them out. So exchange the blow, 3v4 situation. They're spamming through Canteen. But eventually, by the time the Rolling Thunder kicked in, they were able to make their way out. But Frostyz catches one. That's huge and off. But Jasper gets 2. The position at Arcade.
Players remaining.
Oh.
Back to it.
Oh, you heard it from Frosty Z. It's time to get back to their comfort. 7-5 half picked up. Despite Jasper's heroics, it's Todak who are able to crucially convert this half into one that they're going to be content with. Especially since they started off losing their first buy round at a 3-0 deficit. If you told them at that point, hey, you get to finish off this half 7-5 at the closest scoreline you can get, they're going to be very happy with that. Especially when you consider that most of the rounds that Todak won, they were on rounds like this, on retake rounds where Frosty Z really gets to spread his wings and play aggressively in combination with Sabe, setting him up. So now, on the attacking side, we'll have to see what the Sharper have in store for them to be able to deny. Because they don't have info, they don't have that fade, they don't have that neon, but they have an extra sentinel on the stage to deny an angle altogether, and they have the utility on that raise. So Change, he's really got to step up.
I agree. Right now, Sharper, they have to slow the entire pace of Todak, especially making sure Frostyz does not push up with his entire team, right? The entire fighting team. If that happens, then I think even though having a double sentinel will not work out. And if they're able to kind of separate Frostyz from his teammate, maybe Sharper are back in the game, but it all depends on the pistol round itself. Otherwise, Sharper will lose the advantage that they had, and Todak will be immediately grabbing and equalizing the scoreline. Which Sharper, if that happens, the fracture fate that they've had throughout their, I would say, journey, the times that they've played fracture, will repeat again today here with a loss.
Yeah, exactly. This halftime pause crucial for both of these teams to be able to discuss how they want to approach this particular half. You're saying 5 ghosts come through for the side of Todak. I have to say it's slightly surprising for me because, especially on the attacking side, we usually expect the Neons to go for the frenzies. You get those close range battles, but the ghosts showing us what they're doing right now, which is they want to play a more of a defaulty style rather than the full execute. Use that early part of the round to map out the opponent team and then go for the group up into the execute. Now looking for the B side.
New gen. He might find one on Kyle. A late wall. Now he has to back off. There's nothing that he can do. He might push tunnel and go the other way, regroup with his teammates, or just wait it out until the wall goes down. Oh, he decides to break it. And voila, there might be just a surprise from New Gen. Actually, no. Nobody contests the wall.
There they are.
Nugent too busy contesting the site as Frosty's there. He finds one. Nugent with the trade, but G's there to back off Frosty. Done his job, got the entry for his team, and just like that, the plant picked up. It's Todak in
Planted.
control to pick up the pistol round for themselves.
Doesn't look like this is going to be pulled back from Sharper. Too tough 2v4 situation. The entire site is under control. All the angles, arcade you say is controlled. Main is under control. The only thing that they have to be worried about is Link, which is already being watched from their Brimstone. So this is going to be a tough one. Jazz walks, sees one. Leviathan good for one. But immediately look at this. Kyle immediately switches the position. They're sticking in the defuse, the fall line, and then the swing comes through. And they'll be getting one on Leviathan. Now it's all up to Jasper. He uses his own fall line, hits players, gets one. But that's all. The person, Kyle, who switched from arcade to main is the one to close the round and get Todak to 6.
Really important pistol picked up for Todak Lucifer because now with the anti-eco coming up for them, they get to equalize the scoreline, get to make it even Stevens 7-7 and then look towards the buy round of Sharper to really damage their economy. Deny them that operator on Niffy, who so far really has been the star performing member of Sharper. So if you're able to delay his getting his hands on an operator on the defensive half for as long as you can, I'd say that's a big advantage.
Fault line, check arcade, and Kel knew if he would have lost that Spectre, a one weapon advantage would also give Sharper an upper hand maybe.
I'm really glad he TP'd because I've seen many a player in that situation just stick to the cubby and like take the gamble, you know. But like you said, losing that Spectre is not worth the gamble. Instead going for the TP. And once again, it's a very classic tale of fracture. Teams like to stack up the B site on the eco. And of course, Todak reading into that, take the A for free.
Get the spike down. Now it's a retake, which again, a couple of weapon losses is what Sharper would be expecting. And before that, there's already Jasper who's down. They're trying to push up, but okay, their chamber is still at B. Not too sure what the play is from Sharper with their chamber still at B. Trapper gets open. Nugent looking forward to someone, but himself gets stinked. Will heal himself, and they're just backing up. At this point, they're just going to wait and waste time. Get a couple of weapons dropped at max, and let's just go down to the spike.
Got one enemy remaining.
2 weapons taken away though. Relatively costly round considering the fact that they got the A site for free. Todak, but hey, still 2 weapons doesn't mean that they don't get to play a bonus. They very much will be able to play a good bonus going into the next round. But I think really Sharper is expecting Todak to start leaving lurkers. That's why you see that chamber staying in very, very late. And I wonder if Todak will start doing that from now, especially because this is the bonus round. And I think a major reason for that expectation of those lurkers is because they started off the pistol playing that defaulty style. So Todak getting value off of their initial approach, now looking for a hard execute on their bonus, just want to get the spike planted.
Holding from B links, spots Frost easy. In the meantime, they get spotted from the haunt. So a tough one here, but they're also in the meantime, if you talk about Todak, they're thinking about rotating while keeping an eye if there's any push from drop or dish. In the meantime, there's also a push coming through where they're keeping an eye if somebody has taken space over there, and rightly so, Change has, and the boombot gives them the idea that the race is up close at A main.
You can see the pings notifying that they're worried that there might be a B main push coming through as well from Sharper. So just marking their angles as they
Here.
look to walk into this A main area now. Jiggle from Change really needs to make sure that he doesn't get caught out because he still has his pain shells, all of the utility. Change, he finds one, but the trade immediately is much more valuable for Todak because they get to upgrade themselves to Vandals, and more so even as Jeet finds one, they're able to
Player remaining.
move it down to a 2v2, scratch that, a 2v1, but Jeet, he's gonna come up huge. Turn that into a 1v1 situation, but the spike's not in his hands. He hasn't got any smokes, so it's just going to be a pure duel. At the end of the day, Jeet versus Niffy. It's Niffy who comes up on top and finds the round win for Sharper.
It was a very crucial round for Sharper, but also a very damaging one. They lost a lot of weapons.
down
It's too
A.
costly for them, even though this is a victory.
remaining.
They cannot be just happy
One
about it.
enemy.
And it was messy. You saw there was a proper headshot angle that was being held, but Niffy did not step into it. If he did, that would be a round that Todak would have taken, and that was their bonus. And now you can see Sharper, they're just trying to scrape up a couple of buys. Spectres in the mix, half shields majority coming in from their end. But at least thankfully it is going to be the similar case which Todak will be stepping into in this round.
Kale on his lonesome now setting up this drop. Default getting caught out by the nade, but he's able to stick to the corner and just take half of his health as a damage. Swings out through, gets one, but Jasper's there for the immediate trade. And it ends up being a 3-for-3 with the action all going down in drop. Todak though are able to convert that action into a side take. So value again found for Todak, but the resurrect, it's huge. Comes online, but look at this! Oh, he was on his iPad. For a second, I thought that was Leviathan dead.
Look at this, even the rolling thunder does not work. Jeet finally steps up, pushes up sand and gets one. But look at the amount of people at drop. The ultimate brilliantly used, and Nugent is down. But on the other end, Niffy is coming in from A main. They are wasting a lot of time. They don't have a lot to gamble with, and Sube puts down Niffy. Very crucial that was, and now it's a 1v2 situation. He's in the crossfire in two directions, already notifying his position with the fall line. Jeet comes in for peak, and that's the third. 8-8, and finally Todak making sure that Sharper just don't run away after the full buy. They're making sure they're keeping them at bay and in control.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, I think really for Sharper, what is crucial is they've got to find a semblance of control in these rounds because, like you mentioned in the last round, it's becoming quite chaotic, right? And the chaos only helps Todak that much more so because amongst all the action, amongst all the chaos, they as the attackers get to translate it into area control. They get to take the site for themselves and play on the post plant. So if Sharper want to play much more organized, I'd say maybe look for the aggressive pushes like they are moving down B main and play another on the retake. But a 5-man push through drop here for Todak. Wow, indeed.
It feels like I cannot say that I've not seen this or that. Right now, every team is showing us all that is possible. A main, a guy is stuck from Sharper, and there is one right behind the wall at Sand. This is going to be a tough one, but Kale, he wanted to push the player out, and rightly he does to Sand using the trapdoor. Spike planted, 5v5 situation, crucial for Sharper. One of their players is super low. They have two ultimates, but not great weapons.
The flash misses entirely, hugging the wall over there for Kale. Make sure that they're able to hold on to A main. And with all of the headhunter bullets going alright, the rendezvous coming through as well, seems to be a simple round converted for Todak as they look to take the lead for, I believe, the first time in this matchup. It's going to be Kale taking out Niffy, and just like that, they're going to all exit site. Make sure they don't give away exit frags, but they're coming in on the hunt here, Sharper. But the hunt, it's not successful whatsoever. A flawless round picked up for Todak as they pick up the lead.
They were waiting for it, and now finally they do have the lead. And you could see, right, the way Todak have kind of played, waited for the right opportunities in the time, in terms of execution, in terms of the fights, in terms of the pushes. They were always very cautious. They were treading lightly, not like being haphazard in their executions. If they knew there was somebody at sand, they never contested sand. They rightly went into side. Their objective was to get the spike down and then look forward to the post plant place, and rightly did it. But right now, an even Stevens fight coming in from both the ends, two ultimates on either end. But this time, Change quick to take control along with his teammates pushing from Dish.
You see that proactive crunch coming in from Sharper, looking to shut down both Drop and Arcade.
But they capitalize. Todak.
Yeah, exactly. Todak, they capitalize on the other end. The read was not right, but hey, Sharper, they've got that Rolling Thunder to retake. But look at Todak. They got side control, and that side control is going to be crucial because if they're able to deny that tower push, the retake will not be successful.
Yes. The Fade is watching it. Kyle's back is covered, but Niffy, can he swing? No, he cannot. Kyle put himself out. The Rolling Thunder does come through, but can they find any value? They're still not gotten into sight. The Prowler annoys. Nugent finds one on Frosty Leviathan as well, fine, but there are quick exchanges coming in, and it is going to be Todak coming on top. Sube from A main closes it up, as his teammates would buy him time so that the Rolling Thunder effect goes out.
And see, at the end of the day, it really does come down to that. You may have the Rolling Thunder to execute the site, but without the crucial entry points, it's useless. Kale holding on to his angle powerfully ensures that there's no entry from tower. There's nobody to be able to deny them from CT. It's all funneled through Drop, which works in perfectly for Todak because they have the crossfires set up to be able to get the trades work in their favor. Again, a buy round for Sharper going down the drain. Lucifer, their eco is broken. They're gonna have to now try to pull off a thrifty to keep their hopes alive.
This is going to be too tough right now for Sharper. It's looking the same repeat story that we saw in the previous match. After the Neon coming to attack, it's a whole different ball game.
Fracture very much seems so like an attack-sided map. Headhunter could have got value there, but certainly finds it on his second try, Niffy. Frosty Z, though, he's being quite adventurous, pushing in too far ahead. Drops a Vandal now for Niffy, and a man advantage as well in this 4v3 retake.
Oh, the timing. Niffy does not get cheat, and cheat crosses over in the smoke. He's still hiding there. He's reading it right. Somebody might come in. Headhunter bullet sent across, but does not find any connection.
Oh, look at the flank.
Crucial, but change. That's going to be huge if it works.
One enemy remaining.
Huge it is indeed, Lucifer. The showstopper takes one down. The retake finally working out for Sharper, and it seems like their hopes will be kept alive. A thrifty on the cards.
Very crucial, waited for the right opportunity, especially it was the opening that they needed from Niffy, right? These chambers are very crucial. If your chamber starts failing, it gets tough, because I feel like Chamber not only as a sentinel has a responsibility to slow things down and kind of keep control of site, but also taking players down because of the weapons that he has rather than majority of the slowdown utilities, right? So Niffy stepping up, making sure he did damage with the headhunter, and then immediately jumping on to his third force, finding value with that as well, gave them the upper hand. But right now it is Steel's opportunity to use the 2 force and try to find an opening towards Sharper and get another round.
Todak literally breaking Chaos piggy bank to pieces to be able to afford a buy for their team. He's stuck on the Tour de Force with no shields, but he doesn't need one. All he needs is one peek, one shot, and he finds exactly that. Nugent taken down with just a sliver of his body shown, but Kale, that's all he needs, man. Finds a crucial first blood, because now with the arcade player taken down, despite the wall being put up, you're expecting Sharper to rotate through, but no. Look at Sharper. They've got the read right. They're expecting the hit towards A site, and they're correct about it.
They need to fight with Dish first, because it's a 4-man push coming from there. On the other end, it will be Kale who will be just keeping a watch on A main. He's trying to overextend. The fall line is good. They're going in for a swing, but they did not time it perfectly. But in the meantime, there's orbital strike that comes on side, which they wanted to check, because of which now A main control would have given away. But the call was there. Change will be going in for an exchange and giving up A main control. Not the case, because still Jazz is holding it. Smoke's cleared. It's a retake opportunity, but they have to first clear drop.
Rolling Thunder now coming through. as Todak looks to delay it that much further. They understand how crucial this round is for them. They know that they have a chance to break the economy. But MiTH pushing through, finds one, Leviathan with another, now still keeping the chances up. But MiTH, he's off site, blocked by the molly, denied by the fault line, with nowhere to go, in a only way to push forward into crossfire. He realizes that the hope is denied, that the round is nigh, he's not going to be able to push through, and just goes for the save. And I have to say, this round, I would personally give it all to Kel. He finds the first blood and then distracts all of Sharper for so long towards A main, getting his team a free entry.
For them, it felt like there's just too much at A main, and that was way more than enough. Todak were happy with it, and they took control of the site.
I'm sorry, did you see on the cat?
I know.
Giga Chad coach, man.
Yeah. Somebody as buffed as him, you know what the team is working on.
Sheesh, they're not just practicing, they're definitely working out themselves, keeping straight, but okay. Ego is broken for Sharper Lucifer. What can they pull off? Another Thrifty maybe?
They have to look forward to doing something, because if this goes out of their hand, it's match point, and Todak will look forward to closing it. And it looks like a similar scoreline as well. They do have ultimates on both the ends, one each, but Nifi finds the first. Now Kale is down. The man who caused chaos in the previous round took so much of the attention and time, is put down, and there's no resurrection. But look at this, in the second half we haven't seen much resurrections at all from Sharper. In the first half there was at least 2.
Sharper in the second half not able to find as much value, but Jasper just might. There's a 4-man stack towards this arcade. He's got his fault line primed. We can see them all, but he can't. It's just about the read, the timing for him. The Nightfall comes through, and Nugent, he's going to hold it down, but he's only able to find one. It's Todak who's able to trade them through, with Jasper being taken down as well. They're able to push into sight. But the orbital strike comes up. Huge finds 2K, it splits them apart.
Strikes big, and now Jeet, being the last, would not survive. I mean, this could have been a much cleaner round. Not too sure what happened over there. As you said, Jasper, he had primed his fault line, but he just leaves it to check B main, and that's when they use the Nightfall and immediately try to push in. But Leviathan times it perfectly, like gives them a second to enter tower and immediately blows them up.
I'm just really confused as to why they chose to push into site through tower, since Frosty got them the entry through arcade in the first place. They could have just gone for that, especially since the orbital strike was available. But Frosty just jumps past. But now Todak is on the eco, so they're looking for a fast hit, and they found 2 already.
Change could have kept quiet, but nonetheless now they've entered to side. Nugent looking forward to clearing. Drop. By the time he could clear, he got worried that Neon's lane would drop, and now it's going to be tough. There is a resurrection, but this is an eco. Why would you use a resurrection, and Leviathan making sure that ultimates don't come online and they convert the round like that itself? Could be crucial. But Subbe, he was holding ropes for so long, but Leviathan immediately exchanges. Nifi waiting for an overextension, and yes, rightly Frosty walks in. The spike being dropped at side, and now Kale, he's going to recover a weapon and then looking forward to a duel.
Okay, now Vandal recovered with spike nowhere near. They hear him with the rendezvous. They're gonna hear him with the door opening up, and they are now on alert, waiting for him to push through.
30 seconds left.
He's trying to create chaos with the audio, trying to make sure he pushes through. But look, the trap is set up, so if he tries to go towards the spike, he's gonna get denied. No way for him to deny information to the side of Sharper. He's just gonna have to take a 1v2, and Nifi says, okay, you know what, I'll just make that a 1v1 and shut you down. 11-11 on the scoreline. Sharper fighting against all odds to keep it close, and I have to ask you, I see Bobati. I have to ask you though, what do you think? Are we gonna see an overtime?
I mean, we asked for it in Haven, but this much likely seems that way.
Yeah.
Highly possible, and especially we talked about it, right? When the match was about to start, these two teams look completely well balanced in terms of the competition, so it would go the distance, and it rightly is.
Now, a really interesting trap here set up from Sharp, right? That trap is in tower. So they're playing exclusively for site with the trap in tower, expecting almost setting up a read that Todak are gonna go that way, but it doesn't seem like that read's gonna come true because Todak focusing on this A main control, looking to bait out the utility, and they've done so most definitely. The fall line as well as the smoke with the pain shell taken out, they realize there's a 3-man presence towards this A site and go for the W onto B.
But there's a wall and a slow up to fall up. Now pushing is going to be tougher. But look at the arcade push. Niffy was not looking in the right direction, and because of that, 2 players fall down from Sharper, and now that's a big opening that they've gotten. But Leviathan delivers again, trying to control things along with Jasper. There's an A main push that also comes in, so bring it back to a 3v3 situation. Ultimate primed and sent from Jasper, and now Change immediately looking forward to jumping up. The Rolling Thunder, yes, it has hit the players, but they went into cover. Frost Easy trying to run wary, and Kale supporting him. Change becomes the last player because of the duel, gets one, and now a 1v1 fails, and it's going to be KL with the 3k, getting their team to match point.
Match point.
They're over ecstatic, but
I'm very confused about that trap still, man. Like, why is that trap in tower and not in arcade? Because
exactly.
like,
If it was there, they would have at least been notified that some action is happening around arcade.
yeah, I'm not sure at all. It seems to be a read gone wrong. So fair enough. Like, hey, you have to take calls on the basis of your gut, but a really weird one. Haven't seen that one before, but we'll write it off for now as Todak are near match point, and match point with a slightly broken buy towards Sharper. They've got Spectres, while Todak, they've got 2 of the best ultimates in their composition, the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall available, and it's exactly why they're now going to group up together as a squad, go for what I'm going to call the Todak signature now, the heavy drop hit.
Here.
It's working out. They found the first opening, they're looking for the second. The fall line from Jasper's end does not work, drops down to 2. He's getting reinforcement from Leviathan's end, but I don't see Jasper functioning for any further time. He's just going to be acting as a dummy or a bait because he's left with 2, or maybe if he has any more utilities left, a couple of flashes and fault lines coming through.
Here.
But right now, Kale, he's still keeping Arcade in control and check as his teammates are deciding to rotate.
Now, Niffy. He's concerned. He's worried. He feels something coming, and he's gonna go check Niffy. But you should listen to your gut. It's a multi-man squad waiting for his arrival. They shut him down, and the Nightfall tells them there's nobody on site. In this 5v3 with a Rolling Thunder for the post plant, it might just be GGWP. But hold on for a second, because we've got a new star in play. The Resurrection brings Change back online, and with Change, he brings a showstopper too. Can the Rocket make all the difference? We'll have to see.
2 people from Arcade and 2 coming in from the side itself. A brilliant molly, but the showstopper, does it find any value? He's still jumping around to look forward to players. Walks to Kyle and Cheat as well, finding Nugent. Arcade completely shut down. Now it's all up to Leviathan as well as Jasper. Leviathan finds first. There's huge a crossfire set up. Subway puts him down along with Kale, finding the last, and that's going to be Todak closing this 3rd match for the day. Oh, damn. That got so close. I felt like we were there for an overtime. Unfortunate for the Arcade push to be shut down.
Yeah, exactly. The showstopper not getting any value as well could have been the game changer. But it's Todak. Again, showing us that this Fracture very much an attacking favored map, at least for the teams that we've seen today, as every single team has thrived on that attacking side. Todak in the second half, barely, but most importantly, definitely get the win in their first matchup. Go get off to a really good start in the SEA Championship. Now, I will say, I really want to know who that Giga Chad is in the background. Is he a player, 6th player, the manager, or is he the coach? Because there was no coach in the lobby. So
Correct.
I wonder We must find out the identity of this Chad.
I mean, I think he is the motivation booster. Wakes them up early in the morning, gets them routinized. Because we saw, right, in the previous one, where it was QQ God, he was like, his hands were paining. And I think this is going to be that guy who's going to be making sure that they don't have any of these lags in between, that their hand is paining. It's too much of a stress. Dealing with all of things while they're giving them a leg day and stuff, whatever it is. But right now, looking at the highlights, it is equally contested both the halves. Could not say.
You mentioned he's the motivation. It's like the Shia LaBeouf gif where he's like, let's do it, but this guy actually has
Yeah.
abs. Unlike Shia LaBeouf, where he's like, let's do it with abs. Even more so motivation. But a very chaotic and I would say messy second half for both of these teams,
Yeah.
telling us the key difference between, I would say, the South built second half and this match's second half was, you can see how clean South built were looking. In this second half, we saw many a times where teams were not checking every single angle or over peaking. So definitely a few errors here and there to correct. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, what matters, especially when we've got BO1s, is that you get the win. And Todak, they were able to get the win.
I agree with you. It's very crucial whether you lose a couple of rounds, couple of players, you lose the entry, but you still convert the round. It's all about getting that map as a victory for your team and getting that points on your table. There were so many instances where we always thought it looked like maybe it was Sharper's chance, but again, as you said, there were so many errors that we saw from both the ends. It was which team made most of the errors, the other team capitalized. That's all it went in either direction.
Exactly. Yeah, I 100% agree. It really did come down to capitalizing on your opposition's errors. And for both of these teams, for when they start going up against the likes of Fancy, the likes of Naos, the likes of Made in Thailand, they're going to have to minimize those errors to a large extent. But a good start is all you want in this tournament of BO1s, of course. And a good start is what Todak get. I'm sure that the Chad coach slash manager slash sixth player will be able to help them out for the rest.
Well, look at this. This walking right up to the face and out of it finding two. If that showstopper even connected like to one, things could have changed. Leviathan could have done a lot more. But there were two instances. I would not even talk about this round, which we talked about the showstopper round. But one where changed, right? He got hit by the fault line and he was stuck right next to the box. But FrostEasy does not check him.
Yeah.
If there was a little bit of a trigger discipline, he could have found a lot more. And another two rounds, one was where that wall boosted, right? The opponent's breach, and he just found easy pickings. And another one where you pointed out the trap in tower, which let Niffy not worry about it. Niffy was worried about B main, and Kale just walked right in, took two players down.
Yeah, small iffy moments here and there, but overall, I would say a very clean map for Kale. Definitely, he was the rock for his team, able to pull off the MVP on that fade and consistently, play it safe. And
Yes.
that's really what we want to see in all those post-plan situations where it was getting messy. It was usually Kale holding on to a particular angle and ensuring they're able to pull it through in combination with Jeed. So when you've got those key supportive players playing also consistently, I think that sets up a really strong foundation for the team as a whole. And on the other side, for Sharper, I will say it felt like they ran out of options because of their composition.
Yes.
So it really does come down to the fact that maybe they weren't as prepared for Fracture as they could have been.
This is all about the duelists that you have. You see how FrostEasy on the defensive half, I wouldn't say he was disabled, but he was there for the team. But when he came to attack, he got enabled, again, just like what we saw in the previous matchup. But here, same thing being repeated, change. He could do so much on his attack, but he felt like he was completely disabled. He was nullified. There was nothing that race could do on change. You saw, right? There was not even a single instance that I saw that the satchel, blast pack, whatever you call it, comes out. It was never used. He never made that offbeat flying plays that we kind of love from race. it was completely put down. We never found value from the boombot. We never found value from the paint shell, which was seen in the first half as well. He dropped down a player to 2 HP, which did give them the advantage in the round. So I think these kind of things going out of the ranks in the defensive half is also telling us maybe Raze needs to be played in a different style in Fracture if you pick it up.
Yeah, I really do think we need to see a lot more of the style that we saw from Naos, where utility is God. Literally, you have to treat your utility like it is the next way for you to win the round, and we didn't really see
Yes.
that as much from not just Change but also in our second match from
Yep.
Team NKT, and that's where the style really does matter. But hey, we've got one more to go, right, Lucifer?
One more to go. It's going to be Oasis versus Louvre. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking a short break and see you soon after the break with another banger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. It's a VCT official off-season event, and my name is CA. I'm joined by Lucifer on the desk as we bring to you the final match of the day. But it's sure to be a hell of a match because we've got two crazy teams in Oasis and LVR on either side, Lucifer.
We saw showstoppers for the first three matches. I feel like this is the right
Yeah.
showstopper to end the day on a high note, to expect what's going to be coming later in the next stages. So, quickly jumping into the schedule, if anybody is joining in new, the first match started off with Made in Thailand, where we did see a brilliant show off between them and Naos in the schedule, and we'll be seeing the others as well, which followed up, where South Built came in, and we thought, okay, South Built is having a competition right now, but then. South Belt came back to their momentum, which did not happen for Made in Thailand. But Sharper and Todak was all over the map. You couldn't pick a point where you could say this round is Todak's or this round was Sharper's. So now coming to Oasis, again an open book, anything can happen.
Absolutely right, and I think really at this point, we all saw it in the BRB screen as well. Redco making a statement that teams aren't ready for what LVR brings to the table. I think really it speaks to what we expect from LVR as a team. They're a team of friends, but they're a team that is extremely competitive and has continuously caused upsets throughout their history over the last few years. Recently, getting back together with a couple of new additions, going against the organization that is Oasis Gaming with a brand new coach and a brand new roster coming into play. Evo, the former Bren Esports Victor's coach, coming in. I think really now it's a chance for Evo to prove that a sound support staff is key to a team's success. So we'll have to see how these Titans match off
Yeah.
against each other.
This is going to be a tough one. I mean, even in terms of for us to decode of what can happen, and in terms of trying to figure out which team has a better composition. Till now we talked about, okay, this agent, that agent, this composition is better, this meta, maybe a comfort meta comes through. But I feel like, as you mentioned, right, both these teams, as we've looked at it, they will be coming out with their comfort metas. They have a good synergy, they have an entire backstanding which can help them out. But we'll quickly talk about the players itself, starting from LVR, Bryce, DXN, Neff, Redco, and Shun. And you will be looking out for all these players, and out of them, as you mentioned as well initially, CA, it's Redco who will be looking out for as well.
Yeah, the former TSM FTX female coach, the former Alter Ego Celeste female coach. But before all of that, he'd made his mark with LVR. And I think besides Redco, for me, Shun is another player to look out for because he's really been one of the most mechanically cracked players that I've seen come out in that tier 2 scene from the side of Singapore. So I'm excited to see how they do pan out against the might of Oasis and Coco, Draxi, Headhunter, Marky, and Wild Oreo coupled up with their coach in Evo. So let's see how does the resources, the organizational capacity, the coaching power that Oasis has come into play against LVR, who have their own coach, by the way, in Eugene. But LVR, at the end of the day, they're not as big as Oasis has been over the past few years, but in terms of results, they've been just as big. And in terms of players, they have that firepower. So I think what we've done today, Elsevier, is save the best for the last, and I hope we get that overtime finally.
Yeah, we got close to it, but we've still not been blessed with it. Let's jump into the map veto and see which is going to be the final map. Fracture's
That
out.
is bad.
And Heaven is gone, and it's going to be the classic of
Let's
all,
go.
Ascent. This is the map that everybody loves and hates at the same time. This is the love-hate relationship that everybody has with Valorant on Ascent. Sometimes when you start things off, you're like, yes, I like Ascent, but then when you end up playing it too many times, you're like, no, stop Ascent already. So it's going to be an interesting fight, especially for this last match today.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to see too much of Ascent, but if you start seeing every other map, you're like, man, I miss the simplicity and like yet the ability to be able to creative on a map like Ascent. So I'm glad we've got Ascent to cap us off because I feel like it's the most basic blueprint of a map which will allow these two amazing teams to shine on, and we'll have to see what kind of compositions they bring to the table. Like, are we going to see the Raze Fate KO meta pioneered by Fnatic? Are we going to see more of the classic Jet Killjoy KO Fade meta, or are we going to see something different altogether? Like maybe a Neon comes out, maybe a Euro as well. Nah? I won't expect it, but hey, you never know.
Exactly. I mean, you can talk about all the weird metas, and there are teams who make it possible. We've seen, right, Yoru also coming in these maps. So I think it is all dependent on how the team wants to function and how they figured it out. So if that happens, it shouldn't be a surprise, but it's going to be a brilliant match as well as very interesting, and a match to look out for of how you can also try and play things out. But Ascent, there was a time as well when the newer agents were in there, you had kind of died down in all terms of the strategies and playstyles that you could. But now with so many agents being introduced, it has made numerous possibilities open. We were just
Yeah.
always talking about it, right? Mid is one thing that in Ascent you have to always watch about. That is the main place where attackers can take control of and change things. But right now, it's not just mid, it's about what kind of pool comes up for the matchup against you.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of that, I'm expecting Oasis to stick to their strong points, which is that Jet, Killjoy, KO, the classic composition that we see from most teams with the Sova and the Omen coming into play. But Redco's got me excited, man, with that quote in the BRB screen. He says, "We're not ready for what they're about to show." So I better see something spicy and something new from the side of LVR, if not in terms of the composition, at least in terms of the plays, because I really think they're that sort of team. They're the sort of team that can pull off something absolutely insane sounding theoretically, but so simple and so easy to execute
Yeah.
practically. And that's where I want to see that difference. Whereas Oasis, I expect a lot more discipline, a lot more practical minded, fundamental approach. LVR, I want to see some crazy peaks, crazy clutches here and there.
Yeah, like the opponent team is expecting, but they're still unable to stop it, right? Those kind of
Yeah,
plays
exactly.
and moves that they kind of try to make. Hope it's possible, but again, till this entire day today, CA, we have not seen like an shift of momentum, right? Like a complete shift. Fracture has happened because of, again, I can say that the neon change in the race, that was the agent exchange maybe, but an entire shift of momentum and even the overtime coming in, Harbour is also not in play. So something that we could see which can change the entire gameplay itself. And Ascent is one of those map. It never, I would say, has an end point. Like, oh, Ascent has exhausted all its possibilities. It never has happened, even though players have played it so many times. It's just ridiculous of what weird plays you still can make it. But Killjoy still being there on, I would say, Ascent is such a good thing because, you know, Killjoy as that sentinel does so much for that entire team. So I'm looking forward to if that classic meta comes in, how would that kind of play out?
Absolutely, and maybe we even get to see a harbor. You know, maybe that's what Redco meant with his comment, and he's going to throw a twist into Oasis. Because let's be frank, I doubt teams are getting to scrim against Harbor because I doubt anyone is picking Harbor in the
Exactly.
first place. So you're not going to get to practice against him much. So pulling him out in an official match might just be that X factor to sort of push the tide in your favor and get you the win.
That's what I'm waiting for from when we started off. Like,
Yeah.
you don't know what Harbour can do, but you know it's going to be exciting because you are trying to figure out what they are kind of trying to play out. Because me and CA were just talking behind before we came live. It was like, what can they do with Harbour? Because like every other controller, you can ask them for smokes and get propped up, and then they can try to slowly sneak in. Or once they have kind of smoked off positions, they can go to the side, get that easy plant off. But with Harbour, you don't have those possibilities. You have one smoke, which kind of does not work as a smoke. You kind of have to find a weird way to play with it. But right now, let's jump into the agent selection, see if kind of Harbour comes through. But looking at Ascent doesn't seem possible.
It doesn't seem possible, and it is most definitely. Now we're gonna see classic compositions from both of the teams come through, but from the side of LVR, a triple initiator one to put. So this is going to be really interesting. The Sova KO Fade
Yeah,
Jet Astra composition, no Sentinel coming into play. So very much
exactly.
information heavy composition, which is going to be able to allow them to dictate the tempo as much as they can, but without that Sentinel, without that Killjoy, without that Chamber, a slight loss in terms of the stopping power on your defensive half or in terms of your ability to lurk. So in that regard, Bryce has really got to step up on the Astra.
I agree with you. I mean, they're starting off on defense and they don't have anything to kind of help them or kind of smooth their fights when there is a heavy attack or a fast rush coming through. They either have to give up the site or either the entire LVR team needs to fight together to deny that entry. If somebody falls, you eventually tend of losing abilities. Yes, still having a lot of those initiators will help you to get more information, get back into the duel. But when you start losing players because you are trying to fight, it might make LVR's chances difficult. But on the other end, Oasis stuck to being kind of how do you say, the normal meta. There's nothing
Yeah.
big that you would
Standard.
have to, yeah, standard that you're looking out for. uh, Astra coming back into the play is something that I'm loving, especially after the nerf that she got long back. Everybody like were wary of her. They stopped using her. The stars got reduced, and even the time of pulling back the stars that got increased, and all those things that happened. Everybody is like omen, 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 or either brimstones also started walking in. But with Astra coming in, especially the gravity as well as the Nova Pulse being there, that is something that this controller has that can change a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that the Astra offers a lot more value to the team as a whole as compared to the Omen. But on Ascent particularly, I think the Omen just has insane one
Yes.
ways that you can use, and moreover provides a lot more agency to the individual player taking it up.
Aggressive Omen plays.
Yeah, exactly. So, but today we're going to see Astras on both sides, signaling to us that this is very much going to be a team game, like we were expecting from both of these teams. Very much synergized in that regard. But as you can see, boot camps all the way through for the Oasis players, whereas the LVR team is very much in the comfort of their own homes. And I'm curious how this does end up working out, because like we were talking about, right, the storyline coming into this is very much the amount of resources invested into Oasis gaming as a team and an organization much higher than that of LVR, who even just announced themselves right before this tournament. But of course, they're very good friends. They have great synergy with each other, and that is what is going to be crucial coming into this match. But with no further ado, Lucifer, let's get it started. Oasis Gaming on the attacking side, facing off against three initiators. Can they disguise anything they're going to do?
Ghost Heavy coming in from LVR. There's a quick wine take coming in from Louvre and also breaking the knife. So nothing in terms of a proper information gain for Oasis.
Look at this. Coco looking for the 1v1, gets tagged out. He's trying to control mid on his lonesome while the rest of his team groups up towards a main. The Sova and the Fade, Redco and Shun looking to hold it down, just delay as much as possible. But LVR not rotating despite the heavy presence shown. They're not expecting the hit towards this site. And it's quite concerning because, especially, again, the lack of a sentinel means nothing's guarding mid. They have to watch it
Yes.
out for themselves.
But Oasis, they are not going mid. There's just
Yeah.
either A or B. There's nothing in mid except for Coco previously trying to contest it and get dinged. Right now, it is going to be a B hit, whereas if there's any pushes coming in, was being guarded from the Killjoy. Entry has been given, but Redco, he's ready. Player gets pinged, but backs off because of the gravity gun.
30 seconds left.
Marquis got himself onto site, but it's Drax who's gonna pick up the first blood. Redco answers back, but Wild Oreo with the trade will ensure that Oasis gets the site through. Marquis to pick up another, and just like that, Oasis with a comfortable walk into site. And again, I really feel like this is going to be a crucial highlight throughout this match, where that triple initiate is able to get value. But hold on, pull it back. 2v3, trying to retake, very much possible because Coco is really low.
Yeah, Coco is super low. They need to eliminate him first. And oh, Jet dashes right in face, and
One enemy
DXN
remaining.
will be able to get that. But Bryce goes down, so it's 1v2. It's all up to DXN right now. 18 was the health on the headhunter. That was the fate, and he's going to be hunting heads. That's the first for Oasis.
But yeah, coming back to our point, which is with this triple initiator comp, right, they're really gonna have to try to find a way to be as proactive as they can with the information they have. Like, the information they receive from their initiators has got to influence the rotations coming through. In this particular round, Redco and Shun, left all by their lonesome, allowed Oasis to overwhelm them and pick up an easy round. But hey, this was just the pistol. We'll have to see how this evolves going across the other rounds. And look at this, the anti-eco for Oasis. Marquis is feeling confident, picked himself up Wando.
They've got the first round. They're looking forward to the second. This time, it is still a 3 stack, but towards trees. They're not contesting main. They're just holding it out from trees. Maki runs right in, and there's no utility set up. Smokes come through, even the 0 point to check the side. They find nothing, and this should be an easy plant coming in for Oasis.
Spike planted.
Bryce gets the lurker. At least one
Activity huge for LVR right there. They go for the B main flank. They find the lurker. They're going to be able to pick up. Actually, not pick up a weapon. Just should be just a sheriff or a ghost because I think Coco didn't have anything.
Oh,
Let's see.
unfortunate, but there's an exchange coming in. But everybody's trapped inside. If they get closer, they can do something. But it becomes only Neff who pushes from trees as everybody from the top falls, and that's going to be the second, but a costly round for Oasis.
It could have been more costly. I thought for a
Yeah.
second Coco would forget to pick up the van. But hey, yeah, like you said, they lost 2 Spectres along the way. So definitely a costly round. I wonder if they just go for the buy now rather than go for the full bonus. It seems to not be the case. They're going to pick up a Bulldog on head out the sole player to not buy last round and try to play the bonus right here. Now, I'm really curious to see how LVR continue to be proactive because now you can see they're very spread out as compared to their 2 to 3 man stacks playing contact off of each other. So, rather simple buy round setup where they're really allowing themselves to play on the info that they individually get and then moving and changing their setups mid-round. But Oasis themselves have now started prioritizing mid-control like we wanted them to. So we'll have to see how Oasis are able to adapt to this LVR setup of playing separately.
But still having 3 initiators, I've still not seen LVR finding any info out of which they can kind of act or work on. They're just waiting it out, and here and there, I mean, again, look at this. This knife does give them, I think, at least a read on 3 players that they're mid. At least little late, but still does work out. So, okay. I think he heard me over there when I was saying no info being gained with the initiators.
I think that's the idea, right? You want to be able to delay your utility so you can get information while they're in the midst of
30
pulling something
seconds
off. And DXN with that able to hold the angle, pick up the first blood. But Oasis, they're looking to turn that and their bonus into a sight over and pick it up. But Bryce, he holds it down strong. The anchor comes into play as DXN picks up another. Bryce will just not be moved. He is the anchor come into play and he refuses to budge. Picks up a crucial 2k and that's a good buy round picked up for LVR without much damage done to the Rico.
I mean, Bryce stood like a pillar over there. He was just swinging left and right, making sure that he isolates the duel. As soon as he saw that somebody was fighting with his teammate on rafters, look at the minute angle that he found and immediately switched around as Wild Oreo was trying to rush and eliminate him because Wild Oreo was spotted a long time back. So that's going to be the first for LVR. But nonetheless, Oasis was playing on a bonus, so they'll be coming in with the full buy. Even Steven's fight coming in, and this time they're a little bit proactive in terms of looking forward to a fight. That it gets destroyed.
Ooh.
So does Bryce a little bit. Takes a lot.
Again, LVR continuing with their setup. The Fade Sova trying to just shut down B side, playing on their utility. This time, a little more proactive. The drone being set up, the Prowler as well, just to find someone. But they don't spot out Marky. Instead, it's the player towards mid link who breaks the Prowler. But LVR, they smell something fishy. They know that there's something going on, so they decide not to re-aggress. And that discipline, it might have just saved their life.
Still trying to push up. DXN in a brilliant spot. It's all about the timing. Drax jumps down and DXN misses his opportunity. Now he's trying to get back to his position and gets sent out. But Neff steps up, doubles down. On the other end, Shun puts down Maki, who wanted to breach his way through and get entry at B. Does not work out. But look at this. LVR still in a difficulty. 2 players are low. But hopefully the number advantage works because on the other end, Oasis, their
seconds
Astra is also low.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Soul shots.
Drax takes down Neff, but at this point, Neff's done more than done his job. Drax, his location revealed. Again, beautiful discipline from LVR players. Like,
10
we
seconds
know that Drax could have easily been caught out because we can see everything, but Bryce elects to wait for his teammate, goes in together with Shun, and I love this because, sure, maybe you can try to go for the 1v1, but for all you know, Drax is waiting for someone to peek from a shot. Drax is
Yeah.
waiting to punish someone and isolate the 1v1s in a 1v2 situation, so beautifully done, but right here again,
30 seconds left.
doubling down together,
One enemy
Neff
remaining.
shows that he's trouble, finds the trouble, and just like that, Oasis, they crumble.
I mean, as you rightly said, we would have seen Bryce if he wanted just a kill because he was hungry and over eager. It could have swung either way. But discipline is very crucial, especially when they don't have a sentinel. And right now, it's going to be an eco that Oasis will be playing on Sheriff's coming majority. But an ultimate as well.
Exactly, look at this now with the KO ultimate as well as the Cosmic Divide online, the Null Command Cosmic Divide combo allowing them to play A-Site on retake with the opt to shut down mid link. But again, Oasis, they take mid control. But the question is then what? Because they're continuously stopped by the continuous information that LVR have.
TXN did miss his first two shots, but the gravity well gave him the opportunity to connect his third. And now Maki immediately switching the direction because he knows after getting one op shot, the player will be ready to take a lot more. The door closed at mid, which makes life even more difficult. They'll be able to break it, but that does not give them the opening. Oh, Neff spots the players at mid.
Oh, that 0 point, not spotting anyone could be their downfall though. But they back it up with the Prowler to make sure the recon coming out as well. And Neff now able to capitalize on it and pick up a 3k, make that a 4 for himself. A flawless round picked up for LVR. And this is the best part of a triple initiator composition, right? You never feel like you're wasting utility trying to
Exactly.
get information.
In the starting, I was worried that they weren't using it, but as you said, they're just waiting to use it when they're trying to do something. And you could see Neff, the discipline as well, right? He had spotted them. His 0 point did not get any clue, but when he went for a jump from his defender spawn, he spotted the players, he waited for the right opportunity, and he knew the Jet is eager, especially with the Bladestorm, will look forward to a kill. Waited for the opportunity, got it. Now, it's back to a full buy from Oasis end as well, and they still have the ultimates. They just lost one previously, but look at Maki again, looking forward to a mid push. The op is still there. TXN does not find, but Neff, can he find one? Yes, he does. Looking forward to the second, does work that, but Wild Oreo puts him down. Oh, Redco.
Spike down.
Echo with a huge shutdown on that null command. Now ensures that Oasis stuck in a 1v4, and remember, this was the buy. Weapons lost for Oasis and the momentum really starting to slip away from them. The control of this match starting to slip away. I really think Oasis are now left dumbfounded with what to do after they get mid control, and in that regard, they've got two options. You can see the LVR, they're not switching their setups, right? It's always the Fade plus another initiator towards the mid area and the Astra towards A. What is changing is the Jet and Chaos positioning, where effectively it becomes DXN. Of course, he's a duelist on the operator, but Neff functioning as that secondary duelist to sort. So you got to effectively just try to find the KO and then utilize the gaps, but Oasis is not able to do so. But they do get a 1-for-1. Can they recover the Vandal?
Stars have been placed. They will have a chance here. Wild Oreo can find a way to cross over, but DXN watching for it.
You should run.
Recover the smoke, weapons recovered, ultimate being used to find an entry. DXN finds the first, Vandal gets taken down, and now they're still trying to push. They want to take down the lockdown. The Prowler gobbles a player along with Redco taking Headhunter down, and look at the confidence here, CA. There was a lockdown, time running out, and nobody from the side of LVR thought about even moving out. I'm sorry, Oasis moving out.
I think it's because they know that Oasis is on an eco. They're not afraid to take the fights given that they have the weapons advantage, right? And they understand that since that weapons advantage exists, Oasis is automatically prone to try and recollect the Vandal, which means they're going to be split up. One player stuck towards the left hand side, a few players stuck towards the right. There was a lack of coordination in terms of how Oasis wanted to play that round, and the ultimate now taken away without that lockdown. It's just the Nightfall left in the bag for Oasis, as compared to LVR, who have the Nightfall as well as the Null Command and the Cosmic Divide. So again, they can change up their setups, play one side on the retake and heavy stack the other side. And the way it looks like, is they're gonna stack up A, play B on the retake, and actually no, scratch that. I think they're gonna make an aggressive play towards mid link here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the KO from trees and as well as two players, just like Shun and DXN did the previous time at B main. So it's going to be a tough battle here for Oasis, but before that, they do take a technical timeout to correct things. But again, LVR have had ultimates from a couple of rounds, but they've never, like, I think, felt that they need that utilization
Yeah.
of the ultimate because they were so disciplined in all the fights that they've taken down, especially after getting the full buy. You can see Oasis, the only 2 rounds that they have under their belt is the first two, nothing else.
Ever since the rifles have come into play, Lucifer, it's been LVR supremacy. But hey, this aggressive play about to come out. Never mind. Not so much so the case, it seems like. We'll find out after the technical
Yeah.
timeout, but it seems very likely, and it makes a lot of sense because if you are going to play B on retake, you want that B main flank. You don't want to be scared about a presence in B main when you're going for the B on retake. And if you don't have information about B main, then you're always going to be worried about that presence. So whenever you play B on retake, it's always valuable to be able to take mid control because that ensures that you get the flank coming in from B main, and you have the presence in market as well as CT to be able to pull it off. It seems like that's exactly what they're going to look to do. The early recon spots out DXN, the knife to push him back as well. All of this utility dumped on him, but DXN, he refuses to budge. He refuses to move. And Oasis, they're rightfully scared. They're like, okay, you know what? Let's not go into that op. Let's just take the B side for ourselves. We'll worry about the post plant when we get there.
Maki somehow creeps in. Shun goes in for a reveal. Spots one, trying to go for a wall bang, but he's on the other side of the lane. But Maki, who had crossed to the second, takes down Shun. A big one over there, but still not the player who had the ultimate. So the 4 ultimates still online here, CA.
No flank available though, so they're gonna have to worry about Coco towards that B main angle. Now the Nightfall coming through with the Blaze Storm pulled out. They're ready to go in for the retake, but Coco, that B main is what I was talking about. So damn crucial for Oasis. It's a pain in your backside every single time you go for that B retake because you know as soon as you move into the lanes, that B main player is going to swing you and shut you down. And that's exactly what Coco does. Picks up a crucial 3k and the round for the side of Oasis. Especially a round where LVR used crucial ultimates.
I mean, Coco would have been taken down if not for that haunt which pinged DXN over there when he popped his ultimate and went for a updraft. That was where everything just turned around. Everybody put their attention towards Coco and Coco just spread them down like there was no second chance for them. Round starts off again. Oasis finally find their full buy round after those pistols. But can they find anything more? DXN back with the orb because the economy is there. Prowler this time nobody to destroy it and DXN needs to back off, but the mid already has been breached. It's going to be very tough. DXN has to hold his position. Redco helping him out. Redco through the smoke wants to spray down, gets the second who was trying to push up from mid. But look at this, DXN had made his way back, but Shun immediately exchanging and the spike carrier is down. Maki made his way in, flashed his position known, gets wall bang. And LVR with an answer back immediately.
Exactly, and mid to be fast attempt by the side of Oasis Gaming, but LVR, they just shut them down. They're expecting it. Redco, especially in his cubby,
Exactly.
being that thorn in the side of Oasis, just causing utter and absolute chaos. Getting the round for the side of LVR and now forcing Oasis into again a bit of a broken buy because you got Wild Oreo on just the Sheriff while the rest of his team has the Vandals. So Oasis in that disadvantaged position and LVR looking to change up the tempo here. Lucifer, they're moving in A main, they've got the off for themselves and now they're probably just going to leave DXN to shut down that site while they can focus on the A.
Yep, but mid again. There's something that Maki wants to pull off. He wants to be cheeky, but it's being watched from 2 players, not 1. I think they're doing that double hold on switch. In the meantime, Bryce gets spotted. Prowler on his back, still nothing.
The presence they created towards A though has pulled Redco off B site. It allows now Marquis to find a flank for himself, and again, the lack of a trap makes that flank that looks so much more dangerous. This time, again, looking for the mid to be, looking to set it up, but the recon comes in. Doesn't spot anyone just yet, and it's going to make sure that DXN turns away. But he's got insane rigor discipline, just holding the angle, waiting for his shot till he has to dash away. Ends up in the crosshairs of Wild Oreo. It's a flurry of trades all across the board, but in the favor of LVR, leaving Headhunter with just 45 HP on the board, and again, no control of the spike.
No control of the spike, no idea of where the players are. There's already a player who's pushed B main, and one at market holding the spike, sees the player, puts him down. That's the 7th coming in from LVR. I mean, look at the confidence that DXN has, and just because Redco is there, right, to help him out, he's standing there and trying to fight with players from B main while they're trying to run around, throw down utilities towards him, try to jiggle peek with him. DXN is still standing there. Unfortunately, he could not connect the shot. If he did, it would have been more of an easy round, but Marquis tried his best. He waited a long time at mid to hear the sounds as they were rotating, and then called it at the right time for the entry. But right now they don't have the economy, so they're going to be playing an eco with Sheriffs. DXN back on mid. It's going to be a tough Thrifty to pull off.
Yeah, and despite DXN not landing that shot there, he done his job because he delayed the B main push for so long. They could fight market first and then fight B main. So never worried about the crunch that you're worried about in a mid to be split. But hey, like you said, it's the eco now coming through. Killjoy left to control Iman on her lonesome as they're just playing it safe, waiting for the information attempt from LVR to try and catch someone off. But so far, they don't find anything, and LVR continuously aware of their presence because of this triple initiator.
Redco and Sean able to get 2. An exchange from Wild Oreo, but look at Redco. He's not backing off. He still wants a part in the duel because DXN is here. They pick 2, and now it's the last player standing, and Redco puts him down. LVR, as they're gaining confidence, right? They're not letting Oasis get any space. It's been a long time that we have seen Oasis have a clean entry to site and get the spike down.
Exactly, and I really think for Oasis, you have to just adopt one extreme where you either start playing extremely aggressively and challenging LVR to play on the retake like the way they have been with the Astra solo towards A, and challenging the anchor ability of Bryce on the Astra, or you play really slow and you map out LVR because they are revealing themselves when they use the prowlers or the recons and look for the lurk. It seems they have chosen the W extreme, going for the fast execute, but this is the round where LVR say, well, you know what, we have the Nightfall, we have the ultimate, we're not going to bother playing on site, we're going to shut you down.
They do get the spike down. Huntersfield does not find anything, but the lockdown is there, so it's going to make the retake a little bit tough here, CA. But DXN is still not giving up. He tries to peek through rafters. The smoke is good. Oh, the Aldron does not tag anybody with the Prowler. It does take a bite. DXN finds the first at main. Redco finding one and just dropping right on the Astra. And the last 2 players stuck under, going right on their face. DXN wrecking hell with the op and the blades. Make it the 9th for LVR.
And that's the thing, right? Even though the Killjoy ultimate delays their ability to capitalize on the Nightfall, they've got so much utility. The Sova drone comes out, the Fate Prowler comes out. They know exactly where everyone is, and all they've really got to do is be able to convert their shots. And that's where you can see these players are hella cracked and hella confident. They know where the players are. When they have the information, they're going to be able to shut them down. But hey, smiles across the board for Oasis. So I will give them props for their mental strength. Maybe we see a comeback in the second half.
After all, it's a 9-3.
Yeah, on ascent, no less.
Yes! Oh, it's going to be interesting. I think that's the reason that the smiles across their face. But it is true. I feel like irrespective whatever the scoreline is, as long as you're calm and composed, even in 11-1, which is highly unlikely, there is a possibility, a hint of a comeback. But it all depends that you keep going one step at a time. So Oasis, at any point they can do it, and especially that without a sentinel, if LVR have made it, now Oasis have a sentinel in their defense, especially a Killjoy, which we were talking about. If she decides to control an entire site, she can do it with all her utilities, and she can put up a brilliant trap where they just try to walk in and try to plant, and they just get eliminated because of the damage that they eat up from that nano swarm.
Oh, absolutely. Until a 0 point comes and suppresses you.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, in all seriousness, I think this composition for LVR is now that much better on the attacking side because you can suffocate the defense. You have continuous information. You can use a drone to take area control, but you'll still have the prowlers for a site execute. Whereas when you're not playing 3 initiators, you're worried. If I use the drone too early, we may not have enough utility to execute onto site. That worry does not exist for LVR anymore.
Exactly.
They get to play how they want, when they want, where they want, and just execute whichever style they choose to play in. And that's where I think LVR are really going to shine. If they get to control the tempo of their attack, if they get to deny Oasis a say in how this second half goes, it's going to be easy for LVR to pick up the win. So we'll have to see what can Oasis do.
They have a little bit of aggro approach towards A, but B is just a jiggle P coming in, and they're just holding it out. But DXN, he's ready for a surprise jump.
I think LVR expecting flank aggression and waiting for it to come out because of the lack of the sentinel. But when it doesn't, they get free mid control. They just go for the split A.
Drax and Coco, they get a couple, but Bryce is there. But look at while Oreo trying to get a couple, but Shun puts him down, shunts him down, and now it's a 2v2 situation. The door has been closed, so they will be getting a plant. But they're still worried because the wall was about to break. Now there's one at rafters, and the Prowler should be gobbling that player. Yes, it does. Headhunter will give that call out, but that's all. Look at Coco. Destroys the door and puts the turret immediately, and now gets an idea that there is one player trying to run around. A brilliant haunt as well. Now Bryce in a very easy situation. Gets one.
Again, strong fundamentals from LVR. The backup comes in from Shun. He knows Bryce is exposed, but Headhunter comes up huge, hunts them down and finds a headshot to secure a 1v2 clutch for Oasis. And that clutch is huge, Lucifer. They needed that pistol to have any hope of a comeback.
I was about to commend LVR's movement over there. We have very few moments seen that when there's the last two players surviving and there is the opponent who is slowly pushed up, they kind of separate. Here you saw both of them moving around together, but at the time when they had to fight together, they got in a little bit of an iffy situation. You saw first Bryce came up, but it was Shun to fall down, and then Bryce could not connect. One bullet was enough to get the last player down from Oasis, and because of which, now the upper hand, but the force coming in from LVR because they got the spike down.
Oh, an interesting force, because they have a massive lead. They don't really need to force this round through to try and win, but they've got the confidence that they can pull it off, so let's see what they can. A 5-man stack towards the B side does allow for a lot of area control to be picked up for Oasis, but they're not moving forward. They're wary of LVR marking their push, and they're absolutely right in that read. Because see, LVR, they took control of B main as a 5-man, but they now left Nef and now looking for the rotation.
LVR, no, they cannot give up this round because they've bought into it, invested. Two players have been seen from Bryce, one at mid, one is going to be at trees, but look at the slow movement towards A. They're just walking up 3 players as 2 players are trying to buy as much as players towards B, bring them towards that end. Headhunter keeping a lookout at A main, while Oreo sees the KO, and Nef now reloading and just walking back.
And beautifully done by Nef. The 0 point, the fragment all used to just delay as much as possible and keep the attention towards B main, allows LVR to just waltz into the A site and get the plant down now. Having said that, Oasis, they are ready for the retake as a 5-man squad, and Drax has already found no man advantage, but Nef coming through from B main is now able to shut one down and make sure that Oasis, they're not aware of the push coming in from A shot. Shun and DXN find one each, and suddenly this force buy might go in the favor of LVR because it's a 1v4 with just the Marshal in the hands of Marquis. what looked like it was starting off on a strong note seems to have all crumbled apart, but let's not count Marky out just yet. Picked up one on DXN. There's 2 players quite low, but time is running out. And LVR, their discipline is supreme. They pull off the force buy, and what a round, man. Beautifully played, making Oasis just dance around on their own terms.
Exactly. I mean, to pull off so much time and attention towards one side where the others are sneakily getting their way in, and how cautious they were to get to the A side. They never thought that, okay, Neff is doing the job at B, we should just rush in and go for a plant. They waited for the right opportunity, waited for the smokes to come down, and then went their way in. And you saw even DXN, he could have gone rushed into trees with the dash that he had and tried to go for a fight, but his intention, get the door down, get the spike planter in, get it down. And now tactical timeout being called from Oasis, because if LVR are on double digits, especially after winning a first round, they have the economy, whereas Oasis on the other end have to play on an eco.
Yeah, and surprisingly so, this is actually our first timeout, despite the strong start of LVR in the first half. So I'm curious to see the idea that Evo is going to present to his team and how to really circumvent, because despite winning the pistol, they've lost all of the momentum now. They have to be forced onto an eco situation, which means it's effectively 11-4 on the board for LVR right now. And Oasis, they've got to win every single buy round after this round to be able to pull off a comeback. But hey, let's see what Oasis are able to do. Not stacking up the site in this eco, just again playing standard. I was hoping they would stack up a site, try to maybe gamble for the eco and maybe get value for it.
While Oreo does get a read of a player, but again, it's not a face-off that's happening, so nothing much to complain. In the meantime, we've seen Wild Oreo pull off some brilliant Sheriff shots, so LVR need to be worried about that.
They are though just trying to map it out, make sure that there is no aggressive play after a tactical timeout. There's no massive stack. They spotted the Killjoy out towards A, and they know that there's at least one player towards B main. So I think at this point they're gonna expect a standard setup. And with just one enemy, I believe, or 2 suppressed towards B main, this might create false hope for Oasis in this even angle. They try to fake smoke and set it up, but LVR, they're ready. The flash didn't even go through. Ay.
That's going to hurt them a lot. I mean, that fake, that dissipate and then quick and thought about it was right, but as you said, it did not work out. The doors closed at mid, so there's nothing that can be done. On the other end, Coco still needs to make his way from A. He's stuck, and LVR, they're just on the hunt. They're like, nah, you're not going to get anything from us. We are looking forward to a flawless, and that's what they get. 11-4 is the scoreline. And now is the only chance that I feel like they will be having if they get the full buy rolling. Oasis, too much to bargain on and bet on, but that's all they have got here in this matchup.
Yeah, and really at this point, this is match point effectively, because now with the buy coming in for Oasis, they lose this round, they will be able to shut down LVR. And I saw it attack requested, but I guess too late for it for this round. Let's see, maybe
But look
it does get pulled off. Yeah,
LVR, they're still playing on that bonus that they had from the previous round.
Yeah.
There was just only one Vandal invested from DXN, but everybody else was on the bonus, and they're on, I would say, a double bonus right now against the full buy. There is an op, but they're not letting the op being like having a chance to enable itself. But finally, Maki making his way to go ahead, and they're worried. If they're seeing a fade, they feel like there should be a jet tagged along, and that's the reason they leave B main completely and slowly treading towards trees.
and it's quite ironic, I feel like, because LVR with the triple initiator comp and all the information gathering ability they have are playing with the information denial playstyle, playing it slow, playing with the minds of Oasis, but this time Oasis hold down the fort and hold it strong. They find 4 players of LVR, leaving Bryce all on his lonesome, stuck in A main, but at least he has the spike, so maybe Bryce can pull off a 1v4 clutch. Unlikely, but we'll have to see.
30
Position
seconds left.
after him destroying that. Wildore is the one who's low. Esther is here, but look at the peaks, look at the positions that everybody had. Even if he took down one, there would be another swing that would have come, and for a Bulldog to fight with 3 players simultaneously is a big ask. But look at LVR. They know they're close to closing this map off, but they don't want to give away that momentum to Oasis and also don't want to get overconfident.
Yep. The tactical timeout now coming through for LVR. Called by Redco. And now the coach will have a say in how they proceed to play. And I think I really like how they played in the first few rounds in terms of information denial. But you can see Oasis, they've gotten accustomed to it. They're expecting LVR to play on heavy rotation, so they're refusing to budge from their own positions and just holding down crossfires, trapping LVR in their walk-ins. So I think this is the perfect moment for LVR to now start playing information-heavy defaults, utilizing their initiators to the maximum of their capability to map out Oasis. Because if they are refusing to budge, once you map them out, you know exactly where they are, will make it that much more easier for you to execute on them.
This is going to be a timeout which is going to be very crucial, because I feel like Oasis, if they find another round here, they can get a little bit at least into the game, which we kind of were worried about. And that's the reason I feel like LBR have called the timeout, to make sure that this doesn't go away from their hands. Even though a couple of the players have economy to rebuy for another round if they lose it, but it's all about the mind game and the mental game if it goes away from your hand. Again, this round, they can go for a plant and play for a post-plant ultimate on the Hunter's Fury, but look at this. Wild Oreo gets punished for his initial aggression, dropped down to 9.
Early presence shown by LVR towards that B main, but the intent clearly towards this ace site. With 3 of them spotted out, you can see Oasis, they most definitely have an idea, and they're gonna play with that Wild Oreo secret agent idea, trying to play on the contact of the Astra. But look at this, they're reading into the idea that LVR always like to rotate. So now you've got the rotation coming through towards this A site, expecting an A split with the amount of time LVR have taken to execute onto A. And they read absolutely right, the 0 point spots everyone.
The Fury comes out, Sun gets one, Neff takes one down, and he's not stopping. And at the same time, Redco pushes in. That's a granted A site for them. The last 2 players, I think they've already called the save.
Yeah. It won't even get the operator, man. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah. They didn't even have a chance to kind of move from B, of how quickly things kind of just fell helter-skelter at A. And you saw the timing of when Neff popped his ultimate. As soon as the 0 point was about to connect to them, coming in from the Oasis KO, he popped his ultimate, making sure that they will also be suppressed.
Yep. It was well timed with the Haunt coming in as well from Redco, backed up by the Hunter's Fury, ensuring that at that point, Oasis is just like, wait, should break this, break that, and in the comments, like, bro, break it. Like, what? Break what? There's too much stuff to break right here. And this is what I meant. The triple initiator composition, it suffocates you. So the only way Oasis is going to be able to get around this is if they get proactive. Like the moment, for example, when they chose to use the 0 point to get information on whether or not A shot was being pushed, I would have actually liked to see aggression instead. Take back map control from LVR and prevent them from being set up in their position. Because if you allow the LVR composition to set itself up, for example, Redco to climb onto the top of A main to throw his haunt, for Neff to be able to set up towards A shot to pull off the aggressive A split push, then they are always going to win out, given the fact that they have the more information utility. You have to throw a spanner into their works, get aggressive, and it looks like Marquis will just be trying to do exactly that.
Gets one, backs off. It's going to be tough. Drax does save him out. The recon was a little bit too late. Redco quick to jump on the saving ship, but it's nothing to be found. Star being placed, making sure they close it off. But before the Drax, a snappy shot coming in with the Guardian. Neff is also down. And Oasis also have 2 ultimates to play with. So this round can get them to a 6-round differential, but which is still huge. Tucks himself here in Vines. I'm not too sure there's going to be a push or an overextension from Oasis, which we have seen never. So Bryce is just looking forward to if there is a possibility or any opening at A. If somebody does some cheeky strat. Ooh. I was close.
But I love this aggression from Maki again.
Spike down.
This is what I was talking about. You need that mid-round aggression. He finds Shun, and even though he's traded out, his job is done. His team now has the info that the spike was taken down towards that mid area, allowing the rotations to come through. And just like that, a simple round picked up for Oasis. They found the solution. Lucifer, it is continuously just Marky utilizing his ability on that jet to get information, not through the utility that they have, but rather through aggression, finding bodies and being able to trade them out, denying LVR the opportunity to make a set piece play with the utility they have.
You called it right out. It was very crucial for them to do it, because more the utilities, you'll just keep wondering where the next utility is going to be coming in from. So they had to make that move, but it's not going to work out on every round. So they need to figure out a different approach to still keep getting aggressive. Marky this time tucks himself at B main, but there's a mid to B action already happening. Coco is wary of it. I think there was a call came in from the trees, which they would have heard.
Especially
just holding.
Especially interesting because they have the Nightfall and the KO. Now Command playing A on the retake, but giving up mid essentially to try and trap LVR, because you see the turret, it's set up on switch. It's a contact turret for Coco to peek out of if someone gets spotted towards mid, but LVR, they hold their horses just before they get peeked from market. They stop and they leave DXN there. Now they're gonna try to take B main control, and if they get B main control, it's a simple mid to be split.
Very crucial to flush out Marky over there. Ultimates to slow things down. Marky gets one, but he's on the nano swarm. Survives, but Wild Oreo, big one coming in on the mid push, but Bryce a little bit too late. The Cosmic Divide was used, and that's the reason he's late, but now the spike is lost. His entire team is lost. Another ray of hope and another round that Oasis do pull off. Or is it too soon to call?
It's definitely going to go in the bag for Oasis. Not enough time left to be able to pull it off. Headhunter who does finish it off for us, but beautifully done by Oasis in terms of the setup switch, setting up that turret on switch to get late information on the mid push, allowing them to play heavy stack towards the entry of the main site, and again allowing Marky to get aggressive. Like you mentioned, they got creative with the way they could get aggressive, and now LVR is the one who's gonna have to hunt for a solution. But they just need one solution. They just need one round. They're still on match point, and if they're able to get that one round in the bag, they go on with a win.
Again, Marky going for the same move, but this time with a Killjoy helping out. The turret this time plays aggressively towards A, and they have an alarm bot to checkmate. So nothing in terms of A being checked. They left A main completely open, gambling on trees, where there is a walk up coming in from DXN as well as Neff.
Oh, the setup though, look at Oasis. They've got two players in the cubby towards A shot. They finally move off of it, but it's still a very devastating crossfire if played appropriately. 0 point though spots them out. The Nightfall coming through to deny them the information. It's DXN who finds one, turns around and slaps another, and just like that LVR are back in control. But look at the fate. She's coming in through with the B-main push. Might be crucial, but is most definitely not. Redco hunts his head down, and just like that, they're back in control. 4v2 on the post plant, especially with the lurk of Redco. I think this is GGWP.
Yeah, there's no coming back from this. Redco is waiting for the right opportunity to get down, but he doesn't want to even make sound. See him walking down the stairs. Bryce puts down Coco. It's all up to Marky. The blades are out, but can he find anything? The flash to help him out. Finds the first, but Redco is still on the back. The 0 point connects, and the blades are suppressed. Redco, he was waiting for the right opportunity, and that's going to be LVR getting this last match of the day. What a way to play it out, and this is what we were talking about. I think LVR, the way you also mentioned earlier, they're very disciplined, play together really, really well. Yes, love to Redco. But on the other end, the read that we just saw, right? Coming in from Oasis. Hearts to you as well, my friend. Brilliant show coming in from you guys. Oasis, a little bit too late, right? Here, CA,
Yeah.
to kind of get to the read.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, why no timeouts in the first half. What went wrong really there? It looked like they might have faced a technical issue or two. Maybe the coach
Yeah, they did
disconnected.
take a technical timeout.
Yeah, so the first half most definitely crucial because again these two teams are some of the best in their own group. So every single round and every bit of momentum really counts. Where that post by, for example, in the second half, which went the way of LVR, could have changed
Yes.
everything. If Oasis win that force by, suddenly LVR not even able to get close to match point because their economy broken back to back. So really, really close match. Not what the scoreline has said it is, but LVR, they come out strong, they pick up the win, and like you rightfully said, man, it's the discipline that I really love. It's the idea that they always play together and have great synergy.
Yeah, I mean, the communication was on point and everything just worked out really, really well. The first half, yes, when we saw it, it was kind of highly looking in favor of LVR, how they played it out. After the pistols went away from their hand, the full buys, all of them just kept rolling in their hands till the scoreline of 5-2. Then is where a couple of rounds we did see a comeback when Oasis decided to stick together, start punishing a couple of players here and there. They got around, but it was not enough at all. Because LVR, they had everybody to step up. There was not like one player who we were looking out for. Especially one round I want to talk about is that B main where DXN with the op was holding and Redco was supporting him
Yeah,
in that cubby. That tells you that the discipline and the communication that they're ready to watch each other's backs.
exactly.
Even this
Right.
round.
Yeah, and it really is that belief and trust in each other that allows LVR to just focus in on the essentials, focus in on what they need. Even this 4K from Nef coming through with the utility, with the help of Redco. So I think at the end of the day, what Oasis will likely learn from this matchup was that they hesitated a second too much, that they second guessed themselves in their ideas in the attacking half, especially because for me personally, I would have just attacked Bryce a lot more, the solo Astra controller, with the lack of a sentinel, or played on the lurk, denying, continuously taking mid control from them, continuously keeping LVR terrified of a possible lurk. But there was never a look. There was never a round where
Yes.
LVR was worried someone might be CT, someone might be pushed in, waiting at pizza. No, it was always LVR knew exactly where every single player was, and because of that, they were way more comfortable than Oasis were in the first half.
Enemy
I agree. I mean, in the defensive half, LVR knew where their weak spot is and what they had left open. So they knew how to kind of overcome that difficulty. But this last round, where DXN just went bonkers, he just started flying upon everybody and slicing and dicing. But the second half is something that I do commend on Oasis. It was a little bit too late to get that read on, and as you mentioned, the aggression was very necessary, and getting creative with the aggression was also necessary. They did both of the things, but it was a little bit too late to get there. If it would have happened with the scoreline of 7-5 in their attacking half. If they showed up better, we might have seen a even more closer matchup. But again, this is still the qualifier, so nothing has been lost except for a point.
Yeah, exactly. So could most definitely go either way at this point, especially with each team having to play several more matches. But we are off to a great start in the SEA Championship, now looking to build forward in this group. And you have to remember, one of the favorites of this group we haven't seen yet today. Both of these
Yes.
teams will be looking out for, and that's Bleed. So when Bleed gets to play is when I'm excited to see how clean they are, because definitely they are looking like the favorites to qualify from the group. But if they get taken down as well, then I think the group of death will most definitely be coined as Group A. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting matchup seeing these teams. You did mention about a team which is still in the wilds as Bleed. There's another team that's going to be in Group B that's going to be Fancy United. So It's going to be very exciting that we have seen 8 of the 10 teams fight out today and get a glimpse of what they have under their belt and what kind of play styles that they bring in and all the new stuff that they have cooked on. But there are still 2 teams which a lot of the people out there watching the stream are rooting for on what they can do. So that's all action for tomorrow. But again, I don't know what to say here for LVR and Oasis to kind of differentiate them. LVR, when they got the chance that they got confidence on that we can play this, when we have our weapons, we know the confidence of what utilities to throw down when, they did it. It becomes right when you're an initiator, you generally are the first one to throw out your utilities to get that information, to get that idea of what is happening. But LVR kept it to themselves, waited for the right opportunities, because of which I'm pretty sure it would have wrecked with the nerves of Oasis, thinking about when will they throw their utility, when is that knife coming out, when is the recon going to annoy us. So I think that was something to play in the mind game spectrum also that LVR mastered a little bit.
Oh, most definitely, and it comes down to the fact that when you do that, you're playing on LVR's terms. You're waiting for them to make the first move, and it's not like that's a wrong playstyle to play. We saw, for example, in the NKT matchup in their first half, playing reactionary worked really well for them. The issue just is that when LVR got to control the tempo, when they got to control the way the rounds were going about, their discipline were always winning out. They were always playing as a pair. They had the contact setups. They were making sure to cover each other's back, like that one round you mentioned, and that's where LVR controlling the tempo just essentially gave them the win. So for Oasis, it's about how they're able to pull it back. But hey, let's have a sneak peek at who the MVP is. I'm gonna hedge my bets on Neff.
I think so too.
Oh, DXN
it's
pulls it
gonna
off
be
at
DXN.
4K. That 4K, that first half last round was clutch.
Yeah, I was about to say there was one thing that Oasis did not enable was DXN completely popping off on his operator. They
Yeah.
did deny him in certain instances. But on the other end, Wild Oreo was insane coming in from Oasis Gaming. I mean, with the Sheriffs as well in a couple of rounds, with the full buy Vandal that he did do justice, did do a lot of damage. But again, I think the Killjoy coming in on Oasis Gaming on defense did not even see the day of light, as we saw Coco on attack.
Oh yeah, Coco is going to be like, bro, I didn't even get to play the game.
Yeah.
And I think really that's where the onus lay for Coco in the attacking half. It was really up to him to try and continuously find the lurks, but they weren't playing in that playstyle necessarily where he could maybe even try for the lurks. So back to the drawing board for Oasis, and I'm sure given the might of this team and all, they're going to come back just as strong and make Group A spicy one to beat. But right now, LVR, they're a team to look at in Group A as they pick up the win and start off the SEA Championship in a resounding manner. So we'll have to see, can they keep it going? Can they keep their momentum throughout this qualifier stage, or will they stumble?
Again, all these teams have one thing that they have to keep a lookout for. There's only going to be 2 who are going to be qualifying from this qualifier stage, from the group stages. So out of the 5 teams in your group, only 2 have a chance. So 3 will be walking away home. So it doesn't mean that LVR, who have gotten the point now, are going to be getting points later down the line, because in their group they have to still face off Bleed. They would have to fight out with South Built Esports as well. So there are teams that they will also be worried about. So I'll be looking out for what they'll be doing. But as we did talk about the teams that they have to be worried about, quickly jumping into the overall standings after day one's 4 matches that we have seen. Topping the charts, it's going to be LVR from Group A and Naos from Group B.
Yeah, round differential of +6 for Naos and LVR respectively. South Built with the +4 and Todak with the +2 in what was an extremely close and chaotic matchup that we saw today. It's Bleed and Fancy who haven't got a chance to show themselves yet and are most definitely one of the favorites in their group, if not the favorites completely. So I'm excited to see what kind of show they put on tomorrow and how they make a statement to the rest of their teams, given that they have had a chance to watch their opponents in play today.
I agree, man. Not seeing Bleed and Fancy is going to be keeping up that excitement of what can they do, and especially now that we've seen 8 of the teams battled out of what they have are able to do and what they still can do, because a lot of the times in between the rounds we have seen a lot of unique adaptations, play with the ultimates that they've done. It has been brilliant. So I feel like this might be something that Bleed and Fancy did get a chance to witness, but on the other hand, Bleed and Fancy will also be like, oh wait, the other teams have come like very well prepared. It's not going to be an easy one for us, even though we might be the favorites out there, people rooting for us. It's going to be a tough tournament.
Oh, absolutely. You have to respect your opponents. You have to understand that at the end of the day, the Skyesports SEA Championship has invited 10 of top teams in the SEA region as a whole. So every single team has got something to show for themselves, and how they show it is the real question, because they are BO1s, you know. In BO3s, you have a chance to correct yourself, but in BO1s, you've got to give your best from the very start. So that's what I'm expecting from Bleed and Fancy. Give the very best for themselves. But hey, that's a tale to talk about tomorrow.
This brings us to the end, and we will be looking out for what's going to be happening tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be me, Lucifer, along with CA, signing out on day one. And wait for the next upcoming matches. Take care. Have a great evening.